Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Shattered Pieces by Stacy Claflin. Narrated by Tina Wollstonecroft. 1. Kenzie. It's never a good day when you wake to a call from the local jail. Unfortunately, this is my life. I stare bleary-eyed at my phone's screen, trying to decide if I want to know what my elderly mother has done now. I don't. Not in the slightest. I shove the device underneath the empty pillow next to me and close my eyes again. My entire body relaxes and inches closer to the sleep fog I just unwillingly left. The phone rings again. Now I have to answer it. The jail wouldn't call back if it wasn't important. Don't ask how I know this. I fumble for my phone and accept the call, but don't say anything immediately. I need to build my emotional reserves. "Hello?" comes a nasally voice on the other end. "Is this Kenzie Brannon?" Regrettably, but I don't say that. "Speaking." My mind wanders as the woman introduces herself, but I perk up when she says an important and scary phrase. "You need to come and pick her up before the end of today." I must have heard that wrong. That's the only explanation. Excuse me? "You need to pick up Regina Brannon by 5. "Why?" I demand. "Did you hear a word I said?" asks the woman. You woke me up. I'm trying to process everything. Why are you releasing my mother? I'm not. The system is overwhelmed, and all nonviolent offenders are to be released today. That includes Regina Brannon. I bolt upright. Nonviolent? She killed her brother-in-law. I'm not aware of that being on record. Of course it isn't. I remind her of what my mother has been charged with formally. She held her son prisoner for decades, until the day she was arrested. She's dangerous. I'm not the one to speak to if you have a problem with the decision. My heart hammers. Transfer me to that person, now. This cannot be happening. It just can't. I wasn't supposed to have to worry about my mother any longer, not beyond the phone calls when she gets into trouble. How can she be coming back home? The woman terrorized all her children. She had me institutionalized as a young child based on lies. And at 25, 2 decades later, I still haven't fully recovered. I can't just transfer you, says the woman on the other end. Why not? Because I can't. What I can do is give you the name and number of the person who you can talk to, but I assure you it won't do any good. I can get a lawyer. Yes, you can do that too. She sounds annoyed. But you need to pick up Regina by 5 o'clock tonight. What if I don't? The woman sighs. We'll have to let a 70-something woman walk out on her own. Are you kidding me? Do I sound like I'm joking? The answer to that is obvious. I mentally run through my to-do list for the day. It's packed. I can pick her up any time until 5? Yes, not a moment later. I'll have to work something out. You will. I end the call, having no energy for a polite goodbye. How can this be happening? We were all expecting my mother to be locked away for life after her upcoming trial, and for good reason. The things she's gotten away with over the decades is nothing short of criminal, especially if she was involved in my dad's secrets. My stomach knots at the thought of that. Not that long ago, my niece Amber discovered Dad's secret basement of horrors. Then came the mass grave hidden under Mom's garden. He may have kept Mom completely out of it, but I can't see how she wouldn't know. Then again, we did eat from the food grown in the garden, a fact I try not to think about. It seems doubtful she'd willingly eat food grown with that kind of fertilizer. As I think about the day ahead, I take a deep breath. Despite how busy I'll be, I have to somehow find the time to pick up my mother from jail. I'll think about it in the shower. The best ideas always come there, and I'm going to need all the inspiration I can get. After the warm stream of water, I have no better plan than when I started. I try to think of something as I put on foundation, then basic eye makeup before heading downstairs. A door slams shut from another part of the house. A part where we never go and have no open windows to cause drafts. It's just part of life in this immense house. Unexplained creaks and groans, whispers and giggles, things breaking when nobody is around. I have to put most of it out of my mind, or I'll go crazy. As I make my way down the winding staircase, an odd thought strikes me. This place actually feels like home. I hadn't wanted to return, but here I am. Raising my teenage niece, no less. Taking care of my mentally challenged older brother Jack, who I never knew about because our mother locked him in a secret room for more than the entirety of my life. And now I have to bring that woman here. Home. Today. To live with her, captive. How can the jail get away with this? Aren't they supposed to give a heads up about this kind of thing? More than just half a day? You okay? Billa asks. It takes me a moment to realize I'm in the kitchen doorway already. My half-sister is giving me a funny look as she flips over bacon. She's another interesting story, that's putting it mildly. Billa just moved into the enormous Brannon house from Alaska, where she had spent most of her life after my mom made our dad choose between Billa and her. He chose my mother, and to convince me Billa wasn't real, I got a one-way ticket to a mental hospital until I conceded, agreeing my half-sister had been my imaginary friend. Billa was given a similar story, having been told that this house and everyone in it had only been a product of her imagination. Want some coffee? Billa asks. I made it extra strong today. I didn't answer her first question, or her second. How do I break the news about my mother? Billa had been just as terrorized by her as Jack and me. There has to be another option, like sending her to a retirement home. But it has to have high security, unlike the last one, which she escaped multiple times. I can imagine Billa breaking down, having to face that woman. Jack might be okay. He was relaxed around her when I first met him, but I can't trust her, not for a moment. And now I have to cancel my plans for the day to figure this out. Strong coffee it is. Billa answers my silence. She grabs a mug from the cabinet and pours me the dark drink. Milk? Sugar? Not today. Thanks. I take the cup, brushing my half-sister's cold hand, and sip the liquid energy. Is Ember here this morning? She asks. My niece. Right. The youngest human I'm responsible for. Well, mostly. Now that we've found her dad, she's been spending more time over there. Overnighters, dad and daughter dates, the works. They have 15 years of time to make up for, and they've been doing a good job of it. Heartache squeezes, but I ignore it. I don't have time to think about that. Not today. And now, once again, I'm forced to focus on my mother. I swear, even after the woman has joined Dad in the grave, she'll still find ways to ruin my life. Is that a horrible thing to think? No? Billa lifts a brow. Sorry, I'm so distracted this morning. I take a deep breath. I promise to fill you in tonight, or earlier. And yes, Ember is here, Okay. She turns back to the bacon. If I can find a place that will take my mother, I won't have to let Billa know what's going on. She'll never have to know. On the other hand, if I can't find somewhere else for my mother, I'll have to break the news, and Billa won't have long to process it. Maybe I should just tell her now. I clear my throat. I got a call from the jail this morning. She turns to me, her expression unreadable. Some of her long dark hair falls in front of her eyes, and she pulls it behind an ear. Did your mother get into trouble again? I lean against the counter and consider my wording. But really, no matter how I word it, the blow won't feel any less for her. She's being released, due to overcrowding. Billa drops the tongs. They bounce from the stovetop to the floor. Her intense dark eyes widen, and her face pales. Released to where? That's the question. I need to figure out where she's going to stay. Not here. Her hands shake. Believe me, I don't want her here any more than you do. Black smoke rises from the bacon. My sister and I both leap for the food. I pull away the pan as she turns off the stove. Where will she go? Billa asks. I'm hoping for a retirement center. Wasn't she supposed to be serving a life sentence? I pick up the tongs and toss them in the sink. That was the expected outcome of her trial. Now she's being released. What if the retirement centers won't take her? Then what? She's a liability. My breath hitches. Then she'll have to stay here. 2. Kenzie. I wave to Jack as he walks back to his counseling group with his favorite nurse. My older brother, who is twice my age and increasingly becoming more of the father I always wanted, is thriving in his sessions. Today they're going to paint landscapes, and that's one of his favorite activities. My smile fades once he's out of my line of vision. I'm no closer to figuring out what to do with my mother than earlier. After assuring Billa I'd find somewhere for my mother to stay, I'd called around the local retirement homes. They all gave me a hard no as soon as they heard the name Regina Brannon. The woman has quite the reputation in the town our family founded. Can I help you? Asks the receptionist. Yes. Please give this to Jack's doctor. It's important. I hand her an envelope. Inside is a note I wrote explaining the situation with our mother so the doctor can speak with Jack about it. I'd have emailed her, but sometimes she goes days without checking. This is urgent. Will do. The receptionist smiles before heading through a back door. I collapse onto a chair in the waiting room and look at my phone. Time is passing faster than normal. 5 o'clock will be here before I know it. No matter what happens, I'll have to pick her up, even if that means bringing her home. A shudder runs through me. Despite being in her 70s, an age where she should be harmless and give me nothing to worry about, my mother is exactly the opposite. She terrorized Ember and me after we moved into the family home that we'd thought had been abandoned for 5 years. Nobody had any idea my brother had been living in a hidden room all that time, or that my mother had been sneaking out of her retirement home with the help of the owner, Brannon money can buy anything in this town, to take care of Jack. She'd come in through a secret entrance all those years. The entrance was now sealed and the tunnel filled in. My biggest concern was what she would get away with if living back at the Brannon estate. She knows far more of the house's secrets than we do, and she'll use them all to her advantage. While she may not be a Brannon by blood, she's a Brannon through and through, just like my father and his father before him. Power-hungry, driven, and utterly without regard for anyone else. I rack my mind for another option, since the retirement homes are out of the question. Then I have it. The answer I need. My sister Claire had been an attorney. Someone in her office could offer me advice. Her co-workers all miss her and feel bad about her murder. It was one of them who had committed the crime. So one of them would surely be willing to help me out, if not for my sake, as Claire's sister, but for Ember, her daughter. I leap off the chair with a renewed sense of purpose. Claire's old office building isn't far from here. I could be speaking with one of her colleagues in 15 minutes. After climbing into my car, which my sister left to me in her will, I hurried to her former place of work. Once inside, I catch up with the receptionist. "Who did you come to see again?" she asks. "Anyone who has 15 minutes to answer a few questions." "I'm sure anyone would be happy to help." She taps on her keyboard and turns to the computer screen. "It looks like Ebony is free right now. Would you like me to ask her if she has a minute?" "That would be great. Thank you." She gestures for me to have a seat while she makes the call. I mindlessly flip through a fashion magazine until I see an article about Dayton Montgomery. My heart races. It surprises me to see his handsome, smiling face looking at me from the pages. As I skim the interview, I read his answers in his buttery English accent. It actually helps to calm me somewhat. He's hired me as his fake girlfriend, and I've been playing the part for a little over a month now. Oh, how things have changed. Before moving back up to the Seattle suburb from LA, I worked as a fake date for a different person every day. Until my first date with Dayton. I didn't think anything of it at the time. It didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. Some guys were richer than others, but Dayton was obviously on the upscale end of the spectrum. I also didn't realize nearly every aspect of my life would change that evening. It was on that date I got the call about Claire's supposed suicide and my new role as guardian for the niece I didn't know. And I never thought I'd see Dayton again. But, as fate would have it, he was starting a business here, near Seattle, with his cousin Marcel. The two of them are famous entrepreneurs, both likened to Bill Gates. If Dayton's face had been in fashion magazines prior to us meeting, I'd have known who he was on that first date. But I'd had no clue until he asked me to work exclusively for him and hired me directly instead of going through the agency. "Kenzie?" The receptionist's voice pulls me from my thoughts. "Ebony will see you now." "Great, thanks so much." I glance at Dayton's face one more time before returning the magazine to the side table. "She's 2 doors down from where Claire's office was." We exchange a sad smile before I head in the direction of my sister's old office. The last place she ever saw. Why do I always have to think about things in the darkest way possible? I find Ebony's door and knock. "Come in," calls a cheery alto voice. I push the door open and smile at the attorney, who looks more like she belongs in the fashion magazine I just put down than in an office poring over legal issues. "So good to see you, Kenzie." She motions for me to have a seat. "What brings you in?" I sit and make myself comfortable. "I have a quick, I hope, legal question. I can pay for your time." "What's on your mind?" She runs her fingers through her long, luxurious curls, then holds my gaze as I explain the story. Every so often, she stops to take notes. When I'm done, she says, "I remember Claire talking about your parents." She shakes her head in disbelief. "I wish I could say any of this surprises me." "Is there anything I can do?" I plead. "I don't want her living in the house. Not with any of us. Not after everything she's done." "I understand." Ebony types on her computer, studying whatever's on the screen. "And you've already spoken with the retirement homes in town?" "Each one. None will even consider her. Not for any price." "Has she been declared mentally incompetent? Or with having any sort of disability? I shake my head no. She's shrewd and sharp, managed to pull off the ruse of having dementia for 5 years. Ebony continues typing. Unless you can get her committed to a mental institution or find a home outside of town, I'm not sure what else you can do. Is she capable of living on her own? You mean, like in her own apartment or house? Exactly. I think of the hidden tunnel. Would she know of other ways to sneak into my house? If there are other secret entrances, she would have gladly kept those from me. Nothing could stop her from getting in the house if that's what she wants. It's a possibility. That might be your only option if you don't want her living with you. I can investigate legal loopholes. This isn't my area of expertise, but I can ask around. You do that? Ebony gives me a friendly smile. Gladly. It's like being able to do something for Claire. She was always helping everyone out and never asking for anything in return. This is the least I can do. Thank you so much. I give her my phone number before leaving. On the way to my car, I let my mind wander. My best option might be calling retirements outside of town. Having my mother rent her own place is out of the question. She'll find her way back to the Brannon house one way or another. I'll never be able to stop worrying about what she's up to or if she's sneaking in at night. I check the time, then head home. Jack and Billa are working on the new garden in the backyard. I don't want to bother them, so I head up to my room and start making calls. The refusals from the out-of-town facilities are every bit as emphatic as the ones from here. My mother's reputation stretches far and wide. Would renting her an apartment be such a bad idea? If it's far enough away, she wouldn't be able to get here on her own. Not easily. She wouldn't simply be able to hire a driving service or even a rideshare because she no longer has access to the family bank account. She forfeited that when she feigned dementia. Everything went to Claire, then to me. She preferred living a lie in a retirement home than facing time for her crimes. How could she be chosen as an inmate to be released? Just because she's older doesn't make her less dangerous. My crafty mother could kill again. There are plenty of ways to commit murder without using brute force. 3. Kenzie. After exiting my car, I check my reflection in my tinted window. I adjust my skirt and assess my makeup, nothing smudged, before setting the alarm, then walking toward the now familiar, tall, shiny building. It's where Dayton and his cousin have initially set up their business, though they're convinced they'll outgrow the structure soon enough. And they probably will. But this lunch date isn't about that. His grandmother is in town for his twins' upcoming wedding. I'm not sure if it's just their family at today's meal, but it wouldn't surprise me. They have so many gatherings to prepare for the wedding. Not that I'm complaining. It pays the bills and then some. So far, Dayton's managed to keep me out of the press. No pictures have been published of the two of us together, but the day of Emerson's wedding will likely change all of that. That's a worry for another day. The first time I stepped through the automatic door, I found myself in a grand entryway, clad in more marble than I'd thought existed in the world. Now I know better, though I'm no less impressed. Dayton rushes around the corner. I'm sorry I didn't meet you at your car. Couldn't get out of a virtual meeting. Some people love to hear themselves talk, and I was conversing with 3 of them. It's fine. No, it isn't. He takes my hand and kisses the back of it. You look lovely, by the way. Thanks. You look great, too. How are you? He discusses some business issues that go over my head as we head for the elevator. Once inside, Dayton presses the button for the 13th floor. Isn't that bad luck? I arch a brow. One corner of his mouth curves up.
I don't believe in luck, bad or good. I make my own future.
I start to respond, but the door opens on a different floor. His twin and fiancé step inside. Dayton and Emerson are wearing matching ties. We all share a chuckle. And before the conversation can move further, we arrive at our floor. Dayton leads us to a room set up with fancy table settings and equally impressive food. A few people bustle around, filling drinking glasses. I settle into my role as his girlfriend and chat with his relatives. His mom introduces me to her mother, a woman close to my own mother's age, but who has smile lines instead of frown lines. She wraps me in a warm hug and tells me how lovely it is to meet me. It's hard not to wish I could bring her home tonight instead of my own mother. I make my way around the room, talking with everyone and laughing at a few jests about when Dayton will pop the question. Finally, Emerson and Fiona ask everyone to be seated. After the first course, the twins' grandma rises and lifts her champagne glass. I'm so happy to see my Emerson settling down with Fiona. A woman as beautiful inside as out. May they have the happiest life possible. Everyone speaks their agreement and taps their glasses with those closest to them. Dayton's gaze lingers on mine for an extra moment as we toast to the happy couple. The rest of the lunch goes well, despite my mind constantly wandering back to my mother's rapidly approaching release. I keep wanting to check my phone to see if Ebony has texted me, but I stay in character and focus on my role as Dayton's girlfriend. By the time the meal ends, it's nearly 3. Only 2 hours until I have to pick up my mother. Dayton walks me to my car, then leans against it.
Is everything okay?
Was I not attentive enough in there? He squeezes my hand and smiles.
You were perfect. I just picked up an off vibe and wanted to check on you.
Relief washes through me. Oh, good. I have some family drama to deal with later today. It isn't anything you need to worry about.
Anything I can help with?
I hardly want to mention my mother's incarceration, even though he surely already knows. With his resources, he probably knows most of my secrets. Although, with any luck, my time spent in a mental facility as a child is sealed due to being a minor at the time. I would likely die of embarrassment if he found out about that. Dayton's still looking at me, expecting a response. I need to take care of something regarding my mother. She always makes things more difficult than they need to be.
Oh?
His brows twitch ever so slightly. My heart sinks. He knows. I sigh in defeat. She's being released into my care tonight, and I couldn't be less excited about it. But that's life, right? Family takes care of each other.
So, nothing you need assistance with?
He asks. Not unless you know of a home that will take someone with her, history. But I don't want to take any of your time. You have more than enough to worry about without adding my drama into the mix.
I'll see what I can find. If nothing else, I'll have my assistant look around. She's the most resourceful person I've ever met. That's why she's such an integral part of my team.
I shake my head. You don't have to. I'd feel bad. Dayton leans over and kisses my cheek.
Happy to help.
He glances at his wristwatch.
But I'd better get going. Another meeting in 5 minutes. That's my life these days, one after another.
He smiles.
Thank you for being a bright spot.
The compliment catches me off guard.
Good luck with your mother, he says. If Trista finds anything, she may contact you herself, given how busy I'm going to be the rest of the week.
He snaps his fingers.
Oh, that reminds me. Are you ready for tomorrow night? Again, I apologize, but I couldn't get you out of it. I hope my mother and aunts don't drive you nuts.
I give him a reassuring smile. They're wonderful, and I'm sure I'll have a great time at Fiona's bridal shower. I haven't been to many, so it'll be fun.
I've asked Trista to find you a gift you can bring. The only thing you need to think about is what to wear, and I'm afraid I won't be much help with that. I've never been to one of those.
He chuckles. No worries. Fashion is my thing. I'll pull together the perfect outfit.
Wonderful.
After we say goodbye, I pull out of the parking spot, already thinking about my mother again. I need to pick up my brother from his group therapy session, then break the news to him and my niece about the hopefully temporary addition to our household. My stomach knots. Ember won't be happy. She feels as betrayed by the woman as I do. I just hope she understands I've tried everything to find a new place for her. It's out of my hands. When I arrive to pick up Jack, I check my phone. There's a new text, but it isn't from Ebony. Ember.
Is Gma getting released?
My stomach twists even tighter. How could she have heard already? At least I won't have to worry about how to tell her now. Another text comes in. Ember.
Don't ignore me.
I take a deep breath and consider my wording, considering this isn't a conversation to be done over text messages. Kenzie. We'll talk at home.
Ember. It's true?
Kenzie. Sorry, talk soon. Gotta pick up Jack now.
Ember. I can't believe this.
Kenzie. Join the club. If only there was a way to return our membership cards for this club. But we're stuck with Regina Brannon.
4. Ember. The school bus ride feels especially bumpy today. Probably because I'm on edge. But seriously, who wouldn't be? My grandma, who spent the last third of my life pretending to have forgotten everything, is returning from jail to our house. I couldn't believe it when my teacher in my current events class told us about the early releases to alleviate overcrowding problems. I'm just glad most of the kids at school don't know about my grandma. The last thing I need is public humiliation on top of processing the news. Every time I think my life is returning to some form of normalcy, I'm proven wrong. This has been the worst year ever. I almost want to ask how it could get worse, but I don't dare. First, my mom was murdered by someone we trusted. Next, my aunt and I moved into our family's haunted house. She won't admit it's haunted, but it totally is. Then, my grandma forced her way back into our lives with more drama than a soap opera. Finally, she was arrested, and we have all been eagerly awaiting her life sentence. In the meantime, things seem to be turning around. I figured out who my dad is and got a boyfriend. Things were great, for a hot minute. Then, my boyfriend ended up being older than I thought, and worse, my first period teacher's assistant. We had to break up. At least things are still going well with my dad. He was thrilled to find out I'm his daughter. We've been making up for lost time ever since. But even that isn't without its issues. Before I dropped the news, he and Kenzie were dating. They were both so happy. Now they're not dating anymore. I wish they were, but they decided it would be best for me if they stopped seeing each other. Nobody asked me what I think. Like I said, worst year ever.
Squeal.
The bus stops in front of my house. Whispers sound from other kids, just like every other day. You'd think it would get old, but no. They love the juicy gossip of a haunted murder house. I wave to Asana and Manali, my only friends on the bus. They wave back. Those two have been inside. They know it isn't as bad as everyone says. Once I step onto the ground, I notice a group of neighbors gathered across the street. They're pointing and whispering. That's been going on since my grandpa's secret burial plot was discovered last month. I pull up my hood to block the rain, with the added benefit of being able to ignore them and head inside. Kenzie's car isn't parked out front, so I won't get answers yet about Grandma. But Uncle Jack's appointments aren't too far away, so they should be home soon. The real question is, how soon will Grandma be here? I make my way up the winding staircase and toss my bag in my room. The last thing I want to do is study. I won't be able to focus, so there's no point in trying. Instead, I go into the hall and look around. My gaze lands on the corridor leading to the room Grandma chose when she stayed here over the summer. She'd been acting weird about her armoire. I'd all but forgotten about it with everything else going on. Now is my only chance to have a look before she returns. I can't believe she's actually moving back in, but with the way this year is going, I shouldn't be surprised. A door slams not far away. I jump. My knees turn to rubber. I lean against the wall for support. I'm never going to adjust to this creepy house. Billa rounds the corner. The door was just her, not ghosts. Not this time. She gives me a sad smile. Even when she's happy, she seems melancholy. Her eyes give the feeling of holding on to a dark past. Probably things that happened here.
"Did you have a good day at school?" she asks.
It was fine.
"Still weird being in Luke's class?"
She steps closer, not quite reaching me. I shrug. I guess. I mean, yeah. But it is what it is. Can't change anything, right?
"Unless you still want to date him."
Her eyes hold a question. Doesn't matter what I want. It'd get him in trouble. She lifts a brow.
"Only if you get caught."
I don't want to risk it. Besides, my dad is a cop. Imagine his reaction.
"But it isn't like Luke is old, you know. He's only 18. Barely older than you."
A lump forms in my throat. Like I need reminding that if things were different, if he hadn't advanced through college early due to being homeschooled, we'd be able to keep seeing each other. It doesn't matter. Gretchen and I have been seeing those Australian twins I told you about. They're nice. She doesn't look like she believes me. I tug on my hair. Well, I gotta study. Billa nods, goes into the movie room, then turns on the TV. I breathe a sigh of relief. She is so intense. Instead of returning to my room to study, I tiptoe down the hall, holding my breath as if that'll help me avoid the creaky floorboards. The rarely used hallway gives me the chills. I don't know when it's creepier, at night or during the day. At least when it's dark, I can't see the portraits hanging on the walls. Some of the people in them seem to watch me as I walk. I swear, their eyes follow me. But when I took a video, nothing looked unusual. I try to ignore them until I get to the back corner, where the second biggest bedroom is located. It's huge, like a hotel suite, because it was designed to be used by families of house guests. My grandparents told me back in the old days, whole families would travel and visit for extended periods, even months at a time. No wonder the huge guest room is so far away from everything else. I'd want my space too. When I reach the room, I stare at the closed door, my heart racing. It feels like I'm about to do something wrong. But how is this room different from any other in the house? The things inside belong to someone who used to live here. But she will soon be back. And it's worth noting some of the residents of other ignored rooms appear to have never left. A chill runs down my spine at the thought. Slam! I gasp. That wasn't far away, and I can't feel a breeze from any open windows. It's too cold anyway. Halloween is almost here, and the warmth of the summer is long gone. There isn't much time. I need to get in and out. Once Grandma is here, I won't be able to find out what she's hiding, if anything. I hold back a laugh at that thought. She's hiding so much, it couldn't all fit into that armoire. Not even close. Hand shaking, I reach for the doorknob. Twist. Push the door. Creak! After stepping in, I turn on the light. It flickers for a moment, buzzes, then shines at full wattage, brightening even the corners. I look around. It's all as Grandma left it. The air is stuffy, as though the room has been hanging on to the summer's heat, while the rest of the house has gotten chilly. Before creeping to the armoire, I wander through the room. Grandma has decorated it with the family pictures she had in the memory care facility. When she was staying there, nobody had guessed she actually remembered the people in the photos. Finally, I stop in front of the armoire. For a moment, it makes me imagine that if I step inside, I'll enter a whole new world. That might not be too far from the truth, depending on what I find. What is my grandmother hiding in here? My breath hitches as I stare down the handle. Will my life change forever, again, after I open the doors? Or will there be nothing other than clothes inside? Unlikely. There's only one way to find out, and I need to do it quickly. If Kenzie finds me in here, she might tell me to mind my own business. I reach for the handle. Pause. Tug on it. It doesn't budge. I try again. Nothing. Then I try both handles. Neither move. It's locked. There has to be a key in this room. Grandma wouldn't have taken it to jail with her. They probably didn't let her keep anything. I hurry over to the nightstand, open the top drawer, makeup, brushes, and a lighter. I move things around. No key. There isn't one in the next drawer either. Footsteps sound behind me. Ember! Grandma? I whip around. Nope, just Kenzie. My imagination got away from me again. I step away from the drawer. Kenzie comes in and puts a hand on my shoulder. I'm not upset. You're smart to go through her things before she comes back. Who knows what she's hiding? Why did you say my name like that? I take a deep breath. I was worried. Billa thought you were in your room, but I couldn't find you. You didn't hear me calling or respond to my texts. I grab my pockets, finding them empty. My phone's in my bag. She motions toward the hall. We need to talk this over with Billa and Jack. This affects all of us. Isn't there somewhere else she could go? I plead. Back to that retirement home? Kenzie shakes her head. None of them will take her. My heart sinks. She's moving in here for good? I'm not saying that. If there's another option, we'll find it. But for the time being, she's back. Can I stay with Graham? The words fly out of my mouth before I have a chance to process them. A hurt expression crosses her face. Guilt stings. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I don't want to abandon you all when you need me. She shakes her head. I can't blame you. It may be better, given what she's capable of. If you want to call him, go ahead. Like I've said, I won't ever keep you from him. He's your dad. But I do need to speak with Jack and Billa. She spins around and leaves. I sink onto the bed and sigh. As bad as I feel about leaving the three of them to deal with Grandma on their own, I don't hate the idea of staying away while she's here. 5. Kenzie. Billa is rocking back and forth on the other end of the couch. Jack is staring off into space, not indicating how he feels about our mother's return. I check the time.
Less than a half hour before I have to leave if I'm going to pick up my mother before she's kicked to the street. Not that I doubt her ability to defend herself in the rougher part of town or to find her way here. She'd have an easier time of it than any of us. Billa turns to me. Is there nowhere else you can take that woman? I wish. What about a homeless shelter? Seems that would work. Creak! I turn to the doorway. Ember stands there, chewing on her lip. Are you okay? I ask. She nods. Is Graham coming to get you, or do you need me to drop you off on the way to the jail? About that. Her voice trails off. She sits between Billa and me, but looks at me. Sorry about what I said before. I'm feeling freaked out. I mean, I love Grandma, but everything she did makes me nervous. What's she going to do next? I glance at Billa, who's still rocking. I think we're all on edge. Ember turns to my brother. Uncle Jack, how are you doing? He turns to her. About Mama moving in again? She nods. Do I have to go back to my old room? No, Ember and I both say quickly. He looks a little confused for a moment before sighing. Then it'll be nice to see her again. At least one of us can see the bright side. I meet everyone's gaze one at a time. We need a plan of action. Billa pulls on her hair. You heard my idea. Homeless shelter. I'm not sure that'd work, given she can stay with us. Even so, she'd find her way back here. I've got one of Claire's co-workers looking into options, and Dayton's assistant is even supposed to do some digging. If there's another option, one of them will find it. Billa scoots closer to me. To find a retirement home that would take her? Yeah, but I don't know how far her reputation extends. None of the facilities in town will take her. Adjoining towns may have heard of her too. Ember snaps her fingers. I have an idea. What about renting an apartment for her? Then she'd have her own place. She wouldn't be locked up, but she also wouldn't be here with us. She can't get in anymore. Not without us letting her in. We hope. I sigh. What if there's another secret entrance we don't know about? Ember frowns. But if she has her own apartment, would she really care about coming here? She'd be free and on her own. It's something to look into, but not something I can set up tonight. These things involve paperwork and probably a background check. I try to remember what I filled out before renting my studio in LA, but can't recall. It feels like a lifetime ago. Billa wraps her arms tightly around herself. Send her to a mental facility, like she did to you. That's karma in action. Jack frowns. What are you thinking about? I ask him. It was bad of her to keep me in that room. I reach over our niece and pat his arm. Yes, it was. Very bad. Is that why she was sent away? He squeezes the arm of the couch. In part, yes. He looks deep in thought for a moment. What else did she do? It had something to do with our Uncle Jack, your namesake. My real dad. I hesitate. She told you? Yeah, he was a bad man. I don't have to be like him. She raised me better than that. Don't worry, you're nothing like him. Wait, Billa says. Jack's dad was our dad's brother? He's not Dad's son? Welcome to the Brannon family. I lean back and wring my hands together. She starts to say something, but stops and shakes her head. My thoughts exactly. I turn to Ember. To clarify, You're not going to Graham's tonight? She shakes her head.
We're in this together.
I appreciate that, but I understand if you'd rather be there.
I would, but we're family. You couldn't get rid of me if you tried.
I give her a hug, and she returns the embrace. She's really come a long way since I first arrived in town. Then I turn to Billa and Jack. I need to go get Mother. I'll pick up some takeout on the way back. Billa jumps up. No, I'll cook. It'll be a good distraction. You sure? Absolutely. You want to help, Jack? He nods.
Yeah, I think I need a distraction too.
I turn to Ember. What about you? Will you be studying?
I'm going with you.
What? No. I think it's best if you stay here. My niece chews on her lip again.
What? Nothing. I need to brush my hair.
She runs from the room. I exchange a confused glance with Billa. What was that about? She shrugs. No idea. So, about dinner. Anything your mom is allergic to? Why? You planning on cooking something she can't have? No, but now that you mention it, that isn't a half-bad idea. I snicker. She's always had a stomach of steel. Maybe it's from all those years eating the special food from the garden. Billa makes air quotes as she says special food. She and Jack get up, then go downstairs. My stomach twists at the thought of the garden. I grew up eating those fruits and vegetables. I grab my purse from my room. Out of habit, I check my reflection. Not that I particularly care how I look at the jail, or what my mother thinks. She'll nitpick something no matter what I look like. I knock on Ember's open door. See you soon.
Sure.
She gives me a guilty smile from her vanity. What? I pause. Nothing. Her tone tells me she's definitely hiding something. I don't have the emotional bandwidth to deal with teenage drama, so I go downstairs without another word and say goodbye to my brother and sister, who are already pulling food onto the kitchen counter. When I open the front door, Graham is leaning against the house, tapping his thumbs on his phone's screen. My heart skips a beat and then thunders. My face burns. He's as gorgeous as ever, maybe more so. I resist the urge to run my hands through his hair and breathe in his rugged scent. I clear my throat. He glances up.
Oh, I didn't hear you come out.
I, wasn't expecting to see you. Are you here to pick up Ember? She said she was staying here. Graham shakes his head.
I'm here to go with you to pick up your mom.
You are? More heat floods my cheeks. Why? How did you know? One corner of his mouth curves up.
How do you think?
I peek inside. Ember stands at the top of the staircase, but disappears as soon as I see her.
She thought you could use the company,
Graham says.
She said my presence as a detective would be good for your mother.
He frowns.
But you didn't know about this?
Ember must have forgotten to mention it, with everything going on. He shoves his phone in his jacket pocket. It's the black leather one that really shows off his muscular physique. The one that makes it impossible for me not to stare. Graham holds my gaze.
Do you want me to go with you? I didn't realize she hadn't spoken with you. I don't have to escort you.
I close the door. It's fine. A good idea, really. Ember's a smart kid. He nods, a look of pride shining in his eyes.
She really is.
As we head down the walkway, I remote unlock my car.
"Let's take mine," he says. "You have enough on your mind without worrying about traffic."
I'm surprised to realize what a load off my shoulders that is. I press the button on my key fob. After the horn beeps and the lights flash, I turn to him. Thank you. Graham gives me his heart-melting smile, his dimple appearing.
"My pleasure."
He unlocks his car and opens the passenger door for me. I settle into the seat. The car smells of his cologne, but not in an overpowering way. It makes my heart ache for what could have been. My mind wanders to the times he held my hand, my gaze, me. Not to mention when he leaped in front of a bullet to save me, without a vest on. He gets into the driver's seat and starts the engine.
"How are you holding up?"
My voice catches in my throat. Is he asking about our decision to stop seeing each other? He pulls onto the road.
"It has to be a shock having her released."
Oh, my mother. Right. Shock doesn't begin to describe it. I never thought I'd have to see her again, and now she's moving back in. It doesn't make any sense.
The overcrowded system is a real problem. It's unfortunate that you and Ember have to deal with this. Do you feel safe with her in your house?
What if I don't? Will the jail keep her?
No, but I can help you look into other options.
That'd be great. A thought strikes me. She hasn't gone through her trial yet. Will she still go through it? Or are they dropping all charges because of her age?
The state penitentiary will have room for her, so the trial goes on. But I'm not familiar with her particular case.
Or a mental facility? I ask. Could she be sent to one of those? I wouldn't object.
That's another possibility, but she seems too sharp to be declared insane from my brief interactions with her.
I take a deep breath. The woman spent 5 years faking dementia while sneaking out of the facility to check on the son she kept locked up for decades. She's certifiable. He stops at a light and gives me a compassionate glance.
Like I said, someone who could pull that off has their full mental capacity intact. An insanity plea wouldn't even be considered.
But she's crazy! Who does that?
I understand your grief, but it's a criminal case, not mental.
He reaches for my arm, but then snaps his hand back, turns his attention to the road again, clears his throat. My chest tightens. I hate this. Nobody should be forced to be around someone after a breakup. But I never meant to fall for the guy who fathered my niece. Silence settles between us and lingers as we near the town jail, where the local criminals are held prior to their trials and being sent to a prison. I watch the scenery, trying to think of anything other than the detective 2 feet away. 6. Ember. The rain weaves patterns on the old window, giving me the perfect distraction from my homework. Not that I need help finding other things to focus on. I can't stop wondering what Graham and Kenzie are talking about. Did they pick up Grandma yet? What will things be like once she moves back in? My life is in turmoil again, but I have to act like it's not. What I want is for my new dad and my aunt to stop using me as an excuse to not see each other. Then for us to figure out what to do with my grandma. I really don't want to see her again. Not after what I've learned about her lies. Actually, I can't help thinking she must be hiding more. People who can live a lie don't usually have just 1 or 2 secrets. The only good I can see coming from this situation is we might learn more about this house. Maybe. It won't be easy. She'd rather make up stories to protect her reputation, or maybe Grandpa's, or someone else's, than to tell us anything. Sighing, I get up and look out the window. Even from up here, I can see the raindrops splashing as they hit the ground. It started pouring not long after Kenzie left, and it doesn't seem like it's going to let up anytime soon. Uncle Jack and Billa should be done with the meal. Maybe I should see what they're doing. It's not like I can focus on my studies on a night like this. As I turn for the door, my phone lights up with a text. I check it, just in case it's from Kenzie or Graham. It isn't. Just something from Gretchen about a Halloween dance with the Australian twins, Wilhelm and Jacob. Wilhelm is her boyfriend, and I've been hanging out with Jacob. I'm not sure if we're a couple. Gretchen sure believes so. And maybe she'd know. The four of us have been spending a lot of time together. But the twins and the party aren't things I want to think about now. I'm probably the only one at school who doesn't care about Halloween. I have enough spookiness in my real life. There isn't anything a fake scary holiday can offer me. Another text comes in. Obviously she wants an answer. The girl has no patience, but I wouldn't have her any other way. I send her a quick text saying a party sounds like fun. Dots dance immediately, showing that she's replying.
Gretchen, you'll host?
I nearly drop my phone. Ember. What? I didn't say that.
Gretchen, that's what I asked.
I read over her previous texts, and sure enough, she had. I'd just missed it in my skimming. Ember. It won't work. Too much going on here. My phone rings. It's her. I should have known better than to wish for a distraction. Now that she has the idea in her mind, she won't let go. I accept the call. It can't happen.
Why not?
I can hear her pouting over the line. I told you about my grandma.
So? She probably won't even be awake when we have the party. You know how old people are. They go to bed at like 7.
She just got released from jail. Kids' parents aren't going to want them coming over here.
Nobody's worried about an 80-year-old woman.
I collapse onto my bed. She's in her 70s.
Same difference. Come on, Em. Your house is the absolutely perfect place for the party. It has the reputation of being haunted, and it has that huge dance room. It's just begging to be used. I heard it asking the last time I was over.
What?
I'm kidding. But not about you hosting. I'll help, of course.
I'd have to ask Kenzie, and she'll probably say no. Plus, it might freak out Uncle Jack. I'm not even sure he knows what Halloween is. And Billa's pretty jumpy too. I can't see her liking the idea. Maybe this is something we can think about for senior year.
Senior year?
Gretchen exclaims.
No way! This is our year. People don't hate us anymore. We have to jump on this now.
My stomach knots. There isn't much time to plan.
Leave that to the twins and me. What do you say?
I'll ask Kenzie.
Really?
My best friend squeals.
You will?
Yes, but I probably can't do it tonight. Did you catch the part about my grandma coming home from jail? Things are going to be crazy around here.
Actually, the more I think about it, having her there for the party is even better. She's creepy all on her own. She'll add to the atmosphere.
I groan. The thought of my classmates in the house makes me shudder. Even if we tried to keep the party just in the dance hall, and that's a big if, kids would wander. The whole town is curious about the notorious Brannon house. Now that I'm less of a social outcast, people ask me about it all the time. More so since it's October. Everyone is thinking about ghosts and hauntings.
Hello,
Gretchen says.
Are you still there?
I'll have an answer for you by the weekend. How does that sound?
Perfect! You're the best, Emmy!
She hasn't called me that since we were little. You might want to have a backup plan. With everything else going on in this family, the answer is likely to be no.
Don't worry. We'll find a way to convince your aunt.
My stomach twists more. I can't imagine Uncle Jack or Billa being up to having a big party full of high schoolers. Gretchen rambles on about party ideas, but I can't focus. I don't know how I can help plan a party when I can't even keep up with a simple conversation. Thankfully, she's winding down because she wants to call the twins. I'm off the hook, for now. Car tires slosh over the drenched driveway outside. My breath hitches. Kenzie and Graham are back with Grandma. I gotta go, I interrupt. Kenzie's here with my grandma.
Ask her about the party. Bye!
Gretchen ends the call. The party is the least of my concerns. Will Grandma be so thrilled to be out of jail that she'll be pleasant and happy to see us? Or will she have become more hardened by her time behind bars? I peek outside and see 3 figures walking toward the house. Graham is holding an umbrella over Kenzie and Grandma. My heart races. Although I'd love to be a chicken and hide under my covers, I can't do that. I creep over to my door and step into the hall. My feet cement themselves to the floor, but I manage to walk to the staircase. Billa and Uncle Jack are in the TV room, watching a movie. I poke my head. She's here. His eyes widen.
I'm going to bed early. Say goodnight to everyone for me.
Frowning, she turns off the movie, then rushes down the hall toward her room. A door slams shut. I turn to Uncle Jack. What about you? I should see Mama. He rises. The front door creaks open. My uncle appears next to me. Let's do this together. I give him a relieved smile. That sounds great. We walk down the stairs side by side. His labored breathing tells me his nerves are as wrought as mine are. At least we're in this together. We're family. Just a few months ago, I'd been an orphan. I didn't think my estranged aunt would show up to raise me, but now here I am with 2 aunts and an uncle. Plus, now my grandma is back from the depths of fake dementia. I stop at the bottom of the staircase, not having enough nerve to approach them. Graham helps Kenzie and Grandma take off their coats, and he shakes them off outside before hanging them on the coat rack. He turns to my aunt. Do you need anything else? She glances over at her mom, starts to say something, but closes her mouth and shakes her head.
Thanks so much for the ride.
My pleasure. He turns to me. How are you, kiddo? I find myself without words, so I wrap my arms around him. He squeezes me and whispers in my ear. Do you want to stay here tonight? Suddenly, I want to run. I don't know what I want. You're always welcome with me. I found a headboard that matches the vanity you picked out. I look up at him. You did? He nods. I'm not trying to bribe you. It's whatever you want. And I know this, Graham nods toward my grandma, is rather shocking. That's the understatement of the year. I glance over at her. She's looking at Uncle Jack, probably finding it strange seeing him out of the room she forced him to stay in for so many years. Her hair looks whiter than I remember. One eye is cloudy, and her face is even more wrinkled. The time behind bars has aged her. Could it have humbled her, too? I almost dare not hope. Graham kisses the top of my head and steps toward the open door. I'd better get going. Busy day tomorrow. He gives me a questioning glance. I nod and step toward Kenzie, letting him know I'm staying and feel good about the decision. Mostly. We all say goodbye before he disappears behind the closed door. Grandma runs her fingers through her hair.
Is there something to eat in this house? I need some real food.
Uncle Jack looks hurt, probably because she hasn't said anything to him. She hasn't said anything to me either, but it doesn't surprise me. I clear my throat. Have you seen Jack, Grandma? He's doing such a good job of helping take care of the house. And he's been making friends with...
It's time to eat.
She spins around and marches toward the kitchen. Her head is bobbing back and forth slightly, like she can't control it well enough to keep it still. Or is that an act too? I give my uncle a sympathetic smile. Don't take it personally. He squares his shoulders as he strolls down the hall. Kenzie glances at him and back at me. I lift a brow. She leans close to me.
This is going to be interesting. I wonder if he'll stand up to her.
He doesn't have a mean bone in his body.
Doesn't mean he can't stand up for himself after what she's done to him. And his doctor went over some coping skills with him this afternoon.
It almost makes me wish I had an appointment with my counselor this week.
Did you want me to set you up with an extra appointment?
She asks, as if reading my mind. No, I'll be fine. At least, I hope so.
7. Kenzie. Good night, Mother. Stay in bed and sleep tight.
She glowers at me from underneath her covers.
I'm not a child that you need to chide into obedience.
I give her a knowing look.
We both know what you're capable of. Remember what we talked about on the way home.
Mother folds her arms.
I cannot believe I'm being parented by my child, and the youngest at that.
I wish it didn't have to be that way. Trust me.
Good night.
She furrows her unruly eyebrows. Surely she hates having been forced to let herself go like that. At the retirement home, the nurses helped a little with general beauty maintenance, and I wouldn't be surprised if Mother secretly had some work done on top of that. I square my shoulders.
Don't try anything.
Your staying here is conditional. One wrong move and you'll be staying somewhere else.
You've made yourself abundantly clear, though you seem to have forgotten that this is my house.
Legally, it's mine. And because of your dementia, I'm also in charge of you. You've made your bed, and now you need to lie in it.
I said good night.
Good night, Mother. I hold her gaze a moment before closing the door behind me, tempted to lock her in. But I want to give her a chance to prove herself. Hopefully I don't end up regretting that decision. I push that thought aside and make my way back to the main part of the second floor, checking the other locks along the way. I may be keeping her room unlocked, but I'm not taking chances with any of the unused rooms. I'm merely testing her trustworthiness at this point. Jack's room is dark. I peek inside and find him sleeping. He barely said anything to Mother all evening. Not that I can blame him. Now he understands what she did to him. If he wasn't the gentle giant he is, I might worry about her safety. But he wouldn't hurt a fly. Or a vindictive old crone. Light shines under Ember's door. I start to knock, but freeze before making contact with the door. Click, click. I spin around. Can't see anything in the dim light. The night lights don't do much beyond keeping us from tripping on the way to the bathroom at night. Creak, groan. That sounds like the old ducks, but I still don't know what the clicking was. Ember would say ghosts. My bet is on my mother. I wait, expecting to see her, but don't hear or see anything. After a few more moments, I turn back to my niece's door. Click. I whip around. Still can't see anything. No shadows, no movement. I take a deep breath and shove all other thoughts from my mind. Yes, I've experienced some weird things in this house. Scary, even. But since the police dug up those bones last month, it's been quiet. Except for the creaks and groans of the pipes. And the doors closing on their own. Doors that should be locked. But that's normal for this place. Click. But not that. Ignoring the chill running down my back,
I march down the hall the same way I came. Still can't see anything in the dim light. Can't hear anything else either. If only I could ignore the goose flesh prickling my arms. I take a deep breath, hold it until I reach my mother's room. The light is back on. She's gotten up against what I told her, despite the warnings Graham gave her on the way home. Although I'm tempted to fling open the door and surprise her, I wait. Listen. Nothing. Does she know I'm standing out here? That's impossible. I didn't make a sound, careful to avoid the creaky floorboards. Could she have a way to see my movements? There can't be hidden cameras. I had the crew who installed the highest tech security system look for anything like that she may have installed without my knowledge. They'd found nothing. I'm giving my mother too much credit. Or am I? I knock quickly and enter before she has a chance to respond. She's standing at her armoire. Her eyes widen, and she slams it shut. What are you doing here? What are you doing up? I'm a grown woman in my own room, in my own house, despite what you claim. Paperwork means nothing. I'm the eldest Brannon, thus this home belongs to me. You're only here because of jail overcrowding. A lot of people are looking for alternate places for you to stay. I narrow my eyes. She harumphs. I can't believe you do this to your own flesh and blood. I lean against the doorframe. I wish I didn't have to. You don't. Don't I? I lift a brow. She scowls. Of course not. I'm your mother. You keep saying that like it means something. I gave you life. Labored for hours. You gave me more trouble than any of your siblings, and continued with that the rest of your life. You've been determined to make me miserable since your conception. Now it's since my conception? I scoff. Her eyes narrow. I told you to leave me alone. I step inside and hold her gaze. Things are different now, Mother. We all know what you did to Jack, my brother and my uncle. Despite what you wish, I do own the house and property. Your precious Claire left it all to me. Too bad you didn't see that coming in your big dementia charade. We stare each other down before she finally speaks. Let's strike a deal. Are you in any position to be offering me a deal? This house is big enough for us to leave each other alone. Let's do that. You live your life, and I'll live mine. It'll work nicely, especially since I'm stuck all the way back here. Stuck? I exclaim. You're free from jail. Not only that, you've always wanted this room. Now you have it, but don't expect it to last. Do you think I'm going back to jail? Not even they want me. They don't see you as a threat. But I know better. Her expression stiffens. I know what you're capable of, and I'm not going to let my guard down for a moment. And if you try anything at all, I'm calling the cops. If you re-offend, they're going to look at you differently. Trust me on this. So now I'm a prisoner in my own home again. She sighs dramatically. It's like I've inherited 2 teenagers, but the other one is a lot more reasonable. Mother, you were never a prisoner here. Just ask your son. He can tell you what being held captive is actually like. That was for his own good. And I think if anyone knows about being a prisoner, it's me. I shake my head. It wasn't for his own good. Jack's been thriving since you went to jail. Did you hear him talking earlier? He's putting together well-thought-out sentences. far more complex than anything he said before. He may have had a hard start to life, having been deprived of some oxygen, but it isn't as bad as you've made it out to be. With you gone, he's been doing better than ever. Just think of the life you've stolen from him. He could have married, had kids. It would have been possible. But you stole his life from him. Get out of my sight! She points to the door, her wrinkled arm shaking. You'd better be on your best behavior quickly. That's not a threat. It's the truth. One wrong move, and you're out. We have plenty of options. Back to jail, an apartment, a mental facility, a homeless shelter. Endless alternatives. She gasps. You wouldn't dare. Wouldn't I? I take a step closer. You seem to forget you had me committed to a mental facility at 5 years old. 5, Mother! And for what? To make me believe a lie? Do you know how badly that messed with my head? How much that has affected me my entire life? I haven't been able to trust my own thoughts. Not until I realized the truth. I'd been right about Billa the whole time. She leans against the armoire, her mouth pinched tight. Billa wasn't an imaginary friend. No, she's alive and well. We both are, despite your best efforts to destroy us. She's living here as a welcome family member. You'd do well to remember that. Treat her well, or you'll have to deal with me. That girl is good for nothing other than... She's more of a Brannon than you ever will be. And you'd better treat her like it. You don't want to see me angry. Get away from me. Her face is flushed now, and she points to the door again. As I leave, she mutters something about everyone trying to push her down. I march to my room, now too upset to see how Ember's doing, like I was going to do. It's just as well. Her light is off now. I need to try to get some sleep, but I don't know how I'll get any rest, knowing my mother is free to roam the house at will. 8. Ember. Don't forget to ask her. Manali holds my gaze. I rise from the stiff school bus seat. I won't. It's going to be the best Halloween party ever, Asana squeals. If my aunts agree, I say. Not to mention my uncle and grandma. Don't get your hopes up. Asana and Manali turn to the window to look at my house. It looks even spookier in the pouring rain. Text us with the good news. Manali gives me a knowing look. I will, as soon as I have an answer. I hurry off the bus and ignore the glaring neighbors as I make my way to the porch. Why in the world would they be outside in the rain? Just to glower at me? At least I have other things to think about. This morning, after Gretchen found out I hadn't asked Kenzie about the party, she told our friends about her idea. They are all excited and now expect the party to happen. The house has always been such a mystery to everyone at school, and the thought of being able to come inside on Halloween has everyone thrilled beyond belief. I've already had Asana and Manali over multiple times, but each time was for an afternoon visit. In other words, in the daylight. Only Gretchen has spent the night, and the house has always been completely silent. She's itching to experience something weird, something ghostly. And when better than Halloween? She could very well get what she wants. But even if Kenzie says no to the party, which I fully expect, maybe she'll agree to a sleepover. Gretchen, Manali, and Asana would probably be just as happy with that as a huge party open to everyone. They might even like a small gathering better. My heart races at the thought. It would actually be fun to take a small group of my closest friends through the secret entrance to the basement, or to sneak upstairs without being heard. I have a smile on my face by the time I step inside the house. Did you have a good day at school finally? Kenzie asks. I jump.
I didn't see you there.
I was just returning a tray of your grandmother's food to the kitchen.
I kick my shoes off.
She still won't come out of her room?
This morning during breakfast, it was Kenzie, Billa, Uncle Jack, and me, just like before Grandma's arrival last night. My aunt shakes her head.
How long is she planning on staying there?
No idea. Maybe I actually did get through to her about being on her best behavior. And since we all know she's incapable of that, she must be staying back there to keep from getting into trouble.
Is she okay?
I ask.
Have you been checking on her?
Yes, she's been sleeping a lot. I suppose she didn't get a lot of rest in jail.
I wouldn't know.
She laughs.
Me neither.
I need to get back upstairs. Still figuring out my accessories for tonight.
Another fake date with Dayton?
Not this time. It's his future sister-in-law's bridal shower.
Oh, that's tonight?
Yep. Sorry to leave you here with Grandma so soon after her arrival. If she acts up, text me. I'll keep my notifications on.
Uncle Jack and Billa will be here. We'll be fine.
Kenzie frowns. Hopefully we can figure out another living situation for her before the end of the month.
Oh,
that reminds me. My aunt gives me a questioning look.
You're going to think this is crazy.
Uh-oh.
What do you think of a Halloween party here?
Here? She repeats. At the house?
Yeah. All my friends are so curious about the house.
And you think the time to have people over is on Halloween, of all days?
It was Gretchen's idea, but everyone loves it.
Of course. She taps the railing of the staircase, looking deep in thought.
But if you hate that idea, maybe I could have a few friends here for a sleepover instead. We could watch scary movies after going to a party somewhere else. That would work too.
It's such short notice. Just over a week.
Everyone probably has plans.
You think people wouldn't drop what they're doing to come to a Halloween party at the notorious Brannon house?
Kenzie meets my gaze, and a look of excitement in her eyes makes me tense. I'm almost afraid to ask what she's thinking.
What?
I love the idea of a party.
My stomach flips.
You do?
It's perfect now that I think about it. With so many people curious about the house, we should welcome them in. Kind of like an open house. And on Halloween. It's fitting for this place and its reputation. And it'll also help our nosy neighbors see we're just normal, friendly people.
You want to have a party? Really?
Her eyes light up.
It'll be fun to plan. We'll have to make sure most of the doors are locked to keep snoopers out, but we may as well put the ballroom to use. It was made to have people over, and it's languished for decades. I've never seen it used for a party.
Never? You didn't have any birthday parties in there?
She shakes her head.
Never.
I don't know what to say. I'd been sure she'd shoot down the idea.
What I'd failed to consider is her love for social gatherings. She had been a party girl in LA before moving back here to parent me. She's probably been waiting all these months for just this opportunity.
My aunt wraps her arms around me.
What a great idea. You'll have to thank Gretchen for me. I can't wait to begin planning, but that'll have to wait until after the bridal shower. Brainstorm with your friends, then let me know what you come up with. This is going to be so much fun!
I stare dumbfounded as she practically skips up the stairs. A text comes in.
Gretchen, ask your aunt.
Ember, she just said yes.
Gretchen, for real?
Ember, she said to thank you for the idea.
Gretchen, this is awesome!
Ember, yep. I ignore her flood of texts as I take in the news. We're actually going to have a Halloween party here. What have I gotten myself into? But then another thought strikes me. I can invite Graham. This is the perfect opportunity to get him and Kenzie back together. Maybe I could convince them to wear matching costumes. Separately, of course. Then they'll have to dance together at the party. Maybe the Halloween party really is a good idea. And I have a lot of work to do. Good thing it's the weekend. I can start planning right away and think about homework later.
Slam!
That sounded like a door downstairs. I've never heard doors close on their own down there.
Slam! Slam!
Could the house be unhappy about the idea of a party?
Slam!
My heart sinks. Or maybe it's not a door at all. It could be Uncle Jack or Billa down the hall, cleaning or going through things. That's what I'm going with. I race up the stairs and try to push the thoughts from my mind. Before I enter my room, a prick of guilt stings. I should check on my grandma. She's probably lonely and hasn't seen anyone all day, other than Kenzie dropping off food, if my aunt even has contact with her for that. They both may leave the tray outside the bedroom door. Even though she thoroughly deserves everyone's disdain, she's still my grandma, and I'm sure Mom would want me to check on her. I toss my bag onto my bed and trudge down the hall toward Grandma's room.
Creak, creak, creak.
The tone of the noise is higher pitched than the creaks I'm used to hearing in the house. And this is also rhythmic rather than random.
Creak, creak, creak.
Hairs raise on the back of my neck, and I try to ignore them. The sounds are probably just my grandma. She's the only one in this portion of the home, and the new noises have only started since her arrival. That's the story I'm going with.
Creak, creak, creak.
I knock and wait for her reply. Then I knock again and tell her it's me. Still nothing. Are you okay, Grandma? Silence. My heart skips a beat. What if something's wrong? My thought to check on her could have been a premonition. I fling open the door.
Creak, creak, creak.
Grandma sits on a rocking chair, back and forth, back and forth. She doesn't turn my way, doesn't flinch. Simply stares straight ahead. At her armoire. I creep inside. Grandma? Her only response is her continual rocking. No indication that she's even aware of my presence. Grandma! Her fists tighten around the armrest. At least that's something. What are you doing? I step closer. She only rocks back and forth. Doesn't even blink. I stand between her and the wardrobe. Grandma leaps up.
Out! Get out of my room!
It's me, Ember.
Go!
She points with a shaky, wrinkled finger. I run out, barely remembering to close the door.
9. Kenzie.
My hair looks perfect, but I add extra hairspray for good measure. Then I dab on a touch more blush, another spray of perfume. I've done all I can, and I still have 10 minutes before my ride gets here. I told Dayton I could drive, but he wouldn't hear anything of it. He felt bad about me needing to go to the bridal shower and insisted on paying for my ride to and from. Since I have a few extra minutes, I hurry to my mother's room to remind her to be good. As far as I know, she still hasn't left her bedroom, other than to use the connected bathroom. I've been bringing her food like the servants of the old days. I don't mind as long as she continues to stay out of everyone's way. So far, so good. It's almost like it was before her return. Almost. I knock quickly before entering, not giving her a chance to hide. She's staring at her armoire.
What do you want? I thought you had one of your paid dates.
I'm going to a bridal shower, Mother. Do you remember that? Her nose wrinkles.
Of course I do, Mackenzie.
She's calling me by my given name just to irritate me. I haven't gone by that since I was small. Everyone else is still here, I remind her. And both the detective and I are only a phone call away. I'm aware of that. So you'll continue with your good behavior? Her mouth forms a straight line. Will you? I don't have any other choice, do I? Not unless you want to end up residing somewhere else. You may leave my sight. I hold back a snicker. I'm waiting. Enjoy your evening, Mother. She doesn't respond. I spin around and leave, closing the door behind me. Hopefully she complies. So far, neither Ebony nor Graham have found anywhere I can put her. Some places have wait lists, and it might just come down to that. In my room, I gather my things, making sure I have Fiona's gift. It was delivered to me today, already wrapped and ready for the bride-to-be. As I make my way downstairs, Ember opens the door. Gretchen bounds in.
Heya!
Hi there, I say. I didn't realize you were coming over. Are you spending the night? I throw a questioning glance at my niece.
Yep.
Our house guest drops an overstuffed backpack at her feet to prove her point. Ember closes the door. You told me to start planning the party with her. It's fine. I turn to Gretchen. But does your mom know I won't be here to chaperone?
Does it matter? There are 3 other adults in the house. She likes Billa and Jack. I also have a blue belt in karate.
You never took lessons, Ember says.
No, but I have the belt. That counts for something.
My phone plays a tone alerting me to a text. My ride is probably here. I turn to my niece. Call me or Graham if you need to. I know, Ember sighs. Have fun. We'll be fine. I glance at my notification, double-check that I have everything, then hurry outside. The car idling out front is a red, sporty car. Not as fancy as the one Dayton has, but still a surprising choice. I look at the app and the decal in the back window. It's my ride. As I climb in the back, I say hi to the driver. He turns around, nods, and asks about the location. After I confirm, he pulls from the curb and puts on music. It's my favorite song. Is that a coincidence? Or did Dayton put him up to it? I almost ask, but don't bother. The driver isn't very chatty, and I have a lot on my mind. This will be the perfect opportunity to clear my head. I have at least an hour. Probably more if the Friday traffic still lingers, which it likely will. It seems to bleed into Saturday most of the time. My phone alerts me to a text. Dayton, do you have everything you need? Is the car acceptable? I laugh. The driver glances at me through the rearview mirror. Kenzie, everything is great. Dayton, perfect. If you need anything, LMK. Kenzie, will do. Thanks. I return my phone to my clutch and take a deep breath, watching the raindrops snake down the window. If you need anything, says the driver, there are drinks and snacks in the compartment under the seat in front of you. Really? I lean forward and pull the handle I hadn't noticed before. A drawer rolls out, revealing a small assortment of non-alcoholic drinks and finger foods. Is Dayton worried I'll shrivel up in 90 minutes? I close the drawer without taking anything. I don't want to mess up my makeup or risk spilling anything, because I totally would even without being inside a moving vehicle, before I arrive at the shower. My mind wanders back to my mother as I stare at the blurry lights through the soaked windows. I don't want my mood to sour, so I focus on the upcoming Halloween party. If we hold it on Halloween, then it'll be Saturday night, just over a week away. I'd rather have longer to get things ready, but it won't be impossible, especially if the girls put in their fair share of effort, since it's their idea. By the time the driver announces our arrival, I'm half asleep. Stifling a yawn, I thank him as I gather my things. Do I need to call when I'm ready to leave? He shakes his head, though he doesn't make eye contact.
I'll be waiting here.
The whole time?
My evening has been paid for. Have fun.
Dayton is crazy. I can't imagine what that must have cost. But it was really thoughtful, too, and gives me the option to leave whenever I'm ready. The house in front of me dwarfs my own enormous home. The grounds are immaculate and decorated with silver and pink balloons and streamers. I follow the path to the front door. Before I have a chance to ring the bell, the door opens. An older man in a suit answers.
You're here for the shower?
I show him the invitation, and he tells me where to go. Not that I need directions. The upbeat music and laughter coming from the right is easy to follow. When I reach the banquet room, I find it decorated with hearts of every size and color and more balloons like the ones out front. A table full of gifts is to my left. After placing mine on it, I make my way over to the bride-to-be. The tall blonde is in a short, pink, semi-formal dress talking with an older lady. Fiona's face lights up when she sees me, and she wraps her arms around me.
I'm so glad you could make it.
I squeeze her. I wouldn't miss it. Let me introduce you to my friends. She takes my hand and leads me across the room, introducing me as her future sister.
I am going to have 2 sisters now.
My stomach drops, but I manage to put a sweet smile on my face as I greet her friends with enthusiasm.
Are you engaged to Dayton?
Asks a redhead. I think her name is Katie. Maybe. I hold up my hands, and though I'm wearing rings, nothing decorates the finger. No, we're not at that stage yet.
You're too modest.
Fiona squeezes my shoulder and leans closer to her friends.
You should see the way he looks at her. Total adoration.
It won't be long.
Maybe he's waiting until after your wedding.
Isla, I remember her name, leans closer to me.
I'll bet he just doesn't want to steal his twin's thunder. That's how those 2 are.
Fiona's eyes light up.
Oh, I'll bet you're right. I've been wondering what he's waiting for.
It's fine, I assure them. I'm in no hurry. The last thing I need is for them to start pressuring him.
No hurry?
One of her friends gives me a playful shove.
I wish this family had more brothers. I'd marry one of them in a heartbeat.
They gush over Emerson and Dayton until a woman who looks like an older version of Fiona calls for everyone's attention.
Make sure you get your snacks now, because we're going to start the game soon.
Fiona groans. I told Mom I didn't want games. She turns to Isla. You heard me right. I said no games.
And she said she's been planning this day since she found out she was pregnant with a girl.
Katie steps closer to me.
Fiona's the 5th child, but the only girl. Her mom always goes crazy over the girly things.
I nod. And it doesn't get much girlier than a bridal shower. The group drags me over to the snack table. I graze with them, jumping in on the conversation every so often. Before too long, I notice Dayton's mom, sister, and aunt. They promptly wave me over. I greet them with hugs and make small talk until the first game begins. A questionnaire about Fiona's life. I barely get any right, not surprisingly, since our conversations have never gone deeper than small talk. The next game is a scavenger hunt around the room, finding items that mean something to the happy couple. Then, after a game that involves groups of 4 people dressing up one lucky group member as a bride using toilet paper, everyone enjoys cake while Fiona unwraps her pile of gifts. She adores the his and hers spa basket and gift card from me that Dayton picked out. Just when I think things are wrapping up, Fiona's mom rises and claps.
It's time for sharing. I'll start.
Dayton's aunt groans and mutters something about having seen this coming. The mother of the bride starts the sharing with the day she found out she was finally having her little girl. 10 minutes later, she's only up to Fiona's 9th birthday.
Mom,
Fiona nudges her.
hurry up. Nobody wants to hear this.
She waves at her daughter dismissively and keeps talking, despite some heads nodding sleepily in the crowd. Others are smiling and encouraging the stories. I'm just grateful her lengthy speech means there's no way anybody else will have time to share. Dayton's aunt pulls me aside. Have you two discussed your big day? I hold up my empty finger. Not yet. It's coming soon enough. She leans closer. And we're all thrilled with you. Has he told you about his ex-girlfriend? No, and I'm not sure he'd want you telling me about her. She ignores my observation. None of us could stand her. Those two couldn't have been more poorly suited for each other, unlike the two of you. If Dayton wants me to know about this, he'll tell me himself. That girl was a gold digger if I ever saw one. Would you believe she grew up in a trailer park? It's a mystery as to what he ever saw in her. Maybe he wanted to help her out, I say. He's a generous and kind-hearted person. She wrinkles her nose. He could have cut her a check if that were the case. Thankfully, my brother, Dayton's father, talked some sense into him. He sent that leech packing. She would have done nothing other than soil the good Montgomery family name. Did you know her father is an alcoholic? What a disgrace! I open my mouth to say something, but close it quickly. What would she think of me if she knew my parents and grandfather were all murderers? Or would our fortune make up for that? Luckily, I don't have to say more because Fiona's mom claps as she ends her final story. She looks around at the dazed audience. Who's up next? Mom? Auntie Cheryl, why don't you say something about our little Fiona? The bride-to-be looks around, mouthing apologies. Finally, the sharing is over, and the older ladies say goodnight to the guest of honor. I'm feeling old myself, eager to get back home and crawl into bed. Fiona and I hug Dayton's relatives, then I turn to her to say goodbye. She grabs my shoulders, her eyes lighting up. Now the real party begins. Where's Olivia? Real party? I arch a brow. She looks around and waves to Dayton and Emerson's sister. Yeah, my two new sisters have to be there for that. Before I know it, I'm in the back of a cramped limo with Fiona, her friends, and Dayton's sister. A bottle of champagne is being passed around, more spilling than making it into the flutes. Everyone's laughing and talking, and Fiona's still moaning about her mother's lengthy and detailed speech. We stop at a fancy restaurant for dessert, and the waiters don't let our wine glasses empty. After our plates are cleared, I stand. Wobble is more like it, and I realize I should have slowed down on the drinks. I head for the exit, but Fiona pulls me toward a private room. She smiles. This party's going to last all night. Awesome. I force a grin. Bring it on. Olivia appears at my side, giggling. I didn't take you for a lightweight, but I shouldn't be surprised. You're so petite. I laugh and lean on her as we make our way to the room. It's decorated in red balloons and heart confetti. More drinks await at the tables, which are pushed to the walls. Isla turns on some music. Time to dance! Katie offers me a margarita, but I turn it down. I need to burn off what's already in my system, so I start dancing. It barely registers when the doors open. even though the partygoers are all here. Fiona and her friends whoop and holler as they make their way over to the door. I spin around, making myself dizzy in the process. 4 guys in tiny shorts and ultra-tight shirts march in and start dancing. Fiona and her friends swarm them. Olivia comes over to me. "What do you think?" "I think the room needs to stop spinning." I rest my hand on a table to steady myself. "This is the real party?" She snickers. "You want to dance?" "Yes." I grab her hand and bust out embarrassingly awkward moves. "That's not what I meant, but okay." Olivia laughs and dances much better than me. Before long, one of the guys cuts in and spins me across the already swirling room. Liquid sloshes around in my stomach. I really should have said no to the last 2 refills. 10. Kenzie. The pounding in my head is what wakes me. Or is the noise coming from somewhere else? I sit up and pry open my lids. The sunlight is like razor blades to my retinas. I close my eyes, fall back onto the pillow, then pull the blankets over my head. Someone moves next to me. I'm not alone? Who's with me? Where am I? Images from the night before fill my head. The last thing I remember was dancing with some guy. Heart pounding, I bolt upright, squint, and look around the too bright room. I'm in my own room. That's a good sign, I hope. Ember glances over at me from behind her laptop and arches a brow. "What are you doing in here?" I exclaim. "Keeping an eye on you." "Why?" I flop back down. A bad idea because it makes my head feel like it's exploding. My stomach lurches. How did I get home? When did I get home? According to Jack, just before 6. Ember smiles so loud it hurts. Did I say that out loud? Yep. Must have been some wedding shower. I rub my temples. Bachelorette party is more like it. Really? I thought they'd be too stuffy for that kind of thing. Tell me everything. You're too young. I'm 15, not 5. Can you get me a coffee? My head is killing me. Sure. She sets aside her computer. But you want caffeine this late? It can't be that late. Close to 3. In the afternoon? Yep. Gretchen spent the night, and her mom picked her up hours ago. Seriously? Yeah. I'll be back with the liquid sunshine. She bounces off the bed and saunters out of the room. I feel around the nightstand for my phone. Sure enough, it's 10 to 3. Didn't I have plans for the weekend? I swear I was going to do something beyond drink too much at the bridal shower. Just as I'm about to put my phone back down, I notice half a dozen missed texts from Dayton. My heart sinks. I didn't do something stupid to lose my job, did I? I rack my mind, trying to remember anything beyond dancing with that sweaty, muscular dude. It's all a blur of red balloons and loud music. Then I recall sitting on Santa's lap, sharing my wish list. Only the jolly elf didn't find his way to the party last night, I'm sure of it. Nor does he have tattoos of women who would surely be on the naughty list up and down his arms. I bury my face into the pillow and pray that nobody got a picture of that. If so, I hope I got equally incriminating photos of the other partiers. That's it! I find my phone again and unlock it. Ignoring Dayton's texts, I look at my pictures. There are some from the first part of the bridal shower, but nothing after. I remember taking those, in case Dayton was curious. What if he's pissed at me? He's been nothing but sweet and generous to me. Then I go and sit on some guy's lap as if he was Saint Nick. My phone vibrates. Another text from Dayton. I have to check them. Mentally prepare my apology, which is really nothing more than pointing fingers at his twin's fiancé for giving me too much alcohol. Not that it's an excuse. I should have said no. It wasn't just a party. I was on the clock. Muttering frantically, I open my texting conversation with my boss, the rich and famous CEO. My eyelids shut on their own, preventing me from seeing what is surely the chastising of a lifetime, which is aptly deserved. Maybe my old company will take me back, if Dayton doesn't tell them what happened. Or I can get into another line of work. Maybe even not work at all. It's not like I have to. I simply prefer to live off my own earnings, rather than the inherited Brannon fortune. Coffee's here. Ember's voice sounds like a firecracker. When did you become so chipper? I rub my temples. She hands me a mug with Santa's reindeer on it. My face flames as I take it and try not to think about sitting on tattooed Santa's lap. When did you become such a party girl? She plops down next to me. I'm not. Your lipstick is smeared. She runs her finger from the corner of her mouth halfway up to her cheekbone. I didn't wash off my makeup? Ember shakes her head. I'm going to break out, I groan. And you'll cover it up with makeup and still look flawless. She reaches for her laptop. Gretchen and I found some mind-blowing decorations, but we have to order them today if they're going to get here on time. No problem. Hand me that. I log into my Amazon account. Order whatever you need, as long as it's for the party. You don't even want to see any of it first? I shake my head, immediately regretting it. I don't care. She clears her throat. It's going to cost like $500, maybe a little more. That's great. It is? She gives me a sideways glance. Yeah, we want this to be a party to remember. And hopefully help me to forget the one I went to last night. Hopefully I didn't vocalize that last part. What if I find some more things? She asks. What's my limit? The sky. I take a big swig of coffee, trying to ignore the reindeer on the mug. I need a shower before my entire face turns into a giant zit. You're not giving me a limit? Her eyes look like they could bulge out of her head. Use common sense. If you want free reign next time, don't blow it now. She gives me a hug. You're seriously the best. Have fun. I swing my legs to the floor. Ember grabs her laptop. Gretchen is never going to believe this. She hurries out of the room. I empty the mug before showering. My mind races, despite my headache, as I try to figure out how I'm going to explain everything to Dayton. He's such a straight-laced guy, always in control of himself. How will he understand the mess that was me last night? After toweling off, I study my reflection. My bloodshot eyes look even more red compared to the purple shadows beneath them, and several blemishes are already forming. My stomach roars, demanding food. At least I'm not nauseated. I didn't drink enough to push myself that far. I put on some soft leggings and a light sweater, perfect for a sunny fall day, and cover my imperfections with makeup. After grabbing my phone, and the mug that will now forever remind me of last night, I head downstairs to the kitchen. Outside, my brother is raking multicolored leaves, and Billa is weeding around our Japanese maple trees. That only leaves my mother unaccounted for. She's either up in her room, famished, since I haven't brought her any food, or she was forced to come down and make herself something to eat. I wonder if she risked running into Billa to get nourishment. I'll worry about that later.
First, I need to take care of my own rumbling stomach. I scarf down a jelly-filled donut as I dig through the fridge for decent leftovers. I settle on halibut Billa prepared the other night. After eating my fill, I debate which I want to do less. Check on my mother or on the texting conversation with Dayton. It's a tie. I'd rather go to the dentist than do either. Slam! I jolt, surprised to hear a door close with such force on the first level. But then I realize someone must be in the hallway. Due to the fewer number of windows, drafts don't have enough force down here. Slam! It must be Ember, measuring things for the decorations. I put my plate and silverware in the dishwasher before heading into the hall. As I pass Dad's office, I look away. Ever since I was nearly shot in there, I can't bring myself to look in. Luckily, the door is closed. The library door is also shut, as is the door to the dance hall and every other room in between. That's odd because we usually leave most of the doors open, the library and the ballroom in particular. Dad's office can go either way, since Jack doesn't like that room any more than I do, as he'd been locked behind there for so long. I make my way to the staircase, having found nobody. Shrugging off the noise, I go upstairs. Ember is sprawled on her bed, video chatting with Gretchen. I don't interrupt her, and instead continue for my mother's room. Every muscle in my body tenses as I near. Creak! Groan. And that doesn't help anything, but I keep my head high and knock as soon as I reach the door. The quicker I can get this over with, the better. No response. I knock again, this time louder. Nothing. Mother, I'm coming in. I wait a beat before pushing on the door. The room is dim, which is nice on my eyes. I step inside and look around. Her bed is made, and all appears to be in order, except one thing is missing. Her. I turn on the light. Mother? After a moment, I walk around her bed in case she'd fallen and was unconscious. But I'm alone. I glance at her closed armoire, vaguely curious about its contents. I only pull on the handles because it's big enough to contain her. It's locked. The pounding in my brain starts up again, so I leave for my room to find something to take for a headache. Then I lounge on my bed and wait for the medicine to start working. The doors slamming downstairs had to have been my mother. It's the only explanation. Those doors never shut on their own, and she isn't in her room. Part of me wants to march back down there and find out what she's doing, but I don't have the energy. It feels like someone is hammering nails into my skull. I close my eyes and wait for the pain to stop. Slam! Mother must be back upstairs. If I wasn't dealing with this headache, I'd speak with her about all the noise. However, that'll have to wait. I have no idea how much time passes before the hammering eases. When it does, I feel around for my phone. As my fingers make contact, I remember Dayton was texting me. My stomach knots. How am I going to explain myself? I can't blame it on his twin's fiancé. Maybe her friends? No, I'm going to have to own up to my actions. Face the consequences. If he fires me, it could be for the best. I'm needed here at the house, especially with my mother here. The phone rings. I drop it, pick it up. It's him. Muttering, I accept the call. Then I answer with the most chipper hello I can manage. Kenzie, are you okay? His buttery voice puts me at ease immediately. Until I remember I'm about to get fired, my stomach knots. Late night. Did I wake you? No, of course not. My heart hammers as I try to think of a good excuse that doesn't throw anyone else under the bus. The problem is, no such explanation exists. You had a good time at the party last night?
And here we go. I close my eyes and try to come up with something brilliant to say. Fiona loved your gift.
Oh, that's great.
He sounds confused. Because I didn't answer his question. It was so nice to see your mom and sister again.
My mother was so pleased you made it. Did you enjoy yourself?
It was fun. The after-party caught me by surprise, though.
So you do remember it?
I cover my face, as if it helps anything. No point in trying to deny anything. I have to face my consequences like a woman. Did Fiona or Olivia tell you about it?
I didn't hear anything.
Relief washes through me.
But the pictures are a bit of a problem.
My heart sinks. Pictures? Of what?
The after-party, as you called it.
This is it. I'm toast. Time to find a new job. A new career, even.
Are you still there?
He asks. I'm here. I don't know about any pictures, though. Not after Fiona insisted I join her friends in the limo. So much for not throwing his relatives under the bus.
You haven't been online today.
It isn't a question. There are pictures on the web? I bolt upright. Of what?
See for yourself. I tried to do damage control, but it's gone too far and wide. My PR team is on it now. Fiona is trying to find out which of her friends leaked the story.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
I don't blame you. Besides, it will be fine. There's always a way to spin things into a good light. Have you looked yet?
No. Hold on. I switch over to one of the social media apps. The first thing I see is a link to an article with a picture of me sitting on that guy's lap. The headline is, Dayton Montgomery has a girlfriend, but he isn't the only guy she has eyes for. Oh no! I'm so sorry, Dayton. I can explain.
It isn't you I'm upset with. These things happen. I was only calling to see if you're okay.
You aren't mad at me? But I was completely unprofessional. I wasn't thinking about your reputation at all. I can't possibly apologize enough. I stop myself before saying his family will hate me more than his ex-girlfriend. No need to add more drama to the situation. I won't bring up the ex unless he does.
I'm the one who insisted you attend,
Dayton says.
And from what my mother and aunties said, you were sweet as pie at the shower, and you acted as expected at the bachelorette party. No different from any of the other guests, I'm sure.
Is anyone else's picture plastered all over social media?
No, but none of them are dating me either.
If you need to fire me, I understand.
Nonsense. However, it appears the time has come to make a public announcement about our relationship.
The way he says that sends a chill through me. It's like we're really dating. But he knows we're not. Otherwise, he wouldn't be paying me ridiculous amounts of money. Oh? When are we going to do that?
Soon. I'll let you know what my PR team comes up with. In the meantime, please keep your phone near. We may need to act quickly.
Will do. I look at my reflection and hope we don't have to make any appearances today.
I have a call I need to make. I'll be in touch.
Again, I'm sorry.
No need to be.
He sounds like he means it.
This could actually be a good thing.
I glance back at the screen to see the picture of me on the dude's lap. From the angle of the camera, it looks like I'm braiding his chest hair. There's no way this is a good thing.
11. Ember. My phone buzzes again. Another text from Gretchen. I can't deal with her right now. Probably should have brought my phone down to the basement to begin with. But I need the light just to get down the stairs, and I haven't gone inside the room yet. Kenzie forbade me from coming down here, so I have to be quick. Get in and out before she realizes where I am. Even though I ordered a ton of stuff for the party, this house is enormous, so the decorations will still look sparse. Then a thought struck me like a slap to the face. Why am I shopping online when I live in an actual haunted house? More than a dozen people have been killed here that we know of, and that's only in the last 50 or 60 years. Who knows what happened before that? My grandpa and his brother buried 14 bodies in the garden outside. Thankfully, those people's families finally have closure. Now I don't have to feel guilty about bringing up some of the remaining items from the science experiment room. Or maybe I should feel bad. But what could be more authentic for a Halloween party than items from a real-life horror? I reach for the knob. My phone buzzes again. I don't even read my bestie's messages before responding. Ember, I'll call you in a few. Can't talk now. Thankfully, the buzzing stops. I cling to the device while I push open the door. Then I take in the sight. The room has even less in it than the first time I came down. After finding the bodies outside, the police went through the whole room and took a lot in for evidence. However, there's still plenty I can use for props. I'll just have to remember which items are actual artifacts and which aren't. Should be easy enough to tell the difference. The fake stuff arriving soon will likely be plastic and cheesy. Chink, chink. I freeze in place. Standing in the middle of the room, I couldn't be more vulnerable. Chink, chink, chink. The noise has to be pipes or ducks or something. This room is just echoey. That's all. No big deal. Chink. Clink. My breath hitches. I shine the light from my phone around the room. It casts long shadows everywhere. I turn the light switch, knowing it won't work, but hope anyway. And I'm right. Nothing happens. Maybe coming down here was a stupid idea. I should wait until Gretchen can come with me. Nobody knows I'm down here. Alone. Swallowing, I hold still. Wait. Look around. Don't budge. After a few moments of silence, I relax. Shine the light again. Stop at one of the tables with straps. Those would be perfect for the party. But there's no way I can get those upstairs. It won't even fit through the door. They had to have been brought down before Grandpa built the wall to hide this room. Or maybe they put the beds together down here. Either way, I have to focus on smaller items. Like the jar with the human hand inside. The police took some of the jars, but I found this one another time I came down here. There was a trap door hiding the creepiest things imaginable. Some had eyeballs, others had rodents, one had a tongue. My ancestors were a messed up bunch. It's anyone's guess which one hid the parts in the jars. But they're dated more than 100 years ago, so the guilty party is long gone. I know I should tell Graham. The police department would want to know about these. What if they are proof of other victims? More families without closure. Guilt stings. I can't use these for the party. Actually, I could use the ones with the rodents. They're still disturbing, but not as bad as actual people parts. And besides, people will think these are fake. My phone buzzes.
Gretchen, what's taking you so long?
Ember. Hold on. She is so impatient. I haven't been down here that long. Have I? I glance at the time. Nearly an hour.
Crap. How is that possible? Kenzie's going to be looking for me soon, if she isn't already. I grab a few things. A pair of odd goggles, a few funky-looking instruments, and a lab coat. All will make spooky decorations, nothing too grim. Somehow, I manage to get out of the room and up the rickety stairs without dropping anything. Then, I duck to step through the opening behind the fireplace. Grandma is standing in front of me. I jump, holding back a scream. "What are you doing?"
"What are you doing?"
she repeats. "Getting some things." I hold up my finds.
"Why were you down there?"
"To get these." I press the vase that makes the fireplace move back to place.
"Why?"
Grandma's brows furrow. "We're having a Halloween party, and these will be decorations."
"From your grandfather's secret dungeon?"
"It's a basement." She steps closer.
"Where's the party going to be?"
"The dance hall."
"Our ballroom?"
Her face pales. "Yeah."
"You can't do that."
"Why not?" She just stares at me. I notice one of her eyes looks cloudy. Is she going blind? Or is that what people's eyes do when they get that old? I wouldn't know. I straighten my back. Kenzie likes the idea of the party. It's going to show the neighbors we're normal and friendly.
"It's a bad idea."
"Why?" She leans against a shelf.
"Having people over."
"That isn't what I asked."
"The house should be burned to the ground."
I gasp. "What?"
"You don't agree?"
"With lighting our home on fire?" I exclaim. "No!" She scowls.
"It's only a matter of time before you feel the same way I do."
"Then why come back here?"
"Did I have any other choice?"
"You really don't have anywhere else to go? Nobody would take you?" She purses her lips.
"I thought you knew that already. Mackenzie has been furiously trying to find somewhere to dump me."
"But you don't have any friends? Relatives we don't know about? Nobody to go to if you don't want to be here?"
"I spent 5 years in a retirement facility. Do you think that was my ideal choice?"
"To avoid prison, yeah." She holds my gaze a moment before speaking.
"I'm warning you. The party is a bad idea."
"You're wrong. It's the best idea we've had in months." My grandmother shakes her head and walks away without another word. "You aren't going to tell Kenzie I was down there, are you?"
"I wouldn't dream of it."
I wait until the sounds of her footsteps fade before making sure everything on and around the fireplace is where it belongs. After readjusting my hold on the items from the basement, I head to the dance hall. It's going to take a lot to decorate this huge open space. The room is about the size of my school's gym. Though it has fancy lights and framed portraits, there's just so much emptiness. I'll have to spend some time on the 3rd floor, or in some of the locked rooms, to find other things to enhance the spooky atmosphere of the decor. There are plenty of items that would make the perfect props. A creepy old tricycle from at least 100 years ago, for instance. There's also a stroller from about the same time period in the same room, along with some freaky toys, especially the dolls. Those pieces could easily be in horror movies. By the time I get to my bedroom, Gretchen has already texted me several more times. Seriously, no patience. But when I check the texts, I forget all about the party.
"Gretchen, your aunt." "Gretchen, why didn't you tell me?" "Gretchen, where are you? Answer me." "Gretchen, Explain.
What's going on with my aunt? And which one? Did Kenzie or Billa say something to Gretchen? Or does it have to do with Graham's sister? Nora's my aunt, too. I have more relatives than I ever dreamed about, even just a few months ago. Ember, what are you talking about?
Gretchen, you don't know?
Ember, no, tell me.
Gretchen, check anywhere online.
Ember, what?
Gretchen, check now, then we talk.
Is something wrong? Or did word get out about Kenzie dating that computer guy? Maybe that's all. Other than possibly getting in the way of her and Graham ever getting back together, that really isn't so bad. And they're only fake dating. Kenzie could still really date Graham while fake dating the other guy. I open my favorite social media app and don't even have to scroll before seeing a picture of Kenzie sitting on the lap of some hot dude with almost no clothes on. Is he the computer guy? I scan the headline and read a few comments, putting it together. The picture was from that bridal shower she went to last night. And no, that guy isn't Dayton. The headline reminded me of his name. Another text comes in.
Gretchen, well?
Ember, no idea.
Gretchen, seriously? This is huge.
Ember, hugely embarrassing, you mean?
Gretchen, LOL. Get the dirt and call me.
Ember, okay.
Gretchen, I need deets.
I go back to the social media app and scroll, finding more posts and comments from kids at school about Kenzie's picture. Literally everyone is talking about this. Kids are tagging me left and right. They all want the inside scoop. And at this point, I'm the one with the least knowledge. My heart races as I march to Kenzie's room. I knock loudly. No response. I check the TV room and the kitchen downstairs, but don't find her in either place. She isn't out front. Not that she would be, with the rain pouring down. I grab a donut and call her. She answers on the third ring.
Ember, I'm a little busy.
What is that picture with the hottie? I demand.
You saw it?
She groans. Everyone has seen it, and they're asking me about it. What am I supposed to say?
It was a bachelorette party. That's it.
But why is it going viral? This is so embarrassing. I grab another donut. I can't show my face at school ever again.
Don't be so dramatic. It's...
Wait, did Graham see it? No idea. I take a bite and spill crumbs on the floor. I don't even care. Where are you?
Trying to find your grandmother.
She's missing?
No,
Kenzie says.
I just don't know where she is.
Isn't that the definition of missing?
She can't be far, probably hiding somewhere in the house.
I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Then I remember I saw her in the library. But if I say that, Kenzie might ask what I was doing down there. I change the subject. You haven't found somewhere else for her to stay yet?
Nobody wants her.
I'll look for her downstairs. I finish the donut and grab a broom to clean my crumbs.
Thanks, Em.
I don't respond before ending the call. My life is crazy, and I need to stop hoping it'll return to normal. It doesn't exist for me. Probably never will.
12. Kenzie. The wind pulls my umbrella back, nearly taking me with it. I yank it down, not wanting the harsh gust to whip it inside out. I race to my car without getting completely soaked. This weather makes me miss L.A. Not that it's sunny every day, but they don't get the cold, rainy windstorms on a regular basis like we do here. I start the engine and stare at the house as I wait for the car to warm up. Colorful leaves whip in front of the looming structure
as fat raindrops pelt the windows next to me. The house really does look haunted. It was easier to ignore over the summer months, but now there's no denying the creepiness. After checking my makeup in the mirror, I drive through the neighborhood. While many homes have jack-o'-lanterns and other scary decorations, the untouched Brannon house beats them all. Just before I pull onto the main road, my phone rings. It's Misty, my bestie from L.A. She must have sensed me thinking about our old stomping grounds a moment ago. I answer with her on the car's speakers. "Misty, you're dating Dayton Montgomery?" she exclaims. "And what's with that viral picture? Tell me everything. Is he a client, or is this a real thing?" "It's not a big deal. Dayton hired me." "As a solo client?" She gives a low whistle. "My, how things change. I'm old enough to remember a few months ago when you said you'd never take a single client." "He's not really a client. He hired me personally. Paid off the agency and everything." "That's crazy. I've never heard of such a thing." She sighs dramatically. "What's he like? I could stare at him all day long. He could read me an instruction manual and I'd be happy. Is he as gorgeous in person? Please say yes." "More." I check my GPS and turn left. "Does he have any more brothers? I know the twin is taken, but feel free to send any others my way." I laugh. "Sorry, it's just the two." "That must have been some party. Is he furious about the picture?" "No, surprisingly." I'm actually not surprised. "Then why ask?" I make another turn. "Are you kidding? For guys like him, all attention is good. Doesn't matter what it is. People talk about his secret girlfriend, and the conversation quickly leads to his search engine or the social media app. What's the expression? There's no such thing as bad press, something like that." "I don't see how that picture could be good. I'm not even sure how that happened." My face warms just thinking about it. "Anyway, I'm on my way to see him now." "Really?" Misty exclaims. "Are you going to pose for pictures with him? Everyone is dying to see a photo of you and Dayton together." "Does that mean nobody's talking about my picture anymore?" She laughs. "No, they totally are, but now they want to see you two together. Hey, did you—" Muffled sounds come from her end. "We'll have to talk later. My date is here. Have fun with Dayton." "Bye." The call ends, and I draw a deep breath. I really hadn't wanted any of this attention. I'd been perfectly happy with everything being out of the public eye. Obviously, since I found out who he really is, I knew this kind of press was a possibility. But I certainly never imagined our fake relationship coming out like this. I come to a traffic jam and voice command my phone to open one of the social media apps. So far, I've managed to avoid going online all day, but now I need to see the gossip for myself. Misty was right. Between my relationship with Dayton and the viral picture of me, nobody is talking about anything else. And they are so curious. Some of the speculations are ridiculous, and people are asking countless questions about me. Photos from my social media profiles are getting passed around along with images I've never seen before. Everyone with a picture of me seems to have come out of the woodwork to share their photos. If Misty's right, Dayton should be thrilled. Other than some video of a cat scaring itself in a mirror, we're all anyone is talking about right now. Traffic starts to move again, so I turn my attention back to the road. This is all surreal. Nobody has ever had this much interest in me. I know it's because of Dayton, but it's still hard to believe. One good thing has come from all of this. I haven't had the time to mope over Graham. I've barely thought about him, and that thought makes me a little sad. But at least I'm not worried about what could have been. He and Ember are growing close, making up for lost time. That's what's most important. Not the detective and me dating. It's a good thing our relationship didn't progress any further than it did. I wouldn't want more heartache than I already have. I push those thoughts away and focus on the GPS. Dayton and I are meeting at a new restaurant, about halfway between his office and my house. It's a last-minute date to discuss the mess I've created. He wanted to talk in person, and he also wanted me to wear the expensive matching necklace and bracelet set he bought me. That makes me think there's more to our dinner date than just discussing this PR disaster. My bet is that it's a photo op, especially since Misty mentioned everyone wants to see us together. That's why I made sure to wear a dress he loves, and I spent twice as long on my hair and makeup than usual. Luckily, the wind and rain didn't mess any of it up between the house and the car. Once I pull into the parking lot at the restaurant, I see Dayton's car right away. It's impossible to miss. Sleek and imported. As soon as I park, he steps out of his car and makes his way over, carrying an umbrella. He's wearing a suit and tie, and he has flowers. Given how full this lot is, there will be a lot of people inside to take pictures of us together. He holds the umbrella over me, hands me the roses, and tells me how beautiful I look. He kisses my cheek right next to my mouth.
I hope that's all right.
I nod. Lots of people watching?
Yes, I should have warned you.
It's fine. I figured as much anyway.
You do look extra lovely. I'm proud to be seen with you.
Thank you. And again, I'm really sorry about that picture that went viral.
Think nothing of it. It worked out for the best.
He readjusts the umbrella.
We should get inside.
I set my car alarm and we hurry toward the building, avoiding puddles. Inside, people whisper and point. Others hold up their phones, obviously snapping photos. Dayton merely nods to the girl behind the counter. She immediately takes us through the fancy restaurant before seating us next to a fountain. After she leaves, a waiter brings over champagne flutes and fills them. All around, patrons hold up their phones and take photos of us, not even bothering to hide what they're doing. Dayton puts one hand on top of mine and raises his glass.
To us.
To us. We tap our glasses and drink, smiling and looking deeply into each other's eyes. He sets his flute down, then picks up a menu.
I'm in the mood for lobster. What about you, love?
I'm not sure yet. I scan the first page, but nothing registers. It's distracting with all the staring and picture-taking around us. How was it that when we went out before, nobody noticed us? Was it because most people hadn't realized he was in the area and didn't recognize him? Though, come to think of it, most of our dates have been at private venues with his family or colleagues. Hopefully, most of the future ones will follow that pattern. I don't mind the attention, but this is so over the top.
Are you okay?
He asks.
You haven't turned the page in 2 minutes.
I lower the menu. Don't you find it all distracting? A knowing expression crosses his face.
You'll get used to it.
I'm not so sure about that, but I nod and turn my attention back to the meal options. None of it sounds appealing at the moment, but I must play the part. Dayton's girlfriend would pick something out of the everyman's price range, so when the waiter returns, I order the most expensive thing on the menu. Though it costs more than my last hair appointment, Dayton doesn't flinch. He sips his wine.
Excellent choice.
I give him a sultry smile, fully aware of the phones pointed at us. Dayton threads his fingers through mine, leans over, and kisses next to my mouth again.
Is it okay if later I kiss you properly?
On the mouth? He nods. My voice catches for a moment as I take in his gorgeous face.
Yes, of course.
Dayton scoots closer to me so that our backs are mostly to everyone else.
Tonight is all about satisfying everyone's curiosity and showing them how strong our relationship is. Because of the photo that was leaked, the public is far more curious than they normally would be. All we need to do is show them there isn't anything scandalous, that I'm not off-put by you on the beefcake's lap, and that we're perfectly happy together. After that, we'll return to our mostly private events for dates. How does that sound?
Great. I give him a reassuring smile. There certainly isn't any room for me to complain, since this whole mess is my fault. If I hadn't had too much to drink, that picture never would have been taken and gone viral. Is there anything else you need from me? He shakes his head.
No, you're fabulous as always.
Then he kisses my cheek and moves his chair back to its place. The waiter returns to refill our glasses and gives us bread and dipping oils. Dayton and I exchange smiles and make small talk as we snack and sip. By the time the meal arrives, interest in us has waned and we can eat almost in peace. Either that, or I'm already adjusting to the attention. Maybe it's a bit of both. Before long, we're laughing together. It's natural because of how much time we've spent with one another. We've developed a friendship, odd as it may be, and it certainly isn't hard to pretend that I find him attractive. Between his accent and the tall, dark, and handsome routine, he could easily be nominated Sexiest Man of the Year by one of the big magazines. The waiter collects our plates.
Would you like dessert?
Dayton lifts a brow.
What do you think?
I give him a flirty smile. Sounds great, but I'm not too hungry. So perhaps we can share. With a sparkle in his eyes, he orders something I've never heard of. Once the waiter leaves, he excuses himself to the restroom. After he returns, I scoot my chair closer to him. This is better.
That it is.
He puts his arm around me and rubs my shoulder. A moment later, the waiter arrives with a plate piled high with various colors of chocolate cake, drizzled in even more chocolate. Dayton thanks the waiter, then takes a big forkful of cake, but instead of taking a bite, brings it to my mouth. I take it, losing myself for a moment in the explosion of chocolate overtaking my taste buds. Then I feed him some. We laugh and continue until there isn't a crumb left on the plate. Dayton leans closer.
You've got some chocolate on your mouth.
He reaches for me, but then surprises me with a kiss. It lingers. He keeps it perfectly sweet, leaving his mouth closed. He threads his fingers through my hair. I place one hand on his and press the other against his chest. When he pulls away, I swear every phone in the restaurant is pointed at us. 13. Ember.
Got everything ready for your party?
Graham kicks up his feet on his coffee table and glances over at me. We just got back from the movie theater. While my friends would die of embarrassment being seen in public with their parents, I couldn't be happier. I'm still on a high about having my dad in my life. After losing my mom, I appreciate him all the more. He could take me to a school dance and I wouldn't mind. I pull my hair behind my shoulders. Mostly ready. I have nearly everything, and the rest is arriving soon. Gretchen and I just need to decorate. My aunts might help too, but I think it's mostly on us. His expression changes at the mention of them, but I can tell what he's thinking. You're coming, aren't you? I throw him a pleading look.
It might be awkward.
Why? I feign ignorance. It's the first high school party I'm throwing. Don't you want to be there? You don't want your old dad there.
I give him my best puppy dog eyes. Please come. First of all, you aren't old. And second, yes, I want you there. Plenty of adults are going. Kenzie wants it to double as a neighborhood block party, Brannon House style. I suppose I could stop by for a few minutes, if it means that much to you. He smiles, but it isn't as genuine as usual. And that can only mean one thing. He's worried or nervous about seeing Kenzie, which is good. They both still have feelings for each other. It's just a matter of getting them to realize that and act on it. Not to mention to stop worrying about me. I want them together. Using me as an excuse is plain lame. I give him my best reassuring smile. It does mean that much to me. And I also have a feeling Kenzie will be happy to see you. He squirms and turns on the TV. At the worst possible time. The screen jumps from a commercial for puppy food to breaking news. The image behind the newscaster is of Kenzie and Dayton kissing at a fancy restaurant. The anchors are discussing the proof of Dayton Montgomery and his new girlfriend still being happy together despite the other picture of her floating around social media. Graham turns to me, blinking rapidly. I don't think Kenzie will even notice if I show up at the party. I glance back to the TV, which shows another picture of her still kissing Dayton, but from a different angle. I look back at Graham. That's only her job. I bet they aren't even really kissing. What's the other picture they're talking about? It was nothing. My voice comes out squeaky. Nothing? He tilts his head, clearly not believing me. Right, exactly. It's nothing. He pulls out his phone. Wait! I lunge for the device. He turns to me, holding it out of my reach. I sigh. It was at a party. Dayton's twin's fiancé had a bachelorette party, and someone took a picture of Kenzie that looks worse than it really was. The fiancé confirmed it wasn't what it looked like. Probably just a PR move, you know? Graham glances back and forth between his phone and the TV, which now thankfully shows a picture of Dayton with his cousin signing papers together. I finally take an easy breath. What about her inheritance? Graham asks. The question throws me off. What do you mean? There are rumors about it being so much. The news sites are calling it the Brannon fortune. Why does she have to work at all? I feel defensive of Kenzie, but can't really figure out why. She doesn't want to rely on it. That's why she moved to LA and lived in a studio apartment and drove a crappy car for so long. She wouldn't take a dime from Grandma and Grandpa. She doesn't use it at all? I shrug. I think she does to pay for Jack's therapy and the upkeep on the house. Filling in the collapsed tunnel wasn't cheap. Plus, there's that new security system and all the little things that come up. And now Grandma's living with us. That's what the family money goes toward. But nothing for her own living expenses. He looks deep in thought, and I turn my attention back to the screen. Now the news anchors are discussing a different celebrity couple. Maybe that will get Graham's mind off Kenzie. But I don't see how he'll forget seeing that picture of her kissing Dayton. If I were in his shoes, I'd be obsessing over it. All the more reason to convince him to come to the party, so they can see each other and face their real feelings. I clear my throat to get his attention. What are you going to dress as at the party? His brows draw together in confusion. Huh? You said you're coming to my party. You promised. Do you need help with your costume? I can help. What's your plan? I'll come as a detective. Could you be any more boring? I give him a shove. It's about dressing up and having fun, not showing up in your real work clothes. I'll just stop by for a quick look at your decorations. But that's all it'll be.
My heart sinks. Without thinking, I blurt out, "She still likes you." He jolts.
It doesn't matter. We agreed it was best not to pursue a relationship.
I frown. Best for who? You've given me 2 months to adjust to you being in my life. We spend plenty of time together. Why can't Kenzie be part of this? He straightens his back.
It's complicated. There are things you wouldn't understand.
I'm not a kid. I'll be driving in less than a year.
I don't want you worrying about it. What Kenzie and I decide doesn't have anything to do with you.
I fold my arms. It has everything to do with me. You two were happy together until you found out I'm your daughter. Both of you love me, and you like each other. Why not get back together? We could be family.
That's a huge jump, kiddo. Things were barely starting between your aunt and me. What if things don't work out? It could end up weird.
And maybe it'll be the best thing ever. You won't know unless you give it a try. Graham's expression clouds over.
Things are going well the way they are. Let's not rock the boat.
No, let's not risk something amazing happening. I give him an exaggerated eye roll.
Ember.
I hurry to the bathroom, lock the door, and lean against it, trying to swallow down the lump in my throat. If I was more patient, I could work this from a different angle, but it doesn't make any sense to me. They obviously still have feelings for each other, and using me as an excuse is stupid because I want them together as much as they want to get together. But I'm the only one who will own my feelings. Taking a breath, I slide to the floor and try to think of another plan. I've already made my intentions clear. Now he's going to be on the lookout for any matchmaking efforts I throw his way. Me and my big mouth. Not that me saying anything should make a difference. They're made for each other, and it's perfect. The three of us would be a perfect family. Actually, perfect would be having my mom back, but given the reality of the situation, having Kenzie and Graham together is ideal. They belong together. It's just they're too stubborn to see it, or admit it. That's why I have to make sure they're both at the party at the same time. It'll be magical, and they'll get swept away in the moment. They'll realize their feelings for each other, and then nature will take its course. Knock, knock.
Are you okay in there?
Graham calls from the other side of the door.
Yeah. Didn't fall in, did you?
I stifle a laugh. No.
I should get you back home. You said you have homework to finish.
Why did I tell him that? Some things are more important than homework. I need to convince him to dress up and stay at the party, not just pop in to have a look. I have to get him and Kenzie talking.
Let me know when you're ready.
His footsteps trail away.
I need to stop by the precinct after dropping you off, so don't take too long.
Disappointment washes through me. But then I realize I'll have his full attention for the short drive. I can take advantage of that and convince him to dress up. Maybe I can come up with something he and my aunt can wear that'll match. Then they'll have to spend time together. Once they do, they won't be able to deny their real feelings. My party is going to be the most important night of the year. No pressure. I stand, flush the toilet, then run the water in the sink. I stare down my reflection, trying to think of the most epic matching his and hers costume. Scarlett O'Hara and Rhett Butler? Morticia and Gomez Addams? Or maybe something more modern? Though the Addams family would be the most fitting for the occasion. Graham is too buff to really fit Gomez. Then a thought strikes me. Tarzan and Jane would be perfect. If I could convince him to wear something like that. I'm not entirely sure Kenzie would go for her half either. Jane's so preppy, and Kenzie would want a fun costume. I'll start with him, then worry about convincing her. If I beg and plead and give my best in treatment, they'll have to agree. Hopefully. By the time we're in the car, I'm a bundle of nerves. He'll laugh at me for suggesting Tarzan, and I can't picture him going along with any of my other ideas. Nothing else I think of that Kenzie would like suits him and vice versa. You okay, kiddo? He starts the engine. Yeah, sure. He pulls into traffic. Does it really mean that much to you for me to go to your party? Yes, you have no idea. We've never been able to spend Halloween together. I've missed 15 of them with you. His shoulders drop. I'll be there. Will you stay the entire time? I turn to him and wring my hands together. How late is it going to go? He asks. I'm not sure. You don't have to stay past midnight if you don't want to. Graham taps his steering wheel. How about this? I'll stick around as long as the other adults do. If they all leave and only teens remain, then I'll head out. That's definitely better than him stopping in just to see the decorations. Deal. He laughs. What are you going to dress up as? I ask. I'll have to think about it. My heart races a little as I prepare to share my idea. I struggle to sound natural and light-hearted. Tarzan might be fun. You think I'd make a good Tarzan? The best, I say quickly. He stops at a light and beats his chest. Me, Tarzan! I laugh. You'll dress as him? Maybe. You should. I throw him a pleading look. It would be so much fun. Does it really mean that much to you? Yes. I nod furiously. I can help with the costume if you want. I'm full of ideas. I'll see what I can do. We go back and forth for another few minutes before he pulls up to my house. He kisses the top of my head and says goodbye. I try to think of something to say to convince him to come inside, but at this point I'm pressing my luck with the party. And besides, now I have to convince my aunt to dress as Jane. 14. Kenzie. Pressure squeezes around my eyes and temples as I collapse onto a kitchen chair. Despite the resources between Ebony and Trista, Dayton's assistant, there is nowhere I can send my mother. She's going to be living with us for the foreseeable future. Trista did secure me an interview with one place a few towns over. In 3 months. That's next year. My mother is going to be living here for the entire holiday season and beyond. We barely made it the short time she lived here before her arrest. How are we going to handle 3 full months now? Are you okay, Kenzie? Jack asks, resting a hand on my shoulder. I turn to him and force a smile. Just a little tired. Billa and I made pork chops. Her recipe is even better than Mama's. We each have designated nights for cooking, but Jack loves helping out and ends up making dinner most every night with whoever's on the schedule. I'm sure they're delicious. You're a great cook. He shrugs off the compliment. Is Ember going to be here for dinner? I'm not sure. She went to see a movie with Graham. I pull out my phone to send her a text, but then I see her out the window. Looks like she's here now. Oh, good! Jack's expression lights up. I'll set her place. Billa sets a platter of meat on the middle of the table. Is anyone else joining us? She's referring to my mother. I shake my head. She's waiting for me to bring a plate up to her. Actually, comes a crackly voice from behind. I thought I'd join you tonight. I struggle to say something,
but can't. Billa's mouth forms a straight line. Jack's eyes widen, and he takes a step back. Ember enters through the other doorway and skids to a stop.
"Don't worry,"
Mother scowls.
"I'll be nice."
I'm surprised she acknowledges our apprehension, but I don't respond other than to give a slight nod. The whole tone of the room dampens, but everyone remains polite. I keep eyeing my mother, and I notice Billa keeping her head down as she eats. Neither she nor my mother look at each other. Ember mostly keeps a conversation going, discussing the upcoming party. She seems to like the idea of Tarzan costumes. With everything else going on, I haven't even thought about what I'll wear, and that's usually my first thought before attending a party. Once the meal is over, Ember and I get up to clear the dishes, our job on the nights we don't cook. Billa scrambles out of the room at record speed. Jack grabs a broom and sweeps, glancing over at our mother every so often. She waits all of 10 seconds before sighing dramatically.
"Does Billa really need to live here, in my house?"
I glare at her. "Yes, Mother. She's more than welcome in my home." She wrinkles her nose.
"And why is that?"
"Do you realize it wouldn't be any of your concern if you were still in jail, where you belong?" She covers her mouth like I just said something shocking.
"Would you prefer I don't ever leave my room?"
Do what you want, within reason. You no longer call the shots around here. She snorts.
"I never did. Do you happen to remember your father and uncle?"
I shove a plate into the dishwasher.
"No.
You killed my uncle before I was born, remember?"
"How dare you?"
You're the one who told me about his murder.
"It was self-defense."
I sigh. If you're so lonely for attention, why don't you try being a little more agreeable?
"I'm plenty agreeable."
Her nostrils flare. Ember turns to her. Are you coming to my Halloween party, Grandma?
"No. I'll be staying in that night."
It's here. My mother steps back.
"I cannot believe you're having a party in my house."
I nod. Of course we're having a party in my house. It's huge, and the ballroom was made for parties. There hasn't been a proper celebration here in decades. My niece smiles widely. All the more reason to make use of the room.
"You should reconsider."
Mother licks her lips and looks around. It's already been planned. The invites have been sent. No turning back now.
"You'll regret that decision."
Mother huffs out of the room. Ember turns to me. Why doesn't she want us having any fun? I have no idea. I can't tell if that was a threat or what she would consider a premonition. My niece bites her lip and looks away. What aren't you telling me? Grandma kind of hinted at setting a fire if we go through with this. Where? Here, the house. Ember gives me a sheepish look. She wouldn't, would she? Acid churns in my stomach. I wouldn't put anything past her, but she isn't changing my mind. We're having the party. We'd better hide the lighters. And look for any old matches that could be lying around. My niece nods, then starts to march past me, her face reddening. Why does she have to be like this? I put my hand on her arm. Don't let her get to you. Ember's eyes narrow. Too late for that. She takes a deep breath. You'll think about the Jane costume? If it means that much to you, sure. I can come up with something fun and festive. Thanks. She heads into the hall.
I start to say something, but let her go. After I finish the dishes, I'm going to have a chat with my mother, and I need time to figure out what to say to her. Not that it matters. She takes everything the wrong way, no matter how hard I try to be nice. She's always been that way. Once the dishwasher is running, I lean against the counter and take a deep breath. I'd rather pull my own teeth than deal with my mother. I pour myself a glass of dessert wine, then sip it until I'm ready to talk with her about ground rules for interacting with the members of our household. After washing the glass, I make my way toward the winding staircase. Before I take the first step, Ember appears from around the corner, her face still flushed. "Is something wrong?" I ask. "Did you move my decorations?" "For the party?" "Those are the only decorations. Where are they?" "I haven't touched anything. I've been in the kitchen this whole time." "You didn't move anything when I was at the movie with Graham?" "No. I've been busy with my own problems." Ember's expression tightens. "What about Grandma?" "I'm about to speak with her right now," I say. "I can ask her what she knows. What's missing?" "Most everything, except the plastic stuff." Her nostrils flare. "There isn't any chance you moved them?" "No!" Fire blazes in her eyes. "Let me show you." "There has to be an explanation." She whips around. "I'll tell you what it is. Grandma doesn't want me having a party here, and she took the stuff I've gathered." "The stuff you ordered online isn't here yet, is it? You'll still have all of that to decorate with." "It won't be enough." "But the good news is, this house has plenty more I can use for the party." She looks up the stairs. "Do you hear that, Grandma? Plenty." I take a deep breath. I'll let you know what she says. "Don't bother. She'll deny it." With that, Ember storms down the hallway. I shake my head. I'd like to say I couldn't believe my mother would do that to her own granddaughter, but everyone living here knows better than that. The question is, what to do about her until we can find a new place for her to live, especially on the night of Ember's party. 15. Ember. My breath hitches as I step off the staircase and head toward the ballroom. All the decorations in the entry are still in place, as are the ones in the hallway. After Kenzie spoke with Grandma, all the missing stuff mysteriously showed up again. That's one less thing for me to worry about. It's the dance hall itself that concerns me. The party starts in less than an hour, and all week as I've been getting ready, different items have been disappearing and reappearing, and yet none of them are the lame ones I ordered online. Not that those are actually that bad, but compared to the real items from here in the house, the others are hokey. Even so, mingled among the others, they manage to work. It's possible nobody else will be able to tell the difference between the real and the fake. The ballroom is perfect, at least upon first glance. I step in and look around with a critical eye. The creepy tricycle is in the corner where I left it. That disappeared and reappeared over the course of the week. The super old and equally scary baby stroller is still in another corner. That too vanished at one point. The same with some eerie children's shoes from what has to be at least 100 years ago. I hung those along the wall by the shoelaces and set others on tables. They really add to the atmosphere. I breathe a sigh of relief as I glance around at the other decorations Gretchen, my aunts, and I have hung over the course of the week. They're all here. I half expected everything to be gone tonight for the party, but my grandma or a playful ghost has been messing with me. Hopefully. Everything is perfect. I just hope it stays that way until everyone arrives. Footsteps sound behind me. I turn back to the hallway, expecting to see one of my aunts or Uncle Jack. But I'm alone. A chill runs down my spine. I hold my breath and listen. More footsteps. They're coming from the direction of the library and Grandpa's office. Ding dong! I nearly jump out of my skin. Once I catch my breath, I hurry toward the door and put the mysterious footsteps out of my mind. Quickly, I check my costume in the full-length mirror. I'm dressed as Wednesday Addams, and I've done a phenomenal job if I do say so myself. I even nailed her expression perfectly. The doorbell rings again before I make it around the staircase. I peek down the hall past the kitchen to Grandpa's office. Nobody's there. I don't know what's a worse thought, that they belong to my grandma or ghosts. Knock, knock. Ding dong. I swing open the door. Gretchen stands there, dressed as a sexy zombie.
Whoa, look at you. It's like you stepped right out of the movie.
She hums the Addams Family theme song. I laugh. You look amazing, too. So realistic. Don't bite me. She pretends to snap at me as she steps inside.
Is the ballroom still decorated, or did someone take down all of our hard work?
It was all there a minute ago. I close the door. Gretchen grabs my arm and drags me through the hallway.
You added more! It looks even better, and I didn't think that was possible.
She runs ahead of me into the ballroom.
Whoa! Nice one!
What? I peek in, and my heart skips a beat. One of the creepy beds from the basement, Grandpa's old science experiment room, is now pushed against a wall.
How'd you get that up here?
Gretchen turns to me wide-eyed.
You had to have broken it down and rebuilt it. That's insane.
I swallow. I didn't move it. And I have no idea who brought it up or how. My best friend, totally oblivious to how freaked out I am, rushes inside and looks around at everything.
Where are the refreshments?
In the kitchen. You're helping me bring them in, remember?
Right. Let's hurry. Everyone's so excited about the party. People will get here early, no question.
You didn't tell anyone to come before it starts, did you? She gives me a mock innocent look.
I deny all charges.
Gretchen! She laughs and drags me to the kitchen. We're not quite done bringing everything in when the doorbell rings again. I glare at her. Why did you tell people to get here ahead of schedule? We need the extra time. She shoves me toward the hallway.
You answer the door. I'll turn on the music.
Just as I reach the staircase, Kenzie is stepping down from it. She's dressed as a jungle version of Jane, and she looks fantastic. Graham won't be able to take his eyes off her. My heart leaps, and I wrap her in a hug. You look awesome! I'm glad you like it. I thought you might be disappointed I didn't go with the traditional Jane. No way. I love it.
Ding dong!
She leaps for the door.
Hope you don't mind. I asked Graham to come a little early.
I don't know what to expect. I try to hold back a grin. Why would I mind? As she opens the door, I tense. How will they react to their matching costumes? Graham's eyes nearly bulge out of his sockets as he takes her in. She has nearly the same reaction at his revealing leopard print toga. When they both turn to me, obviously having figured out my plan. What? Did you do this on purpose? He asks. I cut my ear. What, Gretchen? I call. You need me? Be right there. I bolt down the hallway before either can say anything else. In the party room, Gretchen is dancing to the festive music while making some final touches to the snack tables. She turns around.
Are the twins here? I specifically told them to get here early.
No, it's Graham. Her eyes light up.
Does he match with Kenzie? Did you pull it off?
I beam. Yes, it couldn't be more perfect. She squeals.
They're going to get back together. There's no way they won't.
I hope you're right.
Where are they? I have to see this for myself.
We hurry to the door, but they aren't there. Gretchen grabs my arm, her eyes wide.
Maybe they're already making out.
I shove her. That's my dad you're talking about.
And that's the end result you want, right?
I want them together. I don't want to think about them. You know. She snickers.
Ding dong.
Thank God for the distraction. I open the door almost before the bell is done chiming. The twins stand there, one dressed as a sexy angel, and the other, a devil. At first, I can't tell them apart. It isn't too stereotypical? Asks the angel.
No way, it's perfect.
Gretchen lunges for him and kisses him. The devil's mouth drops open. Angel laughs as the kiss ends. That was great, but he's Wilhelm. Gretchen's face turns brighter red than I've ever seen it. She turns to her boyfriend. He bursts out laughing. Totally not offended. That was hilarious. I wish I'd gotten a picture of your face. She turns to me, and I can't help but laugh. It was pretty funny. Jacob puts his arm around me. Don't worry, babe. I'd much rather kiss you. Then he does. But as soon as our lips meet, the doorbell rings again. Wilhelm, who's closest, opens it. Gretchen pulls me aside.
Remember when you thought I was crazy for suggesting we could each be dating one of the twins?
I poke her. Remember when you used to not point that out every single day? She laughs. Then we say hi to the group of kids from school at the door. I don't recognize all of them because of the costumes, but the ones I do are football players and cheerleaders. And they're all talking excitedly about the house. Gretchen and Wilhelm lead them down the hall just as the bell rings again. This time, it's Asana and Manali and their dates. Jacob and I show them where the party is. The doorbell rings constantly as guests arrive. Guests start dancing while others crowd around the snacks. More people flood in, many taking in the decorations. It seems nobody can tell the difference between the artifacts and the knockoffs. Jacob pulls me to the dance floor as Monster Mash blares over the speakers. I laugh. This is fun, but I really should greet the other guests. The party was my idea. He puts a finger to my mouth and nods toward the door. The adults have it under control. Graham and Kenzie are talking with one of the neighbors, a lady who has glared at me more times than I can count. Billa, dressed as the Queen of Hearts, ushers in some kids from my art class. Okay, but I should say hi to people after this song. Deal. Jacob pulls me close and kisses me. Then he leaps back and busts out hilarious moves. I try to copy him, but fail spectacularly. Once the song ends, I have to stop to catch my breath. The room is nearly filled at this point. Uncle Jack is dressed as a farmer and talking to a few people I recognize from my mom's law firm. Sadness squeezes me as I realize I hardly thought about her today. But I don't have time to dwell on it because Jacob pulls me back to the dance floor as the first notes of Thriller play. I thought you were going to let me greet people, I tease. Can you blame me for wanting you to myself? He winks, seeming more devil than angel. We dance for a few more songs before I need a break. He gets me a glass of punch, and we squeeze around people, saying hi to most, and stopping to chat with a few. While we're speaking with some kids from my horse riding lessons, I notice Kenzie and Graham at opposite ends of the ballroom. My stomach sinks. I excuse myself and hurry over to Graham. Are you having fun? He gives me a bright smile. Yeah, this is great. You're quite the party planner. I shrug. It was hardly a challenge. You know, A real haunted house for a Halloween party. You really think it's haunted?
He lifts a brow. My gaze lands on Kenzie, who's now talking with some dude dressed in a tight firefighter costume. Kenzie wants your help with something. He glances over at her, his smile fading.
You sure about that? She looks preoccupied.
Yeah, I'm sure. I try to think of something to say. She specifically asked me to get you. Right now.
Graham looks doubtful. You sure you aren't just trying to get us together?
Busted. I shake my head, despite being caught. She really needs your help.
I'm sure that guy can.
It has to be you. Go. I shove him in her direction, though he barely budges. Now.
Okay. But I do find it interesting that both of us picked the Tarzan theme.
He lifts a brow.
Great minds, you know.
Finally, he heads her way. I don't move until he taps her shoulder. Then I finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now, magic will happen. She turns to him, and her expression lights up. She's happy enough to see him that the firefighter turns away. Mission accomplished. For now, at least. I'll have to keep an eye on them and make sure they don't part ways again. They may keep me on my toes tonight. I look around for Jacob, but don't see either of the twins. Or Gretchen, for that matter. Someone pats my shoulder. I spin around to see Minali and Asana with their dates. They're all dressed as condiments.
This is the party of the century,
Minali grins.
You've got to do this every year.
Maybe we can find excuses to have more parties the rest of the year. Are there other spooky holidays?
Day of the Dead,
says the guy attached to her side.
That's actually All Souls Day.
Asana rolls her eyes.
And it's 2 days from now.
We'll think of something. Minali drags her guy to the dance floor. Asana and her date follow. I glance over at Graham and Kenzie, happy to find them still talking. Not dancing yet, but still together. I'll give them a few more minutes before I drag them over to bust out moves of their own. Billa comes over.
We're all out of those mini eyeball sandwiches. Are there more?
I'll check. If not, there's plenty of other stuff we can bring out. I step toward the hallway. She moves in front of me.
You stay here. This is your party. The snacks are in the fridge?
Yeah, that and the pantry. Most of the stuff Kenzie got from the catering company is in the fridge.
I'll figure it out. Have fun.
She smiles and squeezes my arm. Her hands are always freezing. I make my way around the ballroom, talking with people and keeping watch over Graham and Kenzie. So far, so good. They're talking with one of my teachers and a librarian. Once I weave my way over to them, I'm going to drag them to the dance floor. But before I reach them, Gretchen rushes over. Her eyes are wide, and she's looking around frantically. What's wrong?
The twins are missing.
I'm sure they're just exploring. I shrug it off. You know how they've been saying they want to explore the house at night. Now's their chance. I'm sure that's all they're doing. She shakes her head.
Wilhelm said they want to explore with us.
And they probably decided it'd be creepier to go alone. They know we've been everywhere plenty of times. Gretchen frowns.
I have a bad feeling about this. Help me look for them.
I study her. The three of them could be planning a joke to scare me. In fact, that's probably what's going on. I relax at that realization. They're fine. I need to...
They aren't fine.
Come on. Worry fills her eyes behind the zombie makeup. I glance back at Kenzie and Graham. They're still standing together and talking with people, but they're not dancing. not gazing into each other's eyes, definitely not declaring their love to each other, and certainly not making out like Gretchen wants to see.
Ember!
Gretchen tugs me toward the door. I turn to her. This better not be a prank.
It's not!
She looks offended that I'd even suggest it. They were just here 5 or 10 minutes ago. There's hardly reason to worry. Her brows draw together.
Wilhelm and Jacob aren't going to explore without us. I swear.
Okay. I relent. But if this is a joke, you're going to pay. Big time. Tears shine in her eyes.
Something's wrong, I'm telling you.
I've only seen her this upset a handful of times throughout my life. Even though I'm certain she's overreacting, I relent. If it means that much to you, let's go. But I'm serious, this better not be a prank.
I already told you it isn't.
We step into the hallway. The lighting is dimmer than before, and it casts long shadows along the floors and walls. Super eerie.
Which way?
Gretchen looks around. I nod toward the library. Jacob is really curious about the secret lab downstairs.
Do they know how to get down there? We've never shown them. Did you tell him?
No, but it's not that hard to figure out, especially since they know about the fireplace being a hidden door.
But they don't know the trick to opening it.
I frown, which is why they probably didn't go down there, especially if you're right about them wanting to explore with us.
Maybe they went to the 3rd floor. That's where you found the bloody clothes.
Gretchen holds my gaze for a moment.
Let's go up there first. You're probably right about them waiting for us to go down to the basement.
Okay. As we turn around, I peek into the ballroom. The twins aren't there, but Kenzie and Graham are dancing. Not close or slow, but they're dancing. Things are progressing like they're supposed to. My plan is working. Gretchen yanks me.
Come on!
The music and noisy conversation fades as we round the hallway. The temperature drops several degrees, making my skin prickle with bumps. She meets my gaze, and without a word spoken, we know the other feels the same thing. We drift closer to each other. As we come to the bottom of the staircase, lightning flashes outside, momentarily making everything bright. Gretchen grabs my arm. It's just a storm, I whisper.
On Halloween in a haunted house.
In a house you've spent numerous nights in? She turns to me.
Not on Halloween.
Half the town is in here. Nothing bad is going to happen. Judging by her disapproving look, she doesn't believe me. I ignore that and march up the stairs. She quickly joins me. Lightning brightens everything again.
Do you have your phone?
She asks when we reach the landing. No, my costume doesn't have any pockets.
Go get it. We need the light.
I start to argue, but then decide to grab it because I want to take pictures of the party before the guests start leaving. Billa and Kenzie both said they'd get photos, but I want some of my own. Gretchen and I hurry into my room. As soon as we get back into the hallway, another flash of light brightens everything. Thunder follows immediately, rattling the walls. Gretchen clings to me. Are you sure you want to go upstairs? You aren't normally so jumpy or easily worried.
We have to find them. If ghosts are going to kill anyone, it'll be tonight. There isn't much time. Let's hurry.
Just before we reach the staircase, my grandma steps in front of us. Lightning flashes behind her, making her white hair look even more wild and her cloudy eye appear twice as opaque as normal. A door slams from the direction of the 3rd floor entrance. Gretchen screams, but a clap of thunder overpowers her voice. I race toward the 3rd floor. The door that we keep locked is wide open.
16. Kenzie.
A slow song begins, and Graham steps closer. He puts his hand at the small of my back. Is this okay? I breathe in his cologne.
Perfect.
He smiles, his dimple appearing. His muscles flex, and I can't help but stare. Usually his arms are covered with a shirt or a leather jacket, but now with his animal print toga, every inch of his brawny arms are on display. Being so close makes my heart race. This is nothing like being near Dayton. I force my eyes away from his arms and meet his gaze again, my face warming. Graham is still smiling. This is nice.
It is.
I can't help but feel set up, though. The corners of his mouth twitch. You mean our matching Tarzan and Jane costumes? I can't believe you don't think it's a coincidence. I snicker. Let me guess. Yours wasn't your idea either. He shakes his head. It was brought up by a certain 15-year-old. She was rather insistent.
Funny. I had the same experience. Could it have been the same 15-year-old?
His gaze locks on mine. He licks his lips. My heart skips a beat. Graham clears his throat. Do you think this is her way of trying to tell us something? I hesitate, not wanting to say the wrong thing. It crushed me to agree with the decision to stop pursuing our relationship so Ember could focus on her newly found dad without the added complication of us dating. His gaze darts around before looking back at me. I've missed spending time with you, Kenzie. A mixture of emotions runs through me. Relief, sadness, hope, desire. I try to put my thoughts to words, but can't. I've missed you, too. But it's been good for Ember. She's really flourishing since you two have been spending time together. He tugs on his toga strap and readjusts it. What do you think about the three of us spending some time together sometime? I could have you over for dinner. She says you'd love my fried chicken. My heart leaps, then aches. Would spending time with him and Ember lead to him and me spending time alone? Or would I merely end up with more heartache? And what about my work, pretending to be Dayton's girlfriend? With those pictures of us kissing going viral, I'll have to be extra careful. Has Graham seen it? I definitely don't want to ask. There are so many unknowns. I took the job because of the decision for Graham to focus on Ember, which I fully support. They deserve every opportunity in the world to make up for lost time and build the parent-child relationship they were denied for so long. Maybe we could do lunch instead if dinner doesn't work. His question brings me back to his first one. I'd love to spend time with you too. But what if things don't work out? I don't want it to get awkward. That's exactly what I told Ember. She didn't think it would be a problem. And besides, things are already a little awkward, don't you think? I can't deny that. He clears his throat again. I saw your pictures online. Awesome. Graham rakes his fingers through his hair. I assume those were publicity stunts. Assume or hope? I don't dare vocalize that question. Yes, I say quickly. That was staged. Word got out about Dayton's relationship with me, which is thoroughly fake. So that picture was his PR team's response. Graham takes a deep breath. Contractually, are you allowed to date in real life? I let a beat of silence pass before answering. Do you want me to be able to date? He squeezes my hand. Very much. Can you? My heart races. I'm not sure. You didn't read what you were signing?
He gives me a quizzical look. I had an attorney look it over and explain it in English, but I wasn't concerned about that part. Didn't think it mattered since you and I were over. I wasn't going to pursue any other relationship, so... I shrug. He takes a deep breath.
Kenzie, I was rash to stop what was building between us. Scared, if I'm being honest. I've had some difficult relationships in the past, and I used Ember as an excuse to put space between us, so I wouldn't have to risk being hurt again.
I lose myself in his eyes. And I wish I'd spoken up about my feelings at the time. I didn't want to let you go, but I also didn't want to do anything to hurt Ember. She's my responsibility.
Would you have made a different decision?
He asks.
Regarding your job?
Yes. Full stop. He winces.
I wish.
Someone screams. Graham turns toward the noise, but I don't, considering the holiday. Screams are to be expected. But most people stop dancing. Some gasp, others cry out. My pulse quickens. Maybe something is wrong. I pull away from Graham and weave my way through the costume-clad crowd until I get to the hallway. My mother stands about 10 feet away, wearing a ratty white bathrobe she's had since I was a child. Her hair is wild and sticking out in all directions. She seems to be staring through me. In this light, her cloudy eye seems to glow. I whip around to see what she's entranced on, but there's nothing other than wide-eyed partygoers. Graham appears at my side.
What's going on?
I need to help my mother back to her room.
The knife.
Mother reaches for me, unblinking.
Knife?
Graham steps closer to her.
What knife?
Bless the holy water.
Graham and I exchange a confused glance. Others speak around us. I turn back to her. What are you talking about? Someone screams down the hallway. It sounds like it's coming from the library. A gust of fog escapes from the ballroom. Graham turns to me.
What on earth?
Fog machine. I hurry past him and run to the library, my flats sliding on the slick floor. My hands fly out, and I regain my balance. A group of teens are gathered in the library's entrance, and several of them have bloody gashes. Is that makeup, or are you hurt? I demand.
It's art.
A girl in all black looks at me like I'm stupid. I barely take the time to register my relief as I dash around them and race to the fireplace. It's secure against the wall. Nobody has moved it to go up or down the rickety stairs. If enough kids tried it at once, it could easily give out under the weight. Graham catches up with me.
What's going on?
I have no idea. Can't figure out who is yelling.
Where's Ember?
My niece. The person I'm responsible for. In all the commotion, I hadn't even thought of her. I'm the worst guardian ever. I can't even look at Graham. I don't know.
I haven't seen her or that sketchy angel who was at her side the whole time in at least a half hour.
Let's ask around. Someone has to have seen them. They could just be dancing, and we didn't notice them in the crowd.
I doubt it.
He clenches his fists.
I knew I should have had a talk with that kid when I first saw him.
I'm sure they're fine. Jacob's a nice kid.
You know him?
Graham cocks a brow. She and Gretchen have been hanging out with the twins since they moved from Australia.
I still don't trust the kid.
He marches toward the entrance, but turns down the wrong aisle of bookshelves. This way. I lead him around the outer edge of the large room until we reach the door. The group of bloody kids are gone, and now my mother isn't in the hallway either. I turn to him.
I really need to find somewhere else for my mother to live. I've done some looking like I promised, but I can't find anywhere that'll take her. Sorry.
Trust me, that's no surprise. I pull off my shoes to be able to run faster. Neither my mother nor my niece is in the ballroom.
Where did they go?
Graham's expression tenses.
In her room? Have you set perimeters regarding boys in the house?
I glance at the nearly empty snack table. Maybe they're restocking the refreshments.
They'd better be.
He cracks his knuckles. I set my shoes against the wall and hurry to the kitchen. The empty kitchen. Graham throws me a questioning glance. I'm sure they're not in her room. We run upstairs. They aren't there. He nudges me as we reach the staircase.
The door to the 3rd floor is open. Don't you keep that closed?
We keep it locked. I dart into my room for more sensible shoes, and we dash up the stairs. My eyes water and I cough from the dust. Usually we wear masks up here, but there isn't time for that now. Graham points to the closest rooms.
You check these, I'll look in the ones down there.
Without a word, I bolt into the first room. The moonlight through the old, dirty windows doesn't reveal much, so I pull out my phone and shine the light around. There are a lot of places to hide, but nobody's here. Or in the next room. After checking the 3rd small room, I find Graham in the cramped hallway. Did you find them? He shakes his head.
I take it you didn't either.
No. We run downstairs and I lock the door. Stick the spare key in my pocket for good measure. Graham yanks out his phone.
I'm going to text her. I don't know why I didn't think of that before.
I didn't either. A scream sounds from the 1st floor. Again? I groan. More shouts. We scurry down the spiral staircase, bumping into each other in our haste. Half a dozen teenagers run past us and out the front door.
What's going on?
Graham calls. None of them answer. He runs after them. More shouts sound from the direction of the party. I sprint in that direction. Just inside the ballroom, my mother is waving around a bloody knife. What did you do? I scream. She glares at me as she steps away.
Murderers!
I lunge for her, stumble over a football helmet.
Murderers!
My mother continues swinging around the blade. After regaining my balance, I grab her arm. Stop! What are you talking about? She yanks herself free of my hold and backs up.
Murderers!
Quit saying that. Several more guests flee the room. In a burst of anger, I charge at her and take the weapon from her. Go back to your room. She glares at me.
Down with the killers!
The fog machine forces out another blast of the thick mist, surrounding her and making her look even more eerie than she had before. I loop my arm around hers tightly. Come on, Mother. We need to go upstairs.
Demons, come out!
She bellows.
Release me!
The show's over. I give a nervous smile to those staring at us. She resists, trying to pull away from me, but I'm stronger, and I manage to get her out into the hallway. Graham rounds the corner.
Where do you get that knife?
I hold it toward him. My mother was swinging it around.
I can't take it without gloves. It's evidence.
My mother continues fighting against me. I tighten my grip. Do what you need to. I have to get her away from the other guests. I'll be upstairs.
Wait.
He puts his hand under the bottom of his toga, lifting it.
I can take it like this. That way my prints don't get on it.
Fine, whatever. Not loosening my hold on my mother's arm, I bend down and place the handle for him to grab through the fabric.
What's this? He asks. My mother flails against me, but now I can use 2 hands to control her. A bloody knife.
No.
He sniffs it.
It's fake blood.
What? I nearly let go of my mother's arm. Graham holds the weapon up with his bare hand and smells it again.
Yeah, fake.
He runs his fingertip along the edge of the blade.
Also, not real. It's as sharp as a pillow.
I glare at my mother. Did you know this?
Murderers!
She pulls back, but she isn't strong enough to get away.
Murderers!
You're the only killer in here. And it's past your bedtime. Come on. Graham tosses the phony knife to the ground.
I'm going to look around outside for Ember.
I'll join you in a few minutes. He nods, then exits through the back door. I turn to my mother. We need to get you upstairs.
Murderers!
This is getting old. Come on. She struggles against me as I help her up the steps and to her room. Lightning flashes outside, brightening the dim upstairs. My mother continues hollering. If you're trying to keep anyone from ever returning, you're doing a phenomenal job.
Murderers!
You're also adding to the disdain our neighbors already have for us. She continues her yowling, and I quit trying to engage her. Once in her room, I help her to sit on her bed. You need to stay in here the rest of the night. Don't come out until I get you for breakfast. Do you understand?
Murderers!
Of course. I silently count to 20 before continuing. Do you understand? Don't leave this room. She glowers at me, squeezing her comforter tightly. Then you leave me with only one option. My mother jolts, narrows her eyes.
What?
Good night. I leave the room and use my master key to lock her inside. She can only unlock it if she has a key, which she doesn't. Both sides require a key. Now I can focus on finding my niece and her friends without having to worry about my mother. 17. Ember. Gretchen squeezes my arm.
Did you hear that?
I stop and shiver. My flimsy dress isn't enough to keep me warm out in the woods on a stormy October night. What?
Listen.
She huddles close. An owl hoots not far away. It's just an owl.
Not that. Listen.
I take a deep breath and wait. Leaves rustle nearby. That?
No.
She sounds annoyed.
Howl. Howl.
Shivers run down my spine. My entire body goes stiff.
That's what I heard.
I swallow. A coyote?
Or a werewolf?
Those aren't real. Now I'm getting annoyed.
If ghosts are real, then werewolves could be too.
That's a huge jump. And besides, even if they were, it's nowhere near a full moon.
How would you know?
She counters.
Can't see anything through the clouds.
Because yesterday was a half moon. Come on. We need to keep looking for Jacob and Wilhelm.
Do you really think they came out here? We should check the house again.
We have to look. They aren't anywhere inside, and their car is still out front. They couldn't have gone far.
Howl!
Gretchen shrieks and grabs onto me again. Boom! A loud clap of thunder shakes the ground. My ears ring for a moment. Droplets of rain splash on my arm and face. Gretchen screams. I cover her mouth. If you don't want the werewolves to find us, shut up. She pulls my hand away.
Or vampires. Blood just dripped on me. blood!
Snap out of it! That was water. From the leaves. I gesture above us. Gretchen wipes her face, pulls out her phone, and shines light on her arm.
It smeared blood! See, I was right.
I resist the urge to slap some sense into her. You're dressed as a zombie. It's not real. Lightning flashes, illuminating everything for a moment before the pouring rain intensifies. We both cover our ears before the shaking thunder roars. Once it's over, we lower our hands. Gretchen gasps for air.
We need to go inside, now. What we need is a search party. We can't cover enough ground between the two of us, especially if we don't split up. And I don't want to go anywhere alone.
That's the first smart thing you've said all night.
Hey!
And it's better than anything I've come up with. Let's go. She grabs my arm again, and we race toward the house, stopping only to cover our ears before the deafening thunder crashes. My feet sink into the soggy ground, then I slide. Mud splashes up onto my legs. I nearly crash to the ground, but Gretchen keeps her hold on me and helps me regain my balance. Inside, the hallway is in chaos. Costumed people fill the space, running around and screeching. I can't tell if they're genuinely freaked out or just being crazy, but my guess is something did spook them. I slam the door shut and shake my head to shed some of the water in my hair. Not that it does much good with my 2 braids. Minali and Asana aren't far away, so I pull away from Gretchen, then run to them. What's going on? You don't know? Minali gasps. No, I've been outside. I wipe a trail of rainwater running down my face to prove my point. Gretchen catches up. Her makeup is smeared badly. But since she's dressed as a zombie, it doesn't make much of a difference. Asana steps closer to me, her eyes wide.
Your grandma was totally freaking out. Like, certifiable. Nuts.
My stomach drops and my face flames. I look for a place to hide. What was she doing?
She was waving around a bloody knife and shouting at everyone. I seriously thought she was going to kill somebody. A bloody knife?
Whispers Gretchen. Gretchen and I exchange worried glances. My best friend is obviously thinking the same thing I am. Did my grandma kill our boyfriends? Minali and Asana nod in unison. It was dripping blood. Minali grabs my arm. Tell me that was part of the plan? A psycho old woman pretending to kill people? A funny game. Everything seems to spin around me. I don't know what she was doing. Have you seen Wilhelm and Jacob? Minali shakes her head no. So she was really going psycho? I feel like puking. Gretchen grabs my arms.
We have to find them. What if it's too late?
Asana gasps.
You don't think she killed them, do you?
I twist my braids around each other. They're missing, and my grandma was swinging a bloody knife. This can't be good. My grandma has Gretchen covers my mouth, and we exchange a look. She's right. I shouldn't voice it. Grandma has killed before. What's stopping her from doing it again? Especially after warning us not to have this party. What? Minali demands. I turn to her and change the subject. Where's my grandma now? She shrugs. Your aunt dragged her away from the party.
With the knife?
Gretchen asks. No, Tarzan threw it over there. Minali points down the hall. He did? I tried to make sense of it. Why would a police detective toss aside evidence? Unless it wasn't evidence. It was only a prop.
What are you thinking?
Asana demands. Relief washes through me. She didn't kill them.
How do you know?
Gretchen exclaims. No time to answer. I scurry past them and skip every other step on my way up to the second floor, nearly crash into Kenzie at the top.
There you are.
She clutches her hands over her heart.
Where did you go? We've been worried sick.
Gretchen and I were in the woods looking for the twins. She gives me a double take.
You don't know where they are?
No, they're missing. Where's Grandma? What was she doing with a bloody knife? Kenzie frowns.
You heard about that?
Of course. Everyone's talking about her.
Wonderful.
Slam! That came from another part of the second floor. I glance down the hall, then back at Kenzie. I don't suppose there are open windows?
Nope. Probably your missing friends. They had to have snuck up here as a joke.
There are boyfriends, I correct. After that kiss Jacob gave me earlier, I can't keep telling myself we're only friends. And now I need to save him. That slamming door could just as easily be Grandma.
No, I locked her in her room to chill out.
Slam! I gasp. You check on Grandma, and I'll see if anyone's down the other way.
Text me if you find them.
She dashes away before I can respond. Now I realize what a dumb idea it is for me to go the other way alone. If the person slamming the doors isn't from the party, that means it's a ghost. Ember! My stomach drops. It takes me a moment to realize I recognize the voice. I spin around to see Graham standing at the top of the stairs. Dad! I exclaim. He jolts. His expression softens. I freeze in place. It's the first time I called him that. You're okay! He leaps over and wraps his arms around me. I cling to him. We can't find Jacob and Wilhelm. The angel and the demon? Yes. Is it like them to pull pranks? Do they do things like that a lot? No, this isn't a joke. They wouldn't do that. Where did you last see them? My mind is spinning. In the ballroom, I think. You aren't sure? I'm pretty sure. It's all a blur. Gretchen and I have been looking all over. We've been all through the house and even went into the woods. But we need help. The building is enormous, and property is even bigger. You sure you've looked everywhere? This place has so many hiding spaces. Maybe they found one you don't know about. I told you they wouldn't do that. And we did look everywhere. I even used my key to check the locked rooms. I gasp for air. Can you help us look in the woods? Please? Take a deep breath, kiddo. He rubs my shoulders. Let's start by asking the guests if anyone has seen them recently. Have you done that yet? No, but... I look at the flood of people leaving. Do you mean those guests? He glances over, disappointment clouding his face. That's going to make it harder. But from the looks of it, plenty are staying. Let's go downstairs. Why don't you try calling them again? Jacob's phone goes straight to voicemail. He's not answering? Graham asks. No. Try the other one. I don't have Wilhelm's number. Get it from Gretchen or have her call him. I send her a text. She doesn't respond, so I can only hope she's calling him right now. Graham gestures toward the staircase. We need to get downstairs and ask around. I don't want to. I want him to call in the entire police force to search, but I agree to do it his way. He's the one who knows about looking for missing people. There's probably a procedure to this. My failed effort only got me soaked and muddy outside. We go downstairs and ask the first people we see. I think they're neighbors. It's hard to tell with the costumes. Not that it matters, because they haven't seen the twins since the beginning of the party. We ask more people, who give the same response. Nobody knows where they are. My stomach lurches.
What do we do now? We ask everyone we can in the ballroom. Then we can have a look outside around the house. If we still can't find them, I'll call in for some backup. Some backup? That doesn't sound motivating. I check my texts. Gretchen still hasn't gotten back to me. What if she's missing too? I tap out another frantic message. Ember, did you get my message? Ember, are you okay? Ember, answer me. Worried. I stare at the screen for a moment before putting my phone away and joining Graham and asking the partygoers if they've seen the twins. 20 minutes of questioning gets us no closer to finding them. But my best friend does finally get back to me.
Gretchen, looking for them. Nothing. You?
Ember, no. Graham's helping.
Gretchen, where could they go?
Ember, no idea. Did you call W?
Gretchen, no answer.
Ember,
let the story pause so your spirit doesn't have to. This music is for your restoration, and this audiobook is a gift to you.
Same with Jay. Come to the dance hall.
Gretchen, okay.
I hurry over to Graham. Are you going to call into your work yet? He glances at his phone. I've made them aware of the situation. Let's have a quick look around outside. I'll let them know we need help if we don't find them out there. I sigh. You may as well just ask for help now. This house is cursed, and there's no changing that. Something tells me we're not going to find them tonight.
18.
Kenzie. I wake with a worse headache than the night after the bridal shower. 2 teens went missing from the party at my house. At the notorious Brannon house. On Halloween. So much for trying to get on the neighbors' good sides. Though that's the least of my worries. Ember was still awake and fretting when I finally went to bed, unable to stay awake another moment. Hopefully while I slept, the missing boys returned, saying it was an epic practical joke. Not that anyone will find it funny, but at least they would be okay. I feel around for my phone to check for any updates online. It isn't on my nightstand, under any of the pillows, or tangled in the covers. I try to remember where I put it before going to sleep, but I barely remember taking off my Jane outfit and washing my face. As exhausted as I was, I didn't want to deal with a breakout like the one I had after last weekend's party. Maybe I left the phone in the bathroom. I vaguely recall checking social media for potential updates on the missing twins while applying toner. I swing my legs to the floor. Instead of finding my slippers, my feet slide on something hard. My phone. It had to have fallen at some point. I reach down, unlock it with my print, then look for updates. The first thing I see is a message from Dayton, who needs me to meet him for a date this afternoon. But nothing from anyone else. I'm tempted to check social media, but I don't have to look to know what people are posting about us and the house. Not after my mother was ranting like a lunatic while waving a bloody knife. Nobody else knows it was costume blood. Then 2 kids went missing shortly thereafter. Understandably, the boys' parents are freaking out, scared out of their minds. They were yelling at me, blaming me, until Graham talked them down, helped them to see that it wasn't my fault. I apologized profusely and offered to help in any way I could. I start to reply to Dayton's message when I realize today's date is probably for damage control again. I've managed to go viral 2 weekends in a row. I can only hope this doesn't make Dayton look bad in any way. At least he wasn't here for the bash. But people could question why he wasn't, since we're supposed to be so close. The masses have given us a nickname, Kenton. It could be worse. They could have gone with Daisy. A quiet life in the woods sounds like a dream at this point. Is Billa's Alaska home still available? I shoved that thought from my mind and tried to decide whether I should get back to Dayton or check on Ember first. Probably should check on my niece. I hope she's sleeping, but as worried as she was last night, I have my doubts. After pulling on sweats and a hoodie, I tiptoed to her room, not wanting to wake anyone. It was such a late night for us all. But at least I don't have to worry about my mother. She's safely locked in her room. I'll bring her something to eat once I know Ember's okay. I hear my niece's snores before I reach her door. She's sprawled on top of her bedding, half hanging off the mattress. I nudge her toward her pillow, and she scoots over. There's no way I can get her under the covers without waking her, so I find a comforter in a linen closet and spread it over her. On my way out, I close her door so she can get as much sleep as she needs. As I make my way downstairs, I text Dayton for more details about today's date. He doesn't respond right away, which isn't surprising given how busy he is. Remnants from last night litter the hall. Torn pieces from streamers, orange confetti, stray candy wrappers, and even a green wig a guest left behind. My muscles ache at the thought of cleaning everything. I'd rather hire a service. In fact, that's exactly what I'll do. I'll call after I down a cuppa and have something to eat. Jack and Billa are already in the kitchen, both looking as tired as I feel. My brother is at the stove flipping a pancake. My sister stands at the sink. "Need any help?" I ask. They both turn around. Billa sighs. "It's going to take all week to pick up after that party." "Don't worry about it. I'm going to hire a cleaning service." "Are you sure? That's going to be pricey." "I'm not worried about it." Jack flips over a piece of bacon. The police don't have to come back to look for more evidence?
Nope. They're done here.
I grab a mug, not one with anything Christmassy, and pour some coffee. And I hope it's the last time. I'm tired of having them come out for one crime or another. This was, the 4th time since I moved in over the summer?
Your mother was behind how much of that?
Billa sets plates on the table. 1, unless she's behind the boy's disappearance.
Wouldn't surprise me,
she mutters. I sip my coffee and help Billa set the table. Halfway through the meal, Dayton texts me more details for today's date. At least I have a few hours before needing to meet him at a luncheon with some of his associates. Given others will be there, the date hopefully has nothing to do with damage control from the missing boys at my party. I fill my siblings in on my plans for the day before taking dirty dishes to the sink. Jack fidgets and avoids my gaze. Is everything okay? I ask. He hesitates. Do I have my session today, Kenzie? I forgot all about that. I'm a horrible person. My brother really needs those appointments. You do. Thanks for reminding me. I need to start writing all of this stuff down.
Or put reminders in your phone,
Billa says.
That's what I do.
Even better. Jack breathes a sigh of relief and smiles. I rest my hand on his shoulder.
You really like your group sessions, don't you?
He nods and looks away, a little pink coloring his cheeks. My sister and I exchange a glance. Billa turns to him.
What's going on, Jack?
I should wash the pans. He pushes his chair back, hurries to the stove, then takes the dirty pans to the sink. I start to ask him something, but my phone alerts me to a text. Dayton says the luncheon is going to start a half hour earlier than expected. Jack, I might need to drop you off a few minutes early. Is that okay? Or maybe Billa could drive you in my old car.
Sure,
she says. He shakes his head while scrubbing a pot. I don't mind getting there early. Let's do that. Are you sure? Yes, it's no trouble. Really. I'd like to get there early. Okay, great. I need to get ready now. We'll have to leave in about an hour. I rush upstairs without another word. An hour doesn't give me much time. And I forgot to bring up food for my mother. She can wait, especially after that stunt she pulled last night. She's lucky I don't drop her off at a homeless shelter on the way to my luncheon. She's also lucky she isn't a person of interest in the missing twins case. But that may be a matter of time. It's improbable that she overpowered them, but she could have threatened them with the knife if they thought it was real. Or she could have done something else entirely. I shove all thoughts about her out of my mind and get ready. Then, just over an hour later, I hand her a bag of packaged goods. This is breakfast and lunch. Stay in your room. She snatches the bag from my grasp. You aren't giving me much of a choice now, are you? If you'd follow simple rules, I wouldn't have to lock you in here. I glance at the time. I have to go. Billa and Ember are here if you need anything else. Mother scowls. I'd rather drop dead than ask Billa for anything. That's your call. Enjoy your day. She peeks into the bag. These are my choices. Sorry if it doesn't live up to what you're used to eating at jail. I step out of the room and lock the door, refusing to get pulled into any more conversation. After checking on Ember, who is still sleeping, I grab what I need from my room and find Jack already waiting at the front door with his coat and hat on. He's holding a folded pink paper. I hurry down the stairs and try to remember if I was supposed to fill out any paperwork for his doctor. Nothing comes to mind. What's that? I nod to his paper as I slide into my jacket. Just a picture. He pulls it down to his side. You're bringing a picture? Yeah, I drew it. Can I see it? He hides it behind his back and looks away. I pull my keys from my handbag. Is something the matter? You're starting to worry me.
No, I'm fine. Good, actually.
Are you sure? He frowns.
Nothing's wrong.
Can I see the paper? It would make me feel a lot better.
He frowns. You really want to see it?
Between the insurance and doctor's notes, I can't help but be concerned I've missed something. Jack unfolds the paper slowly and shows me what's inside. He drew a mountain and a lake with colored pencils. The scenery is framed with a row of multicolored hearts along the outer edge. You're really talented, I smile at him. He shrugs.
I used to draw with Bob Ross in my old room. There wasn't anything else to do besides watch TV.
My heart aches for all his stolen time. Our mother definitely deserves to be locked in her room. Where did you learn to draw hearts like that?
Carol from the group showed me. I drew it for her.
He marches outside. Who's Carol? None of the doctors or nurses are named Carol. Then a thought strikes me. Does my brother have a girlfriend? I bolt outside to ask him, but get distracted by neighbors crowded across the street. They're all glaring and scowling. Some are pointing. One gives me an obscene gesture. I whip around and remote unlock the door. Before I reach it, a lady marches over. She crosses her arms and gives me a death glare.
Were those missing boys found yet?
Not yet, unfortunately. Her mouth forms a straight line.
You should take a bulldozer to this place.
I gasp. Are you serious?
Yes. This place is so much more than an eyesore. It was bad enough when nobody lived here, but it's even worse now. Death is attracted to it.
Who said the kids are dead? I snap. Do you know something I don't? If you do, you should talk with the police, not me. She glowers at me. I return the expression. Get off my property now and leave my family alone. I need to get to work. The woman glances over at Jack.
Is it true Regina locked him away for decades?
Go! Crawl back into the hole you came from. If you come back here again, I'm calling the cops.
And what? Tarzan will come to your rescue?
She stares me down. Anger courses through me. I'm not going to repeat myself. If you don't want to find yourself with a restraining order against you, get off my property. She digs her heel into the grass before spinning around and rejoining her snooty friends. I get in the car and start the engine. The only thing keeping me from shouting is Jack. I don't want to scare him.
Is that lady mad?
Jack asks. They're all horrible people. Don't go anywhere near any of them. Ever. His eyes widen.
Okay.
I take deep breaths as I pull out of the driveway. Somehow, I'm going to have to calm myself before meeting with Dayton. And I can't imagine my emotions settling anytime soon. 19. Kenzie. Dayton and I wave to the last of his associates and their dates, who are leaving the private room in the expensive restaurant Dayton picked for the luncheon. He turns to me.
How are you holding up?
I can't believe you're asking about me after all the messes I've caused.
It's nothing, really. How are you?
Tired, but otherwise okay. The real question is, how are you after another week of my issues getting in your way?
You aren't responsible for those boys disappearing.
I twist my bracelet back and forth. I may as well be. Everyone blames me. If not me, then my house.
Is your niece dating one of the boys?
He asks. Yeah, she's worried out of her mind.
And she doesn't have any ideas what happened?
I shake my head. She's been trying to think of something, but can't. Dayton rubs his chin.
I'd like to help.
Really, you don't have to. You have enough to worry about.
I'd like to.
What can you do?
Offer a reward for information leading to their return.
I give him a double take.
You definitely don't have to do that.
I don't mind.
It's a really nice thought, but I don't want you to worry about it. I mean, I could do that with the Brannon funds. Actually, I should have thought of that myself. I don't know why I didn't. He gives me a reassuring smile.
Because your mind has been elsewhere. Let me take this burden from you.
I shake my head. I'm sorry I've gotten you involved. Let me handle this. It's my issue to deal with. You hired me. I'm supposed to make your life easier, not harder. He chuckles.
That isn't why I hired you. It was originally to get my family off my back during Emerson's engagement festivities, but it's morphed into PR coverage. You're beautiful and a delight to be around. Everyone loves you. Nobody comes without baggage.
His words take my breath away for a moment. I take a deep breath. Everyone doesn't love me. My neighbors think I should bulldoze my house because of its shady past, and the present isn't much better. They hate it and me all the more. Dayton puts his hand on mine.
All I'm trying to say is, you've helped me, and now I want to help you. And for the record, my family adores you. They couldn't think higher of you.
Even after last weekend, I cover my face, heat creeping into my cheeks, the viral picture swirling in my mind. He chuckles.
You mean the pictures from Fiona's after party?
What else?
That's on Fiona. My family knew nothing about that, and my sister vouches for you. The two of you were dragged into it, not knowing what was coming.
But I'm the only one whose picture was shared millions of times. I shouldn't have allowed myself so much to drink, but I don't say that. This conversation is wearing on me. I have so much to think about, including those two boys who went missing on my watch, and my niece, who's torn up over it.
What would you like me to do?
Dayton's question brings me back from my thoughts. I look back at him. Go about your life. Don't worry about me. That would make me happy. He frowns.
I can see how much the stress is affecting you.
I'm sorry,
It wasn't a criticism.
He taps the table, looking deep in thought.
If we put our heads together, we can come up with a solution.
Really, you don't need to worry about any of this. I'm sure you have plenty of work to do. Deadlines, press releases, that sort of thing. I'll dig myself out of my mess. Before he can respond, a waiter comes in. He stands straight.
I didn't realize anyone was still here. Can I get you anything, sir? 2 glasses of wine, and surprise us with a plate of appetizers,
Dayton says.
Of course. Anything else? Do you need anything?
No. The waiter disappears quickly. Dayton turns back to me.
We'll think over appetizers.
I'm not sure that can be done in under an hour. Or 10. He starts to say something, but then pulls out his cell phone.
I apologize. I need to reply to this. Minor emergency, and I need to walk Trista through it.
Don't worry about me. I pick at the remaining food on my plate, my mind back at the house. He taps his thumbs furiously on the screen. A few minutes later, the waiter returns with the platter of food and 2 glasses, which he fills with golden-colored wine. He leaves the bottle with us before exiting. Dayton gestures for me to start without him. I sip the smooth drink, and it relaxes me almost immediately. Makes my problem seem like less of a big deal.
like maybe there really is a way to solve it all. He puts his phone away.
That fire's out. Now to extinguish yours.
I sigh, hating that I'm taking up any of his time. Everyone knows who he is, yet he's putting his other plans on hold to help me. It's crazy. After sipping his drink, he takes a shrimp, then dips it in red sauce. We nearly empty the plate and our glasses without any more conversation. Then he snaps his fingers.
I have it.
What?
A proposal.
What do you propose? His mouth curves slightly.
I mean, I'll propose to you. The world will think you're my fiancé.
I don't even blink. I don't understand how that helps anything.
You can move away from that house. It's brought nothing but trouble for you since the day we met. You can bring your niece. It's perfect.
It takes me a moment to realize what he's suggesting. You want my niece and me to move into your mansion?
Yes. Nobody ever uses the East Wing. It would be great to see it in use.
My heart hammers. This job just jumped to a whole new level. A fake marriage proposal, moving into his home, and just as things are starting to pick up between Graham and me again.
It's the next natural step,
Dayton says.
And everyone loves a good engagement story. This will distract people from everything else. You can take the time to decide what to do with your house. Perhaps restore it and open it up for tours. It could easily be declared a historical landmark. That should make your neighbors happy. Not that it matters, because you won't have to see them, since you'll be living with me.
My mouth drops open. Dayton has managed to leave me speechless. Not an easy feat.
Don't worry if you need time to think this over. It's going to take a while for me to plan the perfect engagement. It'll have to be something spectacular enough to keep the masses talking for weeks to come.
My mind is spinning. He's serious about proposing to me. Fake proposing. But the rest of the world will think it's real. There's no way Graham would like that if we start to work on a relationship. And it isn't something I can realistically go along with. Not only do I have Ember to think about, but also Jack and Billa. And my mother. Can't forget about her. She'll never allow that. I pull myself from my thoughts to bring up my concerns, but Dayton is back to tapping furiously on his phone. There's no way I can go through with a fake engagement. Not if I have even a sliver of a chance with Graham. And after our time at the party, I'd say I have more than a sliver. I can't give that up. Actually, I do like the idea of moving away from my mother. That's the only real upside to Dayton's suggestion. He turns to me.
What do you think? We can plan the proposal for next weekend. I know it's quick, but it's doable.
I set my glass down and take a deep breath. His brows lift and he leans against the chair, giving me a questioning look. There is a catch. I wait for his reaction.
Go on.
His expression doesn't indicate what he's thinking. My pulse drums in my ears. I blurt out, I'm in love with someone else. 20. Kenzie. A slow smile spreads across Dayton's face.
You're in love? That's wonderful news.
It is? I wring my hands together. I didn't mean to fall in love. It just happened. This job,
that's the way these things work. We don't get to choose when or with whom we fall in love. That's part of the beauty.
I take a deep breath. But I can't get engaged to you while I have a chance to make things work with him.
Ours would only be a facade. In fact, he could live in the East Wing with you. You'd have your own staff. It won't be a problem.
My mouth drops open. It's the second time today he's left me speechless.
What?
Dayton asks.
Do you need something else? A company car, perhaps?
I hold back a laugh. No. I can't believe you wouldn't worry about me being seen with another man while the world thinks we're a couple.
I wouldn't dream of hindering your real life, Kenzie.
But I struggle to find the right words.
It's a lot to think about. I realize that.
That's putting it mildly. I also have a brother that lives with me, and he has challenges that I have to think about.
The East Wing has 5,000 or 6,000 square feet. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but it should be plenty of room for the four of you.
I'm tempted to pinch myself. Dayton's offering me the world. It's almost too good to be true. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but why are you willing to give me so much?
You deserve it. Especially if you're willing to give the world the impression that we're engaged and eventually married.
But how far do you plan to take this? Is there going to be a fake wedding? Are you going to want children? And what about Graham? He's the one I'm in love with. Dayton rests his chin on his palm.
How serious are you two? This is the first I'm hearing about him.
I chew on my lower lip. It's been complicated. But it's moving to be a whole lot less complicated.
Tell me more.
This is a conversation I should have had with him before I agreed to working for him. But I hadn't known that Graham and I would ever have a chance together. It had been clear we weren't going to pursue a relationship. Except Ember could see what we tried to ignore.
I'm the last person to judge you,
Dayton says.
I'm genuinely curious.
I play with my bracelet. He's the detective who is on my sister's murder case. That was how we met, and we ended up spending time together because of it. He was completely professional and didn't acknowledge our attraction until after the case was closed. But shortly after that was when things... My voice trails off as I debate whether I should mention him being my niece's father.
When things got complicated?
Dayton offers. Exactly. And when you brought up your job offer, it seemed like things would end between us. So saying yes to this job was a no-brainer. But now, it looks like things could work out. So that changes things.
And you don't want the world to think you're with me when you're really in love with the detective?
Dayton twists his napkin. If it weren't cloth, it'd be shredded. He looks out the window and then back at me.
You would feel unfaithful, letting the world think you're in love with one person when your heart actually belongs to another.
Yes, exactly. Relief washes through me at having my feelings verbalized. He tugs the napkin even tighter and looks lost in thought, conflicted even.
Would you give me a moment?
Sure. My stomach knots as I wonder what he's thinking. I have a feeling everything is about to change. He rises and walks over to the window, gazes outside for a minute before returning to his phone, taps even more furiously than before. His brows furrow and his forehead wrinkles as he stares intently at the screen. My stomach knots, and to distract myself, I finish off the shrimp, then pour a little more wine. And still, I wait. Dayton grows even more tense, looking deeper in thought as he furiously taps his phone's screen almost hard enough to damage it. I reach for the bottle again. He turns to me, his expression grave.
Perhaps we should go.
I pull my hand back. My stomach lurches. Is everything okay?
Yes. I'm trying to figure out the best way to handle this.
We don't have to make any decisions right now. Take a few days and think about it. I'll continue to show up for whatever events you need me to, and...
I've already made my decision.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's for the best.
I force a smile and try to hide the fact that I feel like I'm going to empty my stomach momentarily. Whatever is on his mind is going to change everything. That much is certain. He holds out his hand, which eases my nerves slightly. After I place my hand in his, he leads me through the restaurant without another word. My palm is sweaty, and if he notices, he doesn't say anything. Time seems to race and slow at the same time. I shouldn't have said anything about Graham. No, I should have. It's the right thing to do. I can always go back to work at the agency, or find a new career altogether. Go to school even. I wouldn't feel bad using the Brannon funds for that. Once we step outside the building, a crowd awaits us. I shouldn't be surprised, especially given they all have cameras pointing at us. Many of them call out questions, making it impossible to tell what any one of them are asking. I smile and lean closer to Dayton, playing the part. He raises a hand and asks for quiet. A few people call out questions, but then everyone does as he requests. Dayton clears his throat.
I originally asked you all here to make a business announcement, but that isn't the news I'm going to share now.
The onlookers call out questions louder than before. He holds up his palm again, still holding my hand with his other one. Once they quiet, he continues speaking.
Like I said, that's not the announcement I'm going to make. I have something much bigger to share with the world.
I jolt, but do my best to hide my surprise. Where is he going with this? Dayton pulls on his collar.
This is something I should have made public long ago, but better late than never, as the saying goes.
My heart hammers, but I focus on giving the cameras my best smile. It's a good distraction until I, along with the onlookers, find out what he's about to announce. His hand tightens around mine.
Kenzie is a wonderful person, but she isn't the love of my life.
Shock and then relief wash through me, though I'm not sure why the relief. Maybe because I now have a better idea where he's taking this speech. Although I don't know how he's going to handle our fake breakup.
The truth is, he continues, I met her when we were both living in California, and I hired her to play the part of my girlfriend. I've been getting a lot of pressure from my family to marry ever since my brother got engaged. The two of us have gone through the same things at the same time for the span of our lifetimes. Emerson and I played the same sports, went to the same schools, and both went into business, him for our uncle and me for myself. Then we both met our soulmates.
Now where is this going?
My twin's relationship was a whirlwind romance, and he made it very public from the beginning. I kept mine quiet, though I wanted to shout it from the rooftops as much as my brother was. However, I had reasons to keep mine private. Essentially, I chose fear over love. At first, I claimed to be too busy with my business for a relationship. I said I didn't need anything as frivolous as love to distract me from building my empire.
He clears his throat.
The truth is, I am in love with my assistant. Trista is the woman I plan to spend the rest of my life with, and publicly, from this point on. My family has never approved of her because of reasons that aren't mine to divulge. But suffice to say, my feelings never changed. It's to my shame that I chose family over Trista. We've secretly continued our relationship all this time. It's a burden to voice the truth after living a lie, but even if my family chooses to disown me, I won't turn my back on Trista any longer.
The crowd's questions are even louder this time. He holds up his hand, and when that doesn't work, he whistles until they all stop.
I only have one more thing to say for now. As I mentioned before, Kenzie is a wonderful person. My request is that everyone leave her alone about everything. This extends to her neighbors, acquaintances, and anyone else in her personal life. I've never met a nicer person, more generous and giving. Just let her be and give her privacy.
A few people throw out more questions.
That's all for now. Excuse us.
Still holding my hand, he leads us through the noisy crowd of onlookers to my car.
I apologize for not giving you a heads up about that, but I thought it was the best to say my piece one time rather than repeating myself.
You have nothing to be sorry for. I only wish I'd been more forthcoming about Graham earlier. But I'm happy you have love as well. I'm sorry your family didn't approve.
Family is complicated, and if they decide to disown me because of Trista, I don't care any longer. They will either have to accept us or forget about me.
I hope it all works out.
Either way, it will.
He smiles.
I should let you go. We both have our own drama to deal with now. Good luck with everything. And if you need anything from me, just send a message. I'm still happy to help.
I appreciate it. That goes for you, too. I turn to my car but hesitate. Do you want the necklace and bracelet back? I know they cost a fortune. I'm sure Trista will love them.
Keep them. I bought them for you.
Are you sure? You could return them and use the money for...
They were a gift, and they belong to you. I'll never miss them. And besides, I should have been upfront about my intentions from the beginning. Besides, Trista has plenty of jewelry from me already.
I lift a brow. Did you want me to be your fake fiancé since day one? He glances away for a moment.
Yes. Keep the jewelry as a parting gift, and let them always be a reminder of what a beautiful person you are, inside and out. Think of that each time you see them.
I try to respond, but don't know what to say. Dayton kisses my cheek.
Thank you for everything. I hope your reputation wasn't damaged too badly by any of this.
Not at all.
Best of luck to you with everything.
Right back at you.
I'm still willing to donate toward the reward of the missing teens. I'm more than happy to contribute.
In all the excitement of everything going on here, I'd forgotten about the drama back home. Thanks. I appreciate that. Silence lingers before he speaks.
I'll miss spending time with you. Enjoy time with your boyfriend.
Perhaps we can have a double date. I'm curious to meet the woman who really has your heart.
I'd like that.
He walks away, leaving us both to go our separate ways.
21. Ember. I turn off video chat and flop onto my bed. Gretchen went to the boys' house today, hoping Wilhelm and Jacob would be there, laughing about pulling off the most epic prank ever. They weren't. Not that either of us expected them to be, or at least I didn't. Maybe she did. I'm exhausted and can't stop worrying. They were in the ballroom with us last night. Why did they leave? Had they wanted to go exploring on their own without us first? Or was it something as simple as trying to find a bathroom, then something went horribly wrong. It's so hard to say. My eyelids start to close, and I'm half tempted to give in to the fatigue. I fell asleep super late last night and kept waking from bad dreams. When I finally got up, only Billa was home, and she warmed up leftovers for me to eat for lunch. I force myself off my bed and into the hallway. Out the windows, I see neighbors gathered across the street, staring at the house. They need to get lives. Seriously. How pathetic is it they have nothing better to do? Are they just bored? I turn my attention away from them and look around the second floor, my gaze landing at the door leading upstairs. It had been wide open last night at the party, despite Kenzie locking it. I had even pulled on the knob to double-check it. Who unlocked it? And how did they get in? It doesn't make any sense. She and I have the only keys. Yawning, I trudge over to check the knob. It's locked now. I use my master key, then make my way up the creaky stairs. I sneeze from the dust, but don't bother going back for a mask. Just breathe into my sleeve. Some of the dust has been recently disturbed, but that's hardly a surprise. Gretchen and I were up here looking for Jacob and Wilhelm. Plus, Kenzie said she and Graham came up for the same reason. The police were undoubtedly up here too, as they searched everywhere, inside and out, for the twins. My gaze lands on the fake wall. I've always wondered what's back there, and now that I think about it, that's the second fake wall we know of. The other being in the basement, hiding Grandpa's old torture room. Do I want to know what's behind this one? I don't have a choice. Not when my boyfriend and his brother are missing, and nobody's looked back there. My stomach knots as I think about removing the wall. The good thing is, it isn't really an actual wall. More like a board someone shoved into place and painted to look like the rest of the third-floor walls. It's obvious it isn't part of the actual house. I look around for something to pry it out with. Nothing in the hall, but there has to be something in one of the bedrooms. The first one is mostly boxes. Kenzie and I have gone through some of them, but found mostly books and papers. I don't have time to go through those, so I move on to the next small room. More storage packed around an old bed, but fewer things in boxes here. Still breathing into my sleeve, I make my way around the room, trying to find anything that could work. An old chair has a loose leg. It looks like it gave out long ago because it's leaning against a box and the dust is undisturbed. That'll have to do. I put it on its side and tug on the leg. It doesn't give, but when I twist, it comes loose after a few rotations. The screw sticking out of the end will be perfect for getting in between the board and the real wall. I hurry over and try to find a place to fit it. The board is jammed in tightly. After a few minutes, I give up, not wanting to scrape the actual wall. It will be impossible to use my makeshift tool without damaging the real wall. Frustrated, I kick the board. It budges. Why didn't I try that first? I give it another kick. It moves slightly, but doesn't fall from its place. I pull my knee close and build enough energy to give it my best shot.
Crack!
It doesn't break, but it's progress. I hit it again and again until it breaks, but not completely. I'm almost there. I wipe sweat from my forehead and give it another good kick. It busts into 3 pieces, all of which fall to the ground. I nearly lose my balance, but steady myself against a pile of boxes. I can barely believe my eyes. The fake wall is actually down. Now I'm going to find out what's back there. At first, I imagined it was wiring to update the house, which probably didn't have electricity in the beginning. Definitely didn't have phone lines or internet capabilities. It's dark and impossible to see what's back there. I fish out my phone, then use it as a flashlight. Lots of dust particles are dancing around, not surprising. The hidden area doesn't have a high ceiling, so I have to duck down to fit. It's hard to imagine the purpose of such a cramped hallway, though this whole level, used only for the help, continues to show how the early Brannons didn't care about the living conditions of their servants. There's so much dust floating in the air, and it keeps getting in my eyes. Each step I take across the shag carpeting kicks up more particles. I need a mask and goggles in here. No time to get those. I'll deal with stinging watery eyes for now. This could potentially lead to my boyfriend. I follow the cramped hallway, careful not to trip over the random junk lying around. It's nothing worth saving, just broken stuff. Certainly not anything worth hiding behind a fake wall. Not yet. Why would someone go to all the trouble to build a fake wall? It wouldn't be for nothing, and so far there are no wires or ducts or anything utilitarian. Just a bunch of garbage that some Brannon left for another to deal with in the future. Unless there's something worse than a torture room up here. I shudder at the thought. My back and neck start to ache as I creep along. I'm short, and this ceiling is low for me. Must have been a bear for the taller Brannons, the relatives my grandpa got his height from, if they ever came this way. The light illuminates 2 papers off to the side. They look like 2 pieces of an old ripped photograph. I shine the light directly on them. They form a picture of a young couple, not much older than me, in old-style swimsuits at a beach. Looks like it could be the one here in town. The tear isn't random. It's down the middle, right between the 2 people. I'm curious, but with my boyfriend missing, I don't have time to stop and investigate this. Except I know the couple in the mysterious photo. I pick up the 2 pieces and study them while holding my phone. The man and woman are my grandpa and grandma. They look to be teenagers themselves, or in their very early 20s at the oldest. Why the rip? It isn't like they ever divorced. They were married until Grandpa died. But they did have their issues. Grandpa's brother fathered Uncle Jack, and Grandma later killed her brother-in-law. Plus, Grandpa had Billa with a different lady. Those are serious marital problems. It's a wonder my grandparents got close enough to have my mom and Kenzie at all. I shake off the dust and keep going. The mystery of the photo will have to be solved another time, and it could be as easy as asking Grandma. Depending on her mood, she might tell me. Not that I'm going to hold my breath. The woman loves her secrets. After rounding a corner, I come to another wall. Disappointment washes through me. This is it? A dusty hallway filled with broken junk and a ripped photo, leading to a dead end? All I've learned is the board was put up sometime after my grandparents were teenagers. There's nothing exciting hidden, and I haven't found the twins. Sighing, I shine the light around in case I've missed something. I press on the wall. It's real. Looking around for anything else yields more disappointment. I want to kick another wall down, but I don't want to damage the actual house. This was all for nothing. I could have been looking somewhere else and gotten closer to finding Jacob and Wilhelm. Frustrated, I spin around and stomp toward the main part of the 3rd floor. I don't care about the extra dust I'm kicking up. What a monumental waste of time. Jacob, where are you? I whisper, knowing he won't answer. They aren't up here, and they might not even be in the house. My foot catches on something. Probably a piece of garbage. I almost don't bother looking down, but then I do. Just carpeting. Or could a treasure be buried inside the once fluffy fabric? It's so long and thick. Anything could be hiding there. And my foot did catch on something. I kneel and run my palm over the carpet. Nothing. I press my hand down firmly, trying not to think of what dead bugs or worse might be hiding. A bump.
The floor underneath has a lump. Floors don't have lumps. I yank on the carpeting. It comes up easily. Too easily. I shove it to the side. A latch. My pulse races. I hold the light with one hand and pull on the latch with the other. It springs up, almost like it's been waiting for this day for many years. Heart racing, I shine the light down. A ladder is nailed to the wall down below. Do I dare go down? It could give out and I'd fall. How far would I go before landing? My light doesn't shine far enough to see the bottom. All I see is darkness. There's only one way to find out what's hiding down there. I return my phone to my pants pocket so the light shines out behind me, and I slide the 2 pieces of the picture in my other pocket. I maneuver myself down to the ladder, nudge it with my foot to see if it's stable. It doesn't budge, not even a bit. I take that as my sign to go down. My heart feels like it could explode out of my chest. I take deep breaths and focus on safely scaling the ladder. It remains steady as I make my way down. At least whoever placed it made it to last. Though it does make me wonder how long ago it was built. Did my grandpa secure it? Or did a Brannon nail it here over a century ago?
Clink, clink.
I freeze in place, my breath hitched. The sound doesn't continue, so I keep going. Once I reach the last rung, I lower myself and feel around for the floor. Find it, press one foot down, then the other. The landing feels like a steel grate. It appears to be as solid as the ladder. I'm slightly relieved, though now I'm shaking. I take a few deep breaths before removing my phone to shine the light around. The landing is barely large enough to fit 2 people. There are stairs going down. They look familiar. They match the ones behind the fireplace in the library, the ones that lead to Grandpa's hidden torture room. I take a moment to figure out where I am in relation to those. Right above. These steps lead down to the library on the 1st floor. That means I have to go down to or past the 2nd level. My mind races to think of where this will take me down there. Behind a bedroom? Another fake wall? A secret room? Could Jacob and his brother be there? My breath hitches at the thought. The possibilities seem endless, and there's only one way to find answers. Holding my phone with one hand and the railing with the other, I test the 1st step. It creaks, groans, but it holds my weight. I take each stair with as much caution as the last. They wind down, and I eventually come to the landing behind the fireplace. I recognize the back of the door. That means I passed the 2nd story without realizing it, without seeing a way in. There must not be an entrance to that level. Just the basement, 1st and 3rd floors. I don't bother to continue going down since I already know what's there. Instead, I go back up, looking intently for an entrance to the 2nd floor. Nothing. No landing, no door. Just the spiraling staircase that leads back to the ladder. I check the walls at the landing. Maybe this is the 2nd floor entrance. Though it feels too high. It seems like it should be about halfway between it and the 3rd level. If there is a door, it's well disguised. I feel around the wall, but there isn't anything other than a solid wall. I shine my light and study it, coming to the same conclusion. This is a waste of time. I need to return to the main part of the house and figure out somewhere my boyfriend could be. He isn't here. I shove my phone back into my pocket, then climb the ladder. Once back in the hidden part of the 3rd floor, I push the broken board pieces to the side so I can go back down to the 2nd level. The whole way I sneeze and wheeze and wipe my irritated eyes. Everything seems to go back to my grandma. The torn picture, the missing boys,
and even the hidden hallway. I need to talk to her. With any luck, she'll open up to me. Even if she doesn't tell me everything, she might tell me something. And that's better than what I know now. After I lock the door to the upstairs, I march to her room. The door is unlocked, and I storm inside without knocking. I need to catch her off guard. She'll be more likely to spill the truth if I don't give her time to think up a lie. The room is empty. Disappointment washes through me, but only for a moment. I open and close drawers, rifle through her closet. Even if she isn't here to give me answers, I can find some information myself. She knows something she isn't telling us. Why else would she have been going crazy last night at the party? Between that and the twins' disappearance, it's all too much to be coincidence. Yet I can't find anything. It all looks normal, like she's still in here. Even her rocking chair is facing the locked armoire. The armoire. Nearly every time I come in here, she's staring at it like she did the mirror that leads to the hidden tunnel. The armoire is what I've been looking for all this time. Whatever answers she's hiding have to be tucked inside it.
22. Kenzie.
The neighbors gathered across the street call out for me to tear down the house as I step out of my car. I have half a mind to chew them out, but with everything else going on, I really don't have it in me. Ember texted me an SOS message with no details other than to let me know she isn't in danger, but she needs my immediate help. Not that knowing she isn't in danger puts my mind at ease when there are so many things that could be wrong. Did she find the boys? Are they hurt or worse? Did my mother do something? Though I don't see how she could make anything worse than it already is. I ignore the shouts from the neighbors as I race inside and lock the door. Ember? I call. No response. She's probably somewhere she can't hear me. I hurry up the stairs, calling her name as I go. Billa appears from down the hall.
Is everything okay?
Have you seen Ember?
I thought I heard her going toward your mother's room. She was muttering.
My stomach clenches. No wonder she sent me an SOS message. My mother is probably freaking out. She's probably still mad about the packaged food I gave her to eat today. When I get to the bedroom, Ember is pacing inside. I can't see my mother anywhere. Where is she? I demand. My niece turns to me. I have no idea. Is that why you sent me the text? She shakes her head and sneezes. We need to get in the armoire. That's an emergency? She's hiding something, and it has to be in there. Okay, but where is she? I told you I don't know. Do you have the key to get in? No. I look around, seeing every other drawer in the room open. But I take it you've looked. She nods. It isn't in here. Did you let her out? No. How'd she get out? I exclaim. I don't know, but I want in there. What if Jacob and Wilhelm are in there? They couldn't fit. Not with all your grandmother's secret things. She throws me an exasperated look. It's big enough to hold them if she emptied it. I frown. Don't you think we'd hear them? Not if they're unconscious. I take a deep breath. I'll try the old skeleton keys and see if one works. The stash is in my room. I'll be right back. Hurry! She pulls on the handles of the wardrobe, as if that will do anything. I dart down the hall to my room and find my pouch holding the old keys in the back of my sock drawer. I'd nearly gotten rid of them after replacing all the locks, but I'm glad I didn't. Every so often we find a lock that still takes the antique keys. Back in my mother's room, Ember is still yanking on the handles. Let me try these. She steps aside. I try one of the keys. It doesn't fit, so I try another. Then another, and another, until I've used each one. Ember throws her hands in the air. Now what? We need to find her. There isn't time. What do you suggest? Her eyes are wild. Break down the doors. I take in the perfectly preserved wardrobe. It has to be at least 100 years old. It'll be a shame to destroy. I shake my head. What are you waiting for? Ember pleads. We need to do something. Why do you think they're in there? It's the only thing that makes sense. Grandma was going nuts at the party around the time the twins went missing. But the knife was covered in fake blood, and it wasn't even sharp. It was all for show. Ember crosses her arms. That's what she wants us to think. Graham knows fake blood when he sees it. I take a deep breath. Let's not break down the doors. We can use a screwdriver to pull the hinges off. Do you have one? Not on me. I'll check the utility closet. She races past me. There's probably one in Uncle Jack's room. I'll check there. 5 minutes later, we meet back in my mother's room, both with a tool in hand. I get to work loosening the top left hinge on the door while she starts with the bottom one. Mine pops off first, so I kneel and help with hers. It comes loose a minute later. The still attached doors swing out, revealing only my mother's clothes hanging and some shoes and purses at the bottom. I turn to Ember. They aren't in here. There has to be a secret room. This house is full of them. I can't deny that. She grabs a bunch of clothes and throws them onto the bed. I take some more and pile them on top of the others. My niece shoves the shoes and handbags out of the way, climbs inside, and pushes on the back of the armoire. Find anything? No. You could help me and this would go faster. I take another armload of clothes and dump them on the bed, then join her in feeling around the back of the wardrobe. Where is it? Ember exclaims. There has to be a latch or something. Or it could be nothing. Staring at this could be her way of messing with us. Then where is she? She presses her palms along the back of the armoire. It's just like the tunnel. I really doubt there's a tunnel connected to this room. I glance outside and look down to the ground. What about a hidden room? You can't deny that's a possibility. It's always possible here. I climb in with her and study the back of it. Aside from some scratches, nothing looks unusual to me. It seems most likely that my mother is getting weirder in her old age. I'm about to step out when I notice something on the top right corner. It's hard to tell what I'm looking at. A small part along the edge looks different from the rest of it. Do you see something? Ember tucks some hair behind her ears and studies the spot. What is it? I don't know. I run my fingertips along the edge. It's bumpy where it looks different. I press it, trying to figure out what it is. Rumble. The noise is so soft, I almost don't hear it. Ember looks at me with wide eyes. Obviously, she hears it too. The rumbling continues. The back of the wardrobe inches away from us. I told you! Ember lunges to go back inside. Wait! I grab her arm. For what? I clear my throat. Let me check it out first. We have no idea what's back there. I'm perfectly capable, you know. I'm the one who found the secret entrance behind the fireplace and on the 3rd floor. 3rd floor? I give her a double take. You never told me about that. I'll tell you later. She leaps inside and shines the light from her phone into the opening. I relent. What do you see? She doesn't answer, just creeps past my line of sight. My pulse drums in my ears. What are we about to find now? I'm growing tired of this house and its surprises. Ember screams. I race to squeeze through the opening. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, to focus on what she sees. My heart sinks. The twins, still in their angel and demon costumes, are tied to a single chair. Both are unconscious and barely on the seat. They have cloths stuffed in their mouths. Ember turns to me. Are they dead? I sprint over and check under the angel's chin. He has a pulse. Thank God. She races over, kisses his face, and works on the rope's knot. What about Wilhelm? I check the demon. It takes a few tries, but I find his pulse. Yes, but it's weak. I can't get a signal. Ember shows me her phone's screen. Go out by the staircase and call 911. I'm going to work on the knot. She runs out without a word, taking the light with her, so I dig out my phone and use its light. I have to hold the device under my chin to keep the beam so I can see what I'm doing. The knot is both tight and complicated. It seems unlikely my mother could be capable of this on her own, but I don't know who would help her. She did manage to sneak out of a high-security retirement facility for 5 years to come into the house through a secret tunnel to take care of Jack. This is probably child's play for her. Sweat breaks out on my forehead as I work the knot. My phone starts to slip, making it harder to see what I'm doing. I gasp for air and work harder, not wanting to rest for a moment. My phone falls to the ground and bounces. I can't see the rope now, so I have to move back and pick up the device. There isn't anywhere I can set it to see what I'm doing. The only choice is to keep it under my arm as I attempt to loosen the knot. I quickly check their pulses again before I hold the phone awkwardly and pick at the knot with my nails. I tug and pull until sweat drips into my eyes, stinging and blurring my vision. This is taking too long. What I need is a knife. I double-check their pulses before racing for the utility closet near Jack's room, but before I get there, I see red and blue on the walls from the flashing lights outside. Instead of grabbing a knife, I bolt down the stairs, cursing the Brannon who thought a curved staircase was a good idea. At the bottom, I find Ember standing at the porch. EMTs and police are getting out of their vehicles and making their way to the house. I join my niece. Is Graham here? She doesn't look from the medics. I haven't talked with him. The 911 operator just let me off the phone when the ambulance pulled up. Call the boys' parents. I'll call Graham. I don't have their parents' numbers. Just Jacob's cell, and he obviously hasn't answered at all. Okay. I think I got the numbers last night. The last 2 days are a blur, but I'm almost certain we exchanged numbers. I'll call Dad. Ember pulls out her phone from her pocket. I don't think he's on duty this late. He probably doesn't know what's going on. It throws me off for a moment, hearing her call Graham Dad, but I'm glad their relationship is progressing. I quickly recover and find the twins' mom's number and give her a call, eager to share the good news that they've been found alive. I just hope nobody thinks we're responsible for their abduction. We need to find my mother. 23. Kenzie. I wrap my arms around Ember as the ambulance pulls out. I turn her away from the neighbors that have gathered across the street to stare and judge. We'll see Jacob as soon as he's allowed visitors. At least we know they're safe. She struggles against me. We can drive there now and sit in the waiting room. It could be a long time. Billa gives her a sad smile. Graham comes over and wraps his massive arms around both of us. It's going to be a while, kiddo. We need to keep looking for your grandma. He turns to me. You have no idea where she is? I shake my head. She left the boys and escaped a locked room. Do you think she's hiding somewhere in the house? It's possible. I don't know where she'd go off the property. I glance at the time. I'm late picking up Jack. Billa holds out her hand. I'll get him. You worry about your mom. You'll do that? Of course. Jack and I talked about seeing that new comedy that just came out. Now would be the perfect time for that, don't you think? I hand her my keys.
You're a saint. Thank you. I am no saint, trust me. I just don't want to deal with your mom.
Can't blame you for that. You aren't going to tell Jack about this, are you? She shakes her head.
Hopefully everything will be resolved by the time we get back. Maybe you could text me an update later.
Definitely.
Thanks again.
Billa gives a slight nod and heads for my car. Ember pulls from my grasp and turns to look at Graham and me. Jacob and Wilhelm are going to be okay, aren't they? Graham nods. From what the medic said, they're dehydrated and have possible concussions. If that's the case, they may be out of school for a week or two, depending on the severity. If not, I'd think they should be back to their routine in a day or two. She throws her arms around him. I was so scared. He rubs her back. I know you were. Now you can rest. Kenzie said you've hardly slept. Ember yawns and rubs her eyes. I was too worried to sleep.
Graham kisses the top of her head.
Why don't you go up to your room and gather your things? You can sleep at my place. It's going to be busy around here while officers search for your grandma. She shakes her head. I'm not going anywhere. Are you sure? Yes. Then at least try to get some rest. Kenzie and I will join the search efforts.
Ember yawns again.
Okay. I'm going to call Gretchen. She keeps texting me. Sounds good. As long as you get some sleep. I promise.
She pulls out her phone as she heads inside. Graham turns to me.
And how are you holding up? I groan and glance over at the neighbors.
I could use a vacation.
I'm sure you could.
He clears his throat.
So, I saw Dayton's press release this afternoon.
Oh?
What brought on his confession? I thought he was serious about you pretending to be his girlfriend.
I fidget with a nail. I was telling him about my feelings for you, and how I couldn't let the world think I was with him when I was really with you. He took it to heart and decided to come clean about his feelings for Trista.
That must have been a convincing speech you gave him for him to do a 180 like that.
I shrug and take a moment to meet his gaze. I just told him how I feel about you. Graham takes a step closer and threads his fingers through mine.
What did you tell him exactly?
My pulse picks up speed at his touch. I can't remember my exact wording. He closes the gap between us, still holding my gaze and my hand.
If it were me talking to him, I'd have said how all those weeks apart from you gave me a lot of time to reflect.
My heart races, and I struggle to blink normally.
Yes, Graham continues. I'd tell him I realized what an idiot I was to let you go. And not just because you were off having fake dates with him, but because you're such an amazing person. Beautiful, but not conceited. Smart, but down to earth. Caring and empathetic, but also strong. You're more than I ever dreamed of. And if you're willing to give me another chance, I'll do my best not to blow it again. I can't promise never to mess up, though. But I won't be dumb enough to let you go again.
One side of his mouth curves upward.
What do you say? Will you take me back?
Of course, He cups my chin and presses his lips on mine, deepening the kiss after a moment. I take in the taste of mint and cherries and run my fingers over his scruff, then through his hair. He wraps his arm around me, keeping his hand at the small of my back. A thrill runs through me to be where I belong at last, and all worries slowly move from my mind. I want the moment to last forever. But voices sound toward the house.
Graham pulls away. He smiles at me before waving to his colleagues. I'm dazed for a moment before pulling myself together. Things are really coming along as they should, quickly. Graham and I are on the same page. My job with Dayton is taken care of. The boys are safe. And my mother will soon be arrested. Hopefully for good this time. We just have to find her. Movement from a window in the house catches my attention. I focus on it. Could it be my mother? My gaze lands on Ember's room. She's dancing instead of sleeping as promised, but then she stops and gives a thumbs up. I return the gesture, trying to figure out what we're celebrating. Then it hits me. She saw Graham kissing me. My face warms, but I chuckle and wave for her to go to bed. Ember waves back and does another dance before disappearing from sight. At least we don't have to worry about our relationship upsetting her. She brought us together this time around, and I couldn't be happier.
24. Kenzie. Graham holds my hand as we make our way to the back of the house with the other officers. He's discussing possible places my mother could be, while simultaneously squeezing my palm every so often. I'm glad he's off the clock, because I imagine if he was on duty, this wouldn't be allowed. Sergeant Witt points to the woods before turning to me. His gaze lands on our interlocked fingers to Graham's eyes. The corners of his mouth creep up before he looks back up.
Some of our men are already in the woods. Anywhere in particular we should look? Hiding spots your mom might be holed up in?
You guys probably know the woods better than I do, given how many times you've been out here. Maybe the old cemetery? Honestly, I don't have a clue. I wish I had a better idea. Graham turns to me.
What about the entrance to the tunnel? She used to take that route inside all the time. Where's that?
I haven't looked for it yet. She says the entrance is at a cave of some sort. Ember and I keep talking about checking it out, but other things always come up.
Who knows if she was telling the truth, though?
The officers exchange glances before Witt speaks up.
Did she tell you where the cave is located?
Unfortunately, no.
Do you have any maps of the property?
He asks. No. I was lucky to find blueprints on the inside, and even those are missing information. Nothing about any of the secret rooms or the tunnel. Graham's grasp on my hand tightens.
Do you think she could be hiding in your house? In a room you don't know about?
I wouldn't put it past her. She loves her secrets. It's a way of holding power over me. Witt speaks into his radio before turning to me.
How did you find the room the boys were in?
Ember thought my mother could be hiding something in the armoire because she was acting strange every time we went into her room. We almost didn't find the button to open the hidden door, but luckily we did.
What do you think is more likely, that she's in the house or out here somewhere?
I take a deep breath and glance at Graham. Not that he'd have a better idea than me. I don't know, and I wouldn't be able to guess where another hidden space could be. Whoever built them into the house knew what they were doing. Graham puts his arm around me.
Do you want to go in and check on Ember while I join the other officers in looking for the cave?
No, she's fine, and I'd like to be there when my mother is found.
Okay.
He suggests the other officers go in one direction, while he and I go another. We all head into the woods, and Graham keeps his arm around me as we veer away from the others.
Do you want to go back and get a coat? Night is starting to fall, and the temperature is dropping.
I shake my head. I just want to find her. Going back would waste time.
Then take my jacket.
I don't want you to be cold. You were smart enough to come out with a coat.
I'd rather I be cold than you.
He starts to pull at his sleeve. I throw him an exasperated look. Fine. You win. Stay here. I hurry to the house and quickly return wearing my warmest parka. Happy? He looks like he's holding back a laugh.
You definitely won't get cold in that. Do you remember if your mom told you anything about the cave's location, or just that it's at the end of the tunnel?
I think back to my conversation with her in the jail when she told me, as Graham and I step under the cover of the trees. I just remember her mentioning a cave. If she said more, I can't remember.
There can't be many of those around here, can there? I mean, I've never seen one.
Did you spend much time in the woods as a kid? Did you see anything like that?
Not that I remember, but I wasn't allowed in the woods often, and I never saw a cave when I did go. It's too bad we can't get back into the tunnel and start from there.
Graham shudders.
I, for one, am glad you filled it in.
So am I, but it would be nice to be able to go through it now. I think back to the tunnel caving in on him. That hospital trip led to a discovery about his testicular cancer. Are you done with your treatments? How's that going? I've wanted to ask, but it seemed awkward since we weren't together. Even pulling my words together feels awkward. He takes my hand and threads his fingers through mine.
Thanks for asking. Everything looks good, and my doctor said she couldn't have asked for a better outcome. I was fortunate it was discovered so early.
What a relief. A lump forms in my throat just thinking about the possibility of it not being found in time. I'm so glad it was, and taken care of, even though it took an injury for it to be discovered. I wish I could have been there for you. Graham stops walking, turns toward me, then takes both my hands. With dusk setting behind him, he looks angelic, surrounded by the trees.
I appreciate your heart behind it, but it wasn't pretty. I'm glad we're starting now. It feels right.
Holding his gaze, I close the space between us. It definitely does, but that doesn't change how I feel. I want to be here for you no matter how ugly things get. I'm the last person to judge, and we both know how messy life can be. Let me trudge through the dirt with you.
I really was an idiot to let you go.
He brushes his lips across mine.
At least I finally came to my senses. We should get back to looking for your mom.
She's always getting in the way of my happiness, I groan. Yes, let's keep going.
The good news is the jail won't let her go due to overcrowding again. Not after this.
I'm not going to hold my breath.
Can't say that I blame you.
He pulls out a flashlight and shines the beam in front of us. You keep a flashlight with you off duty?
Of course. You don't carry one with you?
It's called a cell phone. I pull it out and turn on the flashlight app. My beam is far weaker than his.
You never know when you're going to need a good light.
The phone works fine for me. I throw him a teasing glance. He kisses my cheek.
You're adorable.
His phone plays the theme from Hawaii 5-0. He pulls it from his pocket.
I'd better get that. It's someone from the station.
While he talks, I text Ember to see how she's doing. Kenzie, need anything?
Ember, no, but yay you.
She sends a string of emojis ranging from high fives to kisses. My face warms, but I grin. Kenzie, we have you to thank.
Ember, when's the wedding?
Kenzie, get some sleep.
Ember, I want to be a bridesmaid.
Kenzie, good night. She sends more emojis, but I put my phone away before Graham sees that conversation. No reason to scare him away when things are just starting off on the right foot. He turns to me.
Wit and Chang found a cave.
For real? I exclaim. She was actually telling the truth. Is she there? In the cave? Graham takes my hand and hurries to the left.
They haven't gone inside yet.
You're not going in, are you? I ask. I don't want to risk it collapsing on you.
I'm not worried. My luck just took a sudden turn for the better.
He squeezes my hand. We dart around trees, not seeming to follow any particular path. You sure about this?
Yeah, I can hear them up ahead.
I strain to listen. Can't hear anything over the sounds of our footsteps. You hear them?
Yeah.
Not 20 feet later, we round a large pine tree, then come to a group of officers. I strain to see the cave, but it's too dark, and there aren't any lights shining on it, wherever it is. Graham jumps into their conversation. I step back and shine my light around until I see what looks like a bunch of massive rocks. Graham lets go of my hand, and I creep back and inch toward the entrance, glancing over at the officers. They're so engrossed in conversation, they don't notice what I'm doing. Good. If my mother is in there, I want to confront her myself. Breath hitched, I stop at the entrance, shine my light inside. I should have grabbed Graham's flashlight, but I can see enough with mine. There's an air mattress with blankets sprawled over it, non-perishables stacked along a wall, some notebooks, a suitcase, and even a rifle. But my mother isn't inside. Not that I can see. I wouldn't put it past her to hide in the shadows farther down. It's anyone's guess where the cave ends and the tunnel begins. A hand rests on my shoulder. I turn to see Graham.
See anything?
He asks. Not her, but it looks like there's more beyond the range of my cell phone. He nudges me, then shines his brighter flashlight, illuminating the makeshift room and beyond. At the opposite end is another room filled with barrels and glass jars. I turn to Graham. Is that for making moonshine?
Looks like it.
He steps inside.
Stay out here.
If you go, I go.
It could be dangerous.
Your point?
I don't want you getting hurt.
It's a risk I'm willing to take. My mother has been coming and going through here for years.
We don't know that for sure.
Whit comes over and puts his hand on Graham's shoulder.
You two already sound like a married couple.
You're just jealous, I quip. They both laugh. The other officers step inside while Graham waits outside with me.
If you really want in, I can't stop you, since this is your property. But I do want it deemed safe before you enter.
I nestle up to him. As long as you're with me, I'm fine with waiting. Chang pokes his head out.
There's a locked door on the other side of the distillery.
The tunnel. At least my mother was thoughtful enough to use a lock when going in and out and didn't leave the rest of us completely vulnerable.
I don't suppose you have a key that might go to it,
Chang asks. Actually, I might. I check my pockets for the skeleton keys I used earlier on the armoire, then pass the set over. Try these.
Wow, I didn't expect that.
He disappears inside. I turn to Graham. I need to see this. He wraps an arm around my shoulders as we enter the cave. The cold air clings to me, and now I'm glad I grabbed my parka. The musty odor reminds me of the tunnel. We really must be close. Graham sniffs the air.
Smells like there's still moonshine in the barrels.
What's with you and your heightened senses? You hear and smell things I can't. He shrugs.
Probably all my years on the force. I have to be on top of my game. It's life or death.
I nod. Those drinks would have to be disgusting by now.
Not necessarily.
They have to be close to 90 years old.
Under the right conditions, they could improve with age.
You're thinking of wine.
That isn't the only alcohol that improves with age. I heard about a beer discovered in an ancient Egyptian tomb, which was said to have been the best tasting drink the experts ever tasted.
You're making that up. He doesn't respond. I have other questions about the barrels, but that will have to wait. I'm more interested in watching Chang trying the skeleton keys.
Last one.
He holds one up. My breath hitches. Graham's hand tightens on my shoulder. What's the likelihood a random key from inside the house will work? Chances are, my mother has the one working key.
Got it!
Chang exclaims. I can't believe it. Chang pulls open the door. It creaks and groans in protest. Graham whispers in my ear.
I'm going to have to insist you stay here.
And I'm going to have to insist on the same for you. You aren't even on duty.
I wasn't last time either,
he protests.
And look how that turned out.
Fine. I have too much on the line now anyway. Last time I went in the tunnel, I was just a single guy who only had to think of myself. Now I have both you and Ember to worry about.
We inch toward the door as the other officers climb down the stairs. From their beams of light, this end of the tunnel looks the same as the other, now inaccessible, end. Their conversation fades as they disappear from sight. Drip, drip. Water leaks down the dirt walls just like the tunnel entrance attached to the house. This has to be the other end of the tunnel. After all of this is over, I'm going to have to seal that entrance too. Then the dangerous underground passage will finally be fully off limits. After some time passes, Graham leans toward the entrance.
Shouldn't they be back by now? What if something went wrong?
We'd hear the collapse if that were to happen again. Trust me, I can still hear the awful sounds from when you were in there. He shudders.
Me too. But I can't help worrying about them. Maybe I should go in and check. I'll be quick.
I grasp his thick arm. No way! I just got you back. I'm not going to risk losing you again.
That's sweet, but...
But nothing. I stand on my tiptoes, take possession of his mouth, press my hands on his chest, and lean against him until voices sound in the tunnel. He pulls back and chuckles.
Nice distraction.
Anytime. I turn to the officers. Did you find her? Whit shakes his head.
It's all clear.
My stomach knots. Where is she? Graham rubs my shoulders.
Maybe we should look in the house.
I hate thinking of my mother alone in there with Ember sleeping, but I don't say anything. No need to worry him. My mother has never hurt Ember. Yeah, let's go have a better look. We all make our way out of the cave. Graham sniffs the air.
Is that smoke?
My stomach plunges. Smoke? The other officers also sniff.
Smells like it to me,
Chang says. I burst into a run toward the house and try to follow the path we took to get here, but now it's completely dark. I stumble over roots and rocks along the way, but manage to stay upright. Before long, I finally notice the smoky odor. It gets stronger as I get closer to the building. Once near the edge of the woods, bright orange flames dance in the direction of the house. Ember is sleeping inside. Graham runs past me.
We have to get her out of there.
I hurry to catch up with him, my lungs burning from the strain. Hopefully we get to her in time. 25. Ember. A crying baby pulls me from my sleep. No, not a baby. What is it? I cup my ears. The wailing noise sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Why not? I sit up and rub my burning eyes. Cough. Smoke. A lot of it. The wailing is the fire alarm. Fire alarm? There's a fire somewhere in the house. I scramble out of bed. My feet get wrapped in blankets. I kick and try to pull my legs free, nearly crash to the ground. Catch myself, get free of the sheets, leap to the floor, look around. Can't see the smoke, but it's making my eyes water. I need to get outside. Look for my joggers. Can't go out in the tank I was sleeping in. It's freezing out there. The alarm is making it impossible to think straight.
My eyes, nose, and mouth are burning from the stench. I'm also still halfway in a sleep fog. Someone calls my name from another room. Or am I imagining that? Kenzie and my dad are out looking for Grandma. Doesn't matter. Need to get out of here. Stumbling, I find my way to my dirty clothes hamper, pull on the first pants and hoodie I find, run to the staircase. Smoke is filling the hallway. I cover my mouth and nose with my arm and make my way down the winding staircase. Will this be the last time? I try not to think about that, or the fact that nearly everything I own is in my room, not to mention the last of my mom's belongings. I hesitate. Maybe I could run up and grab just a few things. My laptop, pictures of Mom, my phone. Down below, the front door bursts open. Kenzie and my dad appear in the doorway. Ember! They race toward me. I need to get something. I turn around. No! Everything is a blur as I run up the winding stairs. I need to save something of my mom's. It's bad enough she's gone. I can't lose all of her stuff, too. My dad calls for me again. So does Kenzie. They're getting closer. It's hard to breathe, but I can do this. I reach the top step. Mom's old room isn't far. I know exactly where her memory books are stored. Strong arms wrap around me, pull me back toward the stairs. No! I struggle against my dad. I need to get her books. His grip doesn't loosen. He and Kenzie pull me down the stairs. I strain to get free, breathe in smoke and cough. They get me all the way down to the main level, then outside. I breathe in the fresh air, continue struggling to get free. Once in the middle of the front yard, my dad lets me go. I stumble, regain my footing, gasp in as much fresh air as I can get. Lunge for the house. He grabs me again. The sky behind the house is glowing orange and yellow. I don't see any flames. They lead me to the sidewalk. I need to get in there. Sirens wail down the street. Lights flash, bouncing off the other homes. I can't lose her again. Tears blur my vision. Kenzie puts a hand on my arm.
The flames are in the back, and the fire department is already here. The fire probably won't have time to reach our bedrooms. Our stuff should be fine.
Are you sure?
Mostly.
That's going to have to be good enough. I collapse against her.
What happened? Why is the house on fire?
My dad wraps his arm around both of us. We don't know yet. It could be electrical.
Or my grandma. Nobody knows where she is, right?
Not yet. The fire trucks pull to a stop in front of the house. I'm going to tell them where the fire is. Dad kisses my cheek and runs over to the trucks. I turn to Kenzie.
Did Grandma do this?
We don't know.
It's more likely her than an electrical problem. She's crazy.
My aunt sighs.
I can't deny that.
The fire crews race across our yard with huge hoses and round the house to the back. Dad follows them. I cling to Kenzie.
Do you think they can put it out?
Yes, they're the experts. That's what they do.
But fires destroy buildings every day, despite firefighters' best efforts.
And the flames haven't reached the front of the house. They can extinguish them before the fire travels that far, and we can still live here. No big deal.
I sigh, seeing neighbors gathering across the street.
Or we can move in with my dad.
We also have to think about Jack and Billa.
Billa can take care of herself. Kenzie gives me a gentle squeeze.
Graham's house isn't bad, but it is a bachelor pad, meant for one guy.
It works just fine when I stay there. I grumble. I have my own room, and he has everything I need. He's a family guy.
Let's not think about it now. You can stay with him if you want to.
Don't think about it, I exclaim. Our house is burning down.
Part of it. There's so much we never use. We're lucky it isn't in the front. What if she set fire in the kitchen or in one of our bedrooms?
We're lucky? I scoff. The house is cursed, and so are we. Bad things have happened to all of us. Mom is dead, Jack was held prisoner for most of his life, Billa was told her dad was dead, and
now we have each other.
Kenzie holds me tightly.
And you found Graham. You never thought you'd find your dad. You were orphaned, but now you have 4 adults who love you, including him. Yes, bad things have happened, but that isn't the end of the story. Beauty has emerged from the ashes.
Please don't say ashes. I cringe.
It's just a saying, but beauty can come from anything messy. We've experienced it ourselves, and we'll experience it again. We're fighters, not victims. We defined the Brannon women, not my mother.
I don't reply. Though I see her point, it's hard to hold out hope when orange and yellow hues still light up the backside of the house. She pulls out her ringing phone.
It's Billa. I need to take this in case Jack needs something. Stay here. It isn't safe.
I know. Kenzie goes down the sidewalk, away from the noisy emergency vehicles. Blinking back tears, I sit on the sidewalk and wrap my arms around my knees. A lump forms in my throat. I don't know how I'll survive if I lose my mom a second time. Her stuff is what has gotten me through her death. All I have to do is go into her old bedroom, and I can talk to her as I look at her photos and her belongings. My favorites are the pictures of her when she was my age, and the ones from when I was little. My happiest times were before she met and married Richard, even though my memories of those times aren't many or super clear. More sirens sound down the street. An ambulance whizzes past and parks not far from me. Medics run out, carrying medical equipment and a stretcher. I leap to my feet, the lump in my throat choking me. Images of my dad burned and injured flood my mind. Despite promising Kenzie I'd stay here, I race after the medics, needing to see the scene for myself. She catches up to me, then grabs my arm. I'm so close to the side of the house.
What are you doing? She demands.
Checking on my dad. He's back there, and if anything happens to him. Tears blur my vision. My entire body shakes. She envelops me in a tight hug.
You aren't going to lose him.
How do you know?
The ambulance is here for your grandma.
I pull back and stare at her in disbelief through my tears. What? Is she dead?
No. I heard them talking as they were gathering their equipment.
What happened? Is she okay?
I'm not sure, but we need to stay here.
My legs give out, and I collapse onto the grass. Sobs sound, and I barely recognize the sound of my own wails. I can't take anything else going wrong. The last few months have been the worst of my life. The stress is going to kill me, I swear. Kenzie sits next to me and puts an arm around me.
I'm going to call Graham and find out what he knows.
I wipe my eyes and sniffle, wishing he were with us instead of the other officers. We're his family.
She what?
Kenzie exclaims into the phone. My heart feels like it's going to give out. I'm not sure I want to know what's going on with my grandma. I'm better off not knowing. Of that much, I'm sure.
Okay, thanks. Hurry!
She ends the call and puts her phone away.
Your dad is perfectly fine.
At least there's some good news. What about Grandma?
They found her passed out in the library.
She fainted? Kenzie nods.
She was lying near a gas can and matches.
The words feel like a punch to the stomach. Grandma set the house on fire? On purpose?
Unfortunately.
Did she think Jacob and Wilhelm were still in her hidden room?
I don't know.
Anger rises to my chest. Why would she burn the house?
I'm not sure we'll ever know.
The world disappears around me. I hate her. I really, really do.
I never want to speak to her again myself. At least she should be going back to jail.
The medics come around the side of the house, carrying the stretcher with someone on it. I strain to see. Grandma is lying on it with a plastic mask over her mouth and nose. A mixture of emotions runs through me. Relief that she's okay, but also disgust and fury. How could she kidnap the twins? Try to burn down our house? None of it makes any sense. Kenzie might not want to talk to her, but I sure do. I want to scream at her until she answers all my questions. She owes me that much, both to hear me out and to give me answers. My dad comes around the corner. I dissolve into tears, run over, and throw my arms around him. He holds me close. The fire's out. They managed to keep it contained to the one corner of the house. It didn't get to the bedrooms or the front of the house? My legs feel like rubber. No. Most of the damage was in the library and a few smaller rooms near it. The basement probably has water damage from putting out the flames, and the 2 levels above will have smoke residue with some water damage. I'd imagine there are structural issues to consider as well.
What does all of that mean?
My head is swimming. He kisses my forehead. You'll need to stay at my place until it's repaired. Nobody will be able to live here until the building is fixed and the wiring is redone. Fire damage extends much further than it appears. There's a lot to consider. The house is unlivable for now.
So nobody can stay in the bedrooms, even though they're so far from the damage?
Nowhere in the house until it's safe.
What about Kenzie and Uncle Jack? I ask. And Billa? Where will they live?
They're welcome to stay with us. Though it'll be a tight fit, we can make it work. I'm more than happy to help. Kenzie rushes over.
What's going to happen to my mother?
Dad gives her a kiss. She's under arrest, so she'll be going back to jail once released from the hospital.
She glances at the house. Will we be able to gather our things, or are we just displaced until the house is fixed?
I'll speak with the fire chief about that. And you aren't displaced. All of you are welcome to stay with me. Welcome to Hotel Felton. I lean my head against him and close my eyes, focusing on the rumbling of the fire truck's engines. He and my aunt continue their discussion, but I don't follow along. I don't want to know the details. Not now. The only thing I want is for the night to be over. To crawl into any bed, I don't care where, and sleep for as long as possible. I also don't care about missing school. Nobody could blame me after everything I've been through. Maybe I'll take the rest of the year off. One thing is for sure. I'm going to need extra sessions with my counselor after all of this. At least we're all alive, and my mom's things aren't ruined. That's all I can ask for at this point.
26. Regina.
Beep, beep, beep.
I rub my eyes before opening them. My wrist is handcuffed to the railing of a hospital bed, and an IV is attached to my arm not far from it. Realization washes over me. The fire didn't kill me. Blast it all! I wanted to go out on my own terms, never returning to jail. So much for that. I couldn't even get that right. After everything I've put up with in my many decades as a Brannon, Didn't I deserve that one small reprieve? I scoot up to sitting so I can look around the room. Empty. I'm all alone. Not even the doctors or nurses want to be around me. Figures. How did the fire not work? The blaze was raging by the time I passed out. I'd really been choking on the smoke. It should have been enough to kill me and those 2 horrible boys my granddaughter thinks so highly of. Yet here I am. What went wrong? Was the fire extinguished before it got to me? It had to have been. I tried to fix everything for Mackenzie and Ember. Without the house, they'd be able to start over fresh, sell the property and begin anew anywhere of their choosing. They'd get enough to pay for anything they need for the rest of their lives. Maybe even enough to pass on to their own children and grandchildren. Then we'd all be free of the cursed house. It never even should have been built. I hope it burned to the ground after they got me out. As long as that happened, none of my efforts were in vain. The ghosts of the past, literal or figurative, will never leave us alone until the building is gone. The spirits destroy everything. They're jealous of the living, angry about what happened during their lifetimes. They ruined my life. I'll never forget my early days with Bill, before the house. We were madly in love. It was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. It made my previous relationships look like child's play. We couldn't get enough of each other. Bill always looked at me like I was the pinnacle of creation. There wasn't anything he wouldn't do for me, and the feelings were mutual. I'd have given my life for that man back in those days. All of that changed the moment we stepped foot into the Brannan house. It was shortly after our wedding that Bill's father convinced him to move in. It would save us newlyweds money, he'd said. We had refused at first. It was heaven living in our tiny apartment, just the 2 of us. We spent every spare moment together, and the days apart from each other at work were torture. 8 hours felt like 8 years. But then times changed. Money became scarce. Our only option was to move into that awful house. Bill convinced me it wouldn't be much different than our apartment. The house was so big, we could avoid his family if we wanted to. I didn't have any other choice but to agree. Things changed immediately. As soon as Bill was under the influence of his father and brother, he looked at me differently. He spoke to me in cruel tones, ordered me around. It was like he'd become possessed. I became his enemy. His loathing seeped through every word he spoke. I wanted my Bill back more than anything. Nothing worked, though I tried everything from begging and pleading to demanding we move out. I went crazy. All the Brannan men hated me. What crime I'd committed, I never figured out, unless it was my very presence. They might have only wanted people with Brannan blood living there. Tears sting my eyes at the decades-old memories. It's almost unbelievable how long these things have stuck with me. I always wondered if life would have been different had Bill's mother been around, but she'd disappeared mysteriously. The Brannan men had their story, but it was a lie. Things didn't add up. One of them had to have done something to her, and that fact alone kept me in line. I needed to stay the course until I could save enough money to leave.
That day never came. Not after my brother-in-law had his way with me, and not after I later found myself with child. Bill, of course, believed it to be his, and wouldn't hear anything of his brother's wrongdoings. So I took care of his brother. He was no longer a problem. With him dead, things improved somewhat. I carried a Brannan within me. I was one of them, but not for long. Bill still looked at me as if I were his enemy. He and his father both questioned my role in the older Jack's death, and how vile my husband had insisted we name our son after the man who'd assaulted and destroyed me, the man I blackened my soul for. I never admitted they were right to suspect me in his death. He got what was coming. When I wasn't being worked to the bone, I sneaked up to the top floor and to other unused rooms. I read through decades-old diaries and logbooks, flipped through picture albums, and went through whatever I could to unearth the mysteries of the old house with its many creaks, slamming doors, cold spots, and whispers. I read of servants treated similarly to me, of horrors other Brannans had experienced. The walls had seen a plethora of unwarranted murders as well as deserved deaths. My brother-in-law's was just one of many. Servants who tumbled to their demises on a secret spiraling staircase. Brannans who were mysteriously killed. Guests who were shot or stabbed for cheating at card games. There was even a teenager with the same name as my granddaughter, who was killed by her own brother. He bragged about it in a journal. Those Brannans were an awful bunch. None of them ever paid the price. Not a one. Not until me. But I don't have their blood running through my veins. That's the difference. The reason I was eventually caught. Why I couldn't even leave this world on my own terms. I'm an outsider. Always have been, always will be. Even my own children and grandchild, true-blooded Brannans, won't ever visit me when I go to prison. I never should have agreed to move into that house. Not as a newlywed, and not again as an old woman, freed from jail. At least I burned it down. I hope it was destroyed. My children may never understand, but I did it for them. Everything I ever did was for their benefit, even if they couldn't see it. I always worried about Bill discovering the secret room attached to his study. He never did. Even Mackenzie's stay in the mental institution was in her own best interest. I had to tell her it was because of that shrew child, Billa. But really, I had the staff look for any murderous tendencies in my daughter. I told them to get rid of those by any means necessary. And they did. Ember grew up away from the house. Now that it's destroyed, I don't have to worry about its effect on her. She will be fine. My only concern now is Billa. I can only hope she moves back to Alaska, or at least out of my house. All I ever wanted was to protect my offspring, and now I have. With the house destroyed, the curse following the Brannan men is gone.
27. Kenzie. 1 year later. Graham pulls into the driveway of the renovated Brannan house. He turns to me and smiles.
Are you ready?
I give him a kiss and glance at the time. The question is, are we ready? Ember flings open her back passenger door.
I know I am. You two can stay here and make out if you want. At least we don't have to worry about you getting pregnant.
I rub my slightly rounded belly. It isn't even noticeable through my shirt yet. Soon, though. She grabs her bag before hopping out.
Only an hour until the guests arrive. Don't get too distracted. I can't do it all on my own.
With that, she slams the door and runs toward the house. Graham takes my hand and threads his fingers through mine, bumping my wedding ring. I adjust it and admire the diamonds. Though we've been married for nearly 5 months, I still can't stop looking at it. It hardly seems real. He cups my chin and gives me a lingering kiss.
We should get inside and help Ember with the refreshments.
I'm sure she can handle it. But you're right. We get out and walk up the freshly paved walkway. Though a storm is brewing, the house looks welcoming with its new paint and updated siding. It still holds a little of its original creepy charm, but that's all it is now, charm. It's now about 3/4 the size it used to be, thanks to Mother's fire, but it's still larger than we need, even with Jack and his new wife Carol, the sweet lady he met and fell in love with in his therapy group. They live in what used to be our father's old office and the room he spent so many years in, which has been converted into a gorgeous living space. Graham holds open the front door for me, and we enter the bright, welcoming front room. He turns on the new chandelier, and it's even brighter. Banging sounds from the kitchen.
A little help, please,
Ember calls. He squeezes my hand.
I'll help her out. You can start getting your costume ready.
I'll be down shortly to offer my expertise. Someone?
Ember calls. Graham hurries down the hallway, and I make my way up the staircase to our room. All of my parents' furniture is gone, replaced with furnishings Graham and I chose together. Ember offered her input on several things. Her room has also been fully redone. Now she has a loft where she sleeps. The main part of the room is for everything else. She loves it and has plenty of sleepovers with 4 or 5 friends at a time. I glance out the window at the small cottage built for Billa. She's thriving with her own little place, and we have dinners together almost nightly. Exhaustion sweeps through me. According to internet wisdom, I should be getting close to the end of this phase of the pregnancy. I can't wait. It's brutal. I fell asleep sitting upright in the middle of my bed the other day. I sprawl out on the soft bed and close my eyes, hoping a few minutes of rest will do the trick. The last thing I want is to miss this party, especially after last year's disaster. Somehow, it hasn't stopped people from RSVPing to this year's bash. In fact, we're expecting more guests than last year. And given how friendly the neighbors have been recently due to the renovations and my mother's arrest, I think we'll have even more come than have responded. Slam! Despite how much has turned around, some things don't change. The structure is still the Brannon house. Locked doors open and close on their own, floors creak when nobody steps on them, and we still step into mysterious cold spots. Now, we can't blame any of it on my mother. She recently received her prison sentence. Life without the possibility of parole. A huge relief for all of us. My mind wanders to Dayton. We just attended his wedding last weekend. It was exactly as expected. A huge affair with lots of publicity. All of his family showed, having eventually come around to his choice for a wife. And I loved seeing the couple together. Dayton had always been happy around me, but he was exhilarated with Trista. Ding dong! I bolt upright. The party can't already be starting. I had to have fallen asleep, and I haven't even gotten into my outfit. Luckily, Graham and I went for easy costumes this year, knowing I might not have much energy. He appears in the doorway.
Hello, beautiful.
I grin, though I feel anything but beautiful. Bloated and puffy is more like it. He comes in and kisses me deeply.
I've never seen you more gorgeous.
I looked a lot better on our wedding day. Or any other day. I glanced at the framed picture above our headboard of me in my flowing gown, gazing lovingly at him in his tux.
You're like a fine wine, improving with time.
It doesn't feel that way, but I appreciate it. I rub my temples, then he helps me up. I change into my little black dress and add more black eye makeup to what I already have. After I apply my crimson lipstick, Graham slides my red caped hood around my shoulders, ties it under my neck, and kisses me before heading back downstairs. Once I'm ready to join the party, I head for the staircase, but pause at the entrance to the 3rd floor. It's so welcoming, even on a dark and gloomy night such as this. The remodeled top level is now a wide open space that's perfect for watching the sun set and rise, or to gaze at the stars. The doorbell rings, pulling me from my thoughts. I make my way down to answer it just as it rings again. "Sorry," I say, catching my breath. "I was upstairs." "You look great." Callie from across the street grins at me before looking around the entry.
Wow! It looks even better on the inside than the outside. I can't wait to see the ballroom.
"Down that way." I gesture around the staircase. Another group of people arrives, and I welcome in some high school kids. Jacob and Wilhelm bring up the rear, dressed as the twins from The Shining. "Nice!" I hold back a chuckle. Ember and Gretchen are already in the ballroom.
"Thanks!"
They hurry away. I open the door for a few more groups of guests as Graham comes over and grins, just before sliding on his wolf mask.
You look perfect. In fact, you'd better run before I catch you. I might bite.
"I'm not opposed to that." I laugh. He lunges for me and growls. Giggling, I race down the hall and stop at the little sitting room. Just as I pull open the door, he removes his mask and kisses me.
"Dad, Kenzie," Ember calls. "Can you help Gretchen and me move a table?" "Be right there." He turns to me. "I don't want you lifting or moving anything."
I put my hands on my hips. "I'm perfectly capable."
"I know you are, but I'd rather you take it easy. No sense in tiring yourself out before the festivities even begin."
He darts down the hallway before I can object. Not that I would argue with his point. I'm already worn out and having a hard time picturing myself staying awake to the end of the party. As I start to close the door, something catches my eye in the corner of the sitting room. A doll that has to be over 100 years old sits with her hands in her lap. She's sitting on a chair, staring at me with her dark glass eyes. Just this morning, I had put it back in the locked bedroom it was originally in. Before that, I found it in the TV room, facing me from the window. I leave it where it is because Ember probably wants it there to freak out her friends later. Then I make my way to the beautifully decorated ballroom. The decorations are all black with silver glitter, confetti, and balloons. It's perfect. Just like the night will be. Graham comes over and sweeps me into his arms, pulling me to the dance floor. We dance the night away, stopping every so often so I can rest, and the entire event goes off without a single hitch. This concludes Shattered Pieces by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Tina Wollstonecraft. Copyright 2020 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.